So,
Yeah.
what do we? What is the consensus on our little admirer here?
I think
Anybody buying this shit? Anybody buying this shit? The shit?
Oh, what, the Anna girl on Goodreads?
Yeah.
Looks like a catfish to me.
Yeah. Yep. Sure does.
Did you email that address she gave you?
Yeah.
Did you say,
So,
I mean, if she's not, she's not, but, she's acting like one.
right. So she asked me for a copy of Open Lines, and so it's like suddenly she's like the only authors she's familiar with on Goodreads are me and Zach, and I don't know why she excluded you, Ben, or not she, but they, whoever's behind that, excluded you, or maybe they haven't gotten around to including you yet. But they also reviewed a Kevin Strange book. Someone who looks like that does not listen to a 4-hour podcast, about the most extraneous shit, and read our books, and she thinks that Kevin Strange writes.
Don't say that. Like all the hot bitches listen to this. It's just she got her profile picture from apparently someone who runs a not safe for work Twitter account. So most likely it's a take.
I'm about to. Yes. So I did a little reverse image search. Takes no time at all to do so, and I found this on a Cam Hose Twitter. So now, don't get me wrong. I mean, if she's like a cool goth chick or whatever. It's great. I could actually picture her as Esper in that novel. In that book I'm writing. That's kind of what I'm going for, oddly enough. But no, as far as that being a real person, no. Here's our exchange, actually. And I'll pull that up, too. She has ghosted herself from me. I don't know about you guys, but I can't see her anymore. I said, nice catfishing, Jeff. Assuming it was O'Brien or somebody, one of his, butt stuff minions behind it. She said, I'm not Jeff from Bizarro, LOL. And then
from Bizarro.
Yeah. I said, here's the link for tonight if you'd like to prove it. And then she did the whole, I don't have anything to prove. I just wanted to read your book. Forget about it. And then she said, this is really making me uncomfortable. And then she started doing that. You said, bitch, if you're real and you think you're going to Me Too me over a few Goodreads exchanges, fuck off, okay? And second of all, so and then my final word to her was, if you are the reader you claim to be, enjoy this plot twist. You're not real. I provided the link to her picture, and her response, which you can no longer see, or at least I can no longer see, was, my pictures aren't. I am real. Smiley face X or XOXO, whatever. I don't know.
That's a stupid excuse.
It's a smiley face killer, dude. That's who it is.
Get off that.
That's who it is. The dang smiley face killer.
Okay, so
I mean, you're the only one who'd be in the smiley face killer demographic.
Right. But so and she was also like down voting or like giving 1-star reviews to like Kurt Vonnegut and stuff, and 5 stars to Transmetropolitan and Ape Shit. So I think that this person is, that they weren't quick enough to cover to make it more plausible. So, but hang on, Helmet Purpless. Is this a pedo-friendly stream? Fuck no, man. It's a joke.
What?
Free Ghislaine Maxwell is a joke, man. Look at the art. Look at the Ben Garrison cartoon on the thumbnail. It's a joke, dude. Come on.
I'm guessing he's like one of those QAnon dipshits.
Yeah.
Hey, Helmetus, Trump was a friend of Epstein, and he is not arresting anyone.
Anyway, I mean, it's not his job to arrest people, though.
Look at it. If you're flayed, don't sweat it. Okay, he's just a troll.
Yeah, okay. So we're not allowed to joke around. We're not allowed to be, tongue in cheek. We're not allowed to, you know,
And
use social commentary cartoons to make a sly point about the overall system. We're not allowed to do that. It's only everything has to be literal. That's everything's got to be literal, right? Helmet, right?
You're a freaking pedophile, Jeremy.
Don't say that again. Don't ever say it again.
Well, yeah, someone's going to clip that. But we should get to the important matters, which is my new book, Dr. Sodom and Mrs. Gomorrah, was released on Friday. It is now available on Amazon. And to celebrate my new book being released, I went and got the finest bottle of champagne that the dollar store had to celebrate. And let me just open it here. It doesn't spray anywhere.
It's going to take a while. Why don't you saber it?
It's a twist off.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying not to. I hope it's not shaking up. I don't spray the shit everywhere.
I once fought with a wine. Oh, that was nice. Is the deed done?
Oh, I guess there's no pop because it's a twist off.
Oh,
that was anticlimactic.
Oh well, but yeah, go buy Dr. Sodom and Mrs. Gomorrah, now available in paperback and Kindle.
It is a good book. Also, go buy Indie Rock Cabin, available in paperback and Kindle, and check out the soundtrack for it, which is on my blog, indierockdinosaur.wordpress.com. But then also it's on here somewhere on the Hatchet Mouth channel.
The playlist.
Yeah. The playlist.
Okay, yeah. Maybe I'll link it up later. Anyway. Oh, by the way, her name, I think, is an analog or something. Like, it's like, oh, Maddox, we're up all in your shit. It's because it's like Analia shit. Analia. I think that they wanted to get me to a point where I was like, Analia, please come to Tennessee. I can't stand this any longer. I must savor your beauty. And then, at Q.
It turns out to be Jeff O'Brien in a wig.
Yeah. and
no, I think he's fundamentally a coward and wouldn't do that.
And then they get to say, at some point, guess what, Maddox? We're up all in your shit, or something like that. So anyway, yeah. So Dr. Sodom and Mrs. Gomorrah is out. Indie Rock Cabin is out.
As long as it's not a child's cheek, you have your tongue in. No, we've got our collected tongue in your mom's cheek. All up in between them fat butt cheeks.
Whoever it is,
eating your mama's booty like groceries.
He eased up, so he eased up. He realized we were joking, I think. Anyway.
Yeah. The champagne's actually pretty good for only being like $10.
Wait, are you drinking it to get ready for like a recap, or like no, that's not the right word, but you're going to relive what happened with the first flat earther we got on here?
What, is Nathan Thompson coming back on?
No,
someone different.
It's
a different flat earther.
I'm not sure if this guy is a flat earther, but he
he is.
He gets into a lot of arguments where he sides with the flat earthers, but he has also attacked he's also been in arguments. He's been in arguments with Globers and flat earthers, so he's kind of a wild card. He goes by his channel name is Rightthehand. So,
like the hand I jerk off with.
Right. Should I pull him up here and show you, or?
I think the best clip is that one with him in like the Carm or whatever, or the Goodwill.
Yes.
He needs to do more videos like that.
We need to play that when he actually comes on at like 8:00. He's scheduled to come on at 8:00. By the way, does Ann have the link?
Yeah, I sent it to her.
Okay, well, hopefully she'll show up at some point. And hopefully Phoenix or Michael or anybody else who might have it out there might drop by too. Or if anybody wants to just jump in and argue with us, there's the link. We'll argue. We'll have screaming matches.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever get his screaming matches as good as what happened between Ben when he was like super hammered.
Oh, we will.
No, I've only got champagne here. When I was that hammered, I drank like a whole bottle of rum.
God. Oh, now you told me privately that we were going to be going into the multiverse like right off the bat.
With you, it's always multiverse.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Okay.
That was lightning in a bottle. That's probably not going to happen as good as it did before.
I don't know. I think I can do it. I think I can pull it off.
I think I'd have to take like serious, like really get messed up for it to work, but I obviously don't want to do that.
Well, yeah, I think I mentioned before I was really high when we did that, so I kind of almost started getting the fear in me.
I wasn't, and I was freaking out.
Let's see. Is it going to do it? Am I doing it right? Yes, there we go.
This isn't going to work. I can already tell.
I think I can do it. Initiating
here we go.
mode.
I think I'd have to take like serious, like
Here we go.
stuff for it to work, but
would you?
Don't want to do that.
Why not?
Maybe.
I think I mentioned before
I'm a good boy.
when we did that, so I kind of almost started getting the fear in me.
You're like
I wasn't, and I was
someone.
freaking out.
You're like someone. Stop him, please.
No one's stopping me, bitch.
No, that's what you said. You said
you're gonna do it.
Someone.
Am I doing it right?
Am I doing it right?
What the heck was that?
I don't know what that was.
Initiating.
Here we go.
Initiating multiverse mode.
Here we go.
The sound effect.
Where?
All of our alternate universe selves are all going into multiverse. Where's the feedback coming from? That's wild.
Someone.
Whoa. Dude. What is that?
What is what?
What is that noise?
What noise?
I did not. I re-enabled the audio processing, so yeah. Okay.
Dude, we just got into the multiverse and you're already hearing shit.
What is all that?
What are you talking about?
You don't hear that?
No.
Oh, okay, here we go. Are you guys playing this shit in the background? Are all going into multiverse. Zach or Ben, you're doing this. One of you are doing this. Which one of you is doing it?
Doing what?
All the background noise. What is that?
What is what?
What?
I don't hear
Chevron?
anything.
Chevron? What is that?
Yeah, me neither. What the fuck is wrong with you?
What is that? Chevron?
How many of your pills did you take before we did this?
You're already hearing shit.
Enough that
What is all that?
I can't remember.
Okay, so you're playing it back. We don't hear anything.
Yes, you hear it, dude. Yeah, don't give me that. You do hear it.
I'm listening to it right now.
What do you mean?
Are you already getting the fear in you, Jeremy?
I can hear feedback.
Is this some Twilight?
Yeah,
Zone
are
stuff?
The
I
other
don't
me
hear it.
thinks that you were doing it too. What is that?
What is what?
That noise.
What noise?
Jeremy's lost the plot here. He's hearing shit. He's screaming.
What is that? The other me thinks that you guys are doing it too. By the way, Zach.
Yeah.
By the way, Zach,
How many of your pills
What?
before we did this?
I already answered that question.
Huh?
Whoa. What are you guys doing? What is that?
I'm just sitting here.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just sitting here sipping my champagne because I'm a big fucking ballin'.
Zach, are you Analia Shet?
No.
I think you are, because last week you said you wanted a troll. Now we have a troll.
No, I wanted to troll live, like on here with like our own account. Like, no, I guess trolling's not the right word because people can see us doing it. Like, it's completely non-anonymous trolling. They would know it's us, and we just provoke reactions in live time, kind of like a prank phone call thing. But
Hey, by the way, anybody else have antlers growing out of their head like me?
I got one big great antler growing out of my fucking groin.
My arm is a tendril now. It's a tentacle.
My dick, which was already of considerable size, is much bigger now.
Okay.
Okay, I hear something now.
Who is that?
I think it's Ben.
What? Did someone say my name? Who dares speak my name?
Around us
Hey, why is nothing moving? It's all static.
Is Jeremy still here? Oh, he is.
Press some kind of play. I'm like, I gotta have something to occupy my visual space.
Because Baggins takes his, oh how he hates him.
Why is nothing moving?
Wait a minute.
Somebody once told me the world is
I love
we out of the
those freaking, all-star.
Dreams where we've lost precious are the best we've.
You can't mute me. You have no power over me, bitch.
How did you fight your way off mute?
With my giant fucking ball sack.
He fought his way off mute.
It's easy. All you gotta do is
With
press
my giant fucking ball sack, I knocked down the mute.
Somebody try muting me. I want to see if I can fight my way off of mute too.
You're the only one who can mute.
Yeah,
people, but we
you're
can
the-
unmute ourselves just as easily.
Okay,
You're
let
the
me see if
host.
I can-
For how little fucking power that gives you.
Okay, well, let me see if I can fight my way off of mute. Rah! I fought my way off a hold. I fought my way off of mute. Okay. Anyway, all right. I think that we've done enough with the multiverse, right?
Nah.
We can't go for like forever, like
Dude,
this.
I'm telling you, on our 100th episode, we need to have like 24 hours of just multiverse.
Okay, but stop playing
For-
background noise then. If I do,
For our 100th episode, let's
I think
last week you said you wanted a troll. Now we have a troll.
yeah.
No, I wanted to troll live, like on here with like our own.
Okay, well, let's see you do it then. Hey, by the way, I heard Smash Mouth in there too. When did I hear Smash Mouth? Somebody play Smash Mouth. We will definitely get taken down if you play Smash Mouth. Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. Aha! I caught you, Ben. Now I know who's playing that music.
The fuck you talking about?
You made a llama wait for some.
We can do this all day. Your mom.
They fought their way off again. We are so easily amused.
Yeah, pretty much. You could just like play a video of jingling keys and we'd be entertained for the whole 3 hours.
Well, Zach, we're so far out of the multiverse now that we can't even see anymore.
I can't hear you.
Bitch!
Well, then turn it off, then. Turn it off.
Bitch! 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 Bitch!
So, I don't know. What were we going to talk about? Stop it!
We were gonna talk about my awesome fucking book, Dr. Sodom and Mrs. Gomorrah, which is now available on Amazon and paperback and Kindle.
So,
And in your own Kevin.
we had 6 people watching, and now we have 1.
This is what you get with us.
So, what do you think the game plan is with this whole fake girl account? Who's behind it, and what purpose does it serve for them to do this?
I don't know. Let's ask Jason
It's a-
Sinclair.
It's a smiley face. it's the smiley face killer trying to get to Zach.
I think they were trying to get me in some kind of honey trap, you know?
Yeah, just to steal your precious book collection.
No, to me.
Say they would have used
They wanted to
book
me
for
to
that.
me. They thought that I would take the bait and like send inappropriate DMs, which I wouldn't. So
You send her shit like, "Hey girl, I'm gonna ruin your pussy worse than the Obama administration ruined Libya."
and it's good shit. Has that ever been successful?
All the time.
Yeah,
Go try it at the bar.
Honestly, though, I think the funny thing is that if she were a real person and she's not, I think you would probably have the best luck with her, Ben. You know.
Well, yeah, because I'm fucking awesome and sexy, and the bitches love me.
Would you wreck that goth chick?
I don't know.
Like,
She didn't
I'd
look
wreck her
goth
like
in the profile.
I'd wreck her like a COVID-19 wreck 2020.
Anyway, by the way, if by some small margin of possibility that she is a real person, well, I hate that. Let's talk about it, and we'll resolve it. But I don't believe it. No. So sorry.
If you're real, Anna, get the fuck over here and job on my knob.
That's what I'm saying. She said she loved our podcast. You know, which is another thing I highly doubt. Somebody who looks like that loves this podcast. I highly doubt. But
the thing with fucking podcasts is it's easy to do. Like any fucking retarded monkey should be able to do it, and we still fucking suck at it.
I just don't. There's no incentive for me to be more professional. So it's just for fun, you know. I have zero reason to make this thing more professional and be more, production savvy. There is zero incentive to it. Fucking pay me if you want me to be that professional, you know.
We need to monetize it and get money because I don't want to work.
Even if we were, you would have to work. You would. Anybody who depends solely on YouTube for their all their income is fucking retarded. Man.
Yeah,
Well,
we're not gonna.
I'm ahead of the game.
We're not gonna be making that come town money.
Yeah. Besides, I offered to pay you, man, and you declined.
That's because I'm a nice person.
Well,
people can pay me by buying Indie Rock Cabin though.
Well, I did. So, by the way. Okay, yeah, here's something relevant, and it's actually about books. Guess what else? What other book is out now?
The blueprint thing for Electra's Revenge.
Oh yeah, Charlie Kaufman's Antkind.
We've all seen the movies Being John Malkovich, adaptation, Synecdoche, New York, which is particularly amazing. You know, I guess adaptation is the most accessible movie of his. He made his novel debut here. Charlie Kaufman, director of extremely fucked up and Mobius strip type films, has made his debut with Antkind.
The thing is like over 700 pages long.
Hey, Phoenix.
Hey.
Welcome back, buddy. Did we scare you off last week? Be honest. With the drama, talking about Brian Keene and all these other people, did that scare you off?
Yeah.
I told you.
Well, it's just, it
was Brian Keene exerting his psychic devil influence on the Phoenix.
Okay, anyway. Well, yeah, but okay, go ahead, Phoenix, and then we'll move on.
Because I was just going to say, like, yeah, I just didn't really know what was going on. Mm-hmm. So instead of pretending I knew what was going on, I was just like, well, I probably should get going. So
look at the time.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I have no judgment on drama, but I know that it happens, but I really didn't want to like just pop my mouth off on things I know nothing about, you know?
Sure.
So I kind of just felt, I'll admit I did feel a little bit alienated because usually we talk about like philosophy and Eric Weinstein and whatever, but I was just kind of like, I couldn't really feel the vibe, I guess.
Okay.
So
Yeah. Are you a fan of Charlie Kaufman's? Have you seen any of his films? Being John Malkovich, Adaptation.
No. I actually, the name sounds familiar, maybe, but not that I've known.
Well, he made his debut. Now we've seen other directors write novels. Like David Cronenberg wrote one a few years ago, right?
Yeah,
And,
Consumed.
Yeah, and here we go with Antkind by Charlie Kaufman. And wouldn't you know it, it's another one of those sprawling works about a legendary film that has only been seen by a select few and may be cursed or transcendent cinema. We've talked about it before on here. There are a lot of books, like thick novels, that dedicated to that topic now, enough that you can put them in their own file. Flickr, experimental film, night movie or night film.
Which I love night film. I remember when we had Gregor on here, he said that was like a poor man's Flickr. Have you read night film yet, Jeremy?
No, but I've read Flickr, and I'm telling you that Flickr is on another level. You just don't know until you read it, man. As a matter of fact, you would probably come to the same conclusion as the main character near the like 75% margin of the book if you read it. I'm telling you. I mean, this is a masterpiece. This is I use that word. I have to. When I use the word masterpiece, it has to have some weight to it. And this book does. Have you read it, Ben?
I haven't read Flickr yet, no.
Throat Sprockets. You read Throat Sprockets. That's another one that's about the whole weird, obscure cinema. Like,
okay, I've got an idea, Jeremy. You said that you offered to pay me, and I didn't take it. Here, this can be my payment. You can pay $11.99, which is a seriously absurd ebook amount for Flickr, and I will read it, and then we'll dedicate an episode to it.
Okay, the problem is that the last time I did for that one book, you never got it because you apparently don't know.
We figured it out at the end.
No, we didn't. I ended up loaning it to you, but I was still out 99 cents. So
we'll figure it out.
We'll buy him the physical copy then.
No,
Jeremy, do you really read like 100 books a day?
Not a day. No, but a year, yes. I probably.
Okay.
I usually read 200 or 300 a year, and that's because I'm always reading several books at once. I can read up to like 20 at once, and I can be browsing just one sentence out of some books, and I consider that a progress on it. See, because my mind is like it's untethered by linearity when it comes to this stuff.
That's a kind way of putting it.
I'm in a headspace where I can pick up a bunch of books at once in an afternoon, read through several of them, whether it's a paragraph or several pages or several chapters, and I start picking up like connections between totally unrelated works, and it's like it's like all the literary universe like converging in my mind. I ended up reading Dweller and A Cosmology of Monsters both at the same time, and they're both boy meets monster books. And I didn't realize that connection when I first started reading them both. See, that things start matching up and coalescing in a weird way when I start reading so many books together. Hey,
Jeremy, what did you say your mind was like the adjective that you used? You said untethered or something?
Yes, untethered, yes.
That's the kind way of putting it.
Oh, there's our girl. How you doing, Ann?
Hey, well, we could turn every episode into 4 hours of what is Ann fleeing from this week. But let's just say I'm in Palm Springs and I don't have the plague yet.
All right.
Jeremy, do you read mostly fiction then?
Yeah, I would say so. Last year I went on a big nonfiction kick. Wanted to read about all the presidents and history and stuff.
Because I'm actually really interested in this process, like of books changing your consciousness. Like, is that what you feel? Is that how you can like read so many books? Because as you said, there's no boundaries with like what you're reading, kind of, because you're just like open to so much of it.
Yeah, it's like you ever heard of a fugue state? It's almost like a less.
Do you really go that far?
It's almost like a less clinical version of that. I mean, I'm still conscious of my surroundings and I can get shit done in my real life, but it's occupying my mind while I'm doing it.
That's so interesting. Do you read mostly ebooks?
Yeah.
Really? So
the reason is because I ran out of room for books.
Is that more convenient to use Kindle and like ebooks and stuff?
To me, yeah, because I ran out of physical room for books. I mean,
I would also say I read way faster on Kindle for some reason.
There's our boy Rightthehand, who's going to be coming on in a little bit. Very interesting stuff he's got for us. Phoenix, you promise me you're not going to flee when we start talking about some stuff he's into?
Wait, what? I won't flee if what?
You're not going to flee when we bring Rightthehand on to talk about some like in skirmishes that he's been in lately, like in real life physically, right?
I mean, I didn't really know how long I was going to be able to stay.
Okay.
But
well, you're welcome.
Yeah, because the thing is, I don't want to censor you guys, but I guess I don't want to like assume I know what's going on.
Okay.
So if that makes sense.
You don't want to censor somebody. What are you, a Nazi?
Why would I censor anyone?
I'm joking. The Nazis censored everyone, but now people who don't want censorship are Nazis. Ergo, my stupid joke. Welcome to the show.
No, well, that actually does. So I don't understand that logic. Like there has been this huge attack on free speech, which you might have seen recently, playing out in this public sphere. So like basically, Noam Chomsky. I don't know what Noam Chomsky said about Steven Pinker they were trying to censor him, but they wanted to remove him from some like linguistic, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was basically, I think, a linguistic society. And that was simply because he liked a tweet, which was for his own reference. And because he liked that tweet, it was the same as, I guess, hate speech or something, even though it was just a study. So that kind of like insanity is like kind of why I say what I say, because I may not always like what people say, but as Chomsky has said, when you don't like it, when you don't like what's being said, that's the most important time that you actually need to like basically let it go and respect free speech kind of thing. Because if you're too willing to crack down on what people can say, that's when you stop having conversations. So my point of all of this is I may have my own view about drama, but I'm not going to like tell anyone what to say, if that makes sense. And I'm surprised how many people don't identify with that idea. I think a lot of people think that you have to have specific boundaries on speech. And I get it. I mean, it's not like you want libel and hate speech and stupid arguments that aren't scientific, but at the same time, we don't want
libel because it's not true, but hate speech is such a fuzzy concept, it's almost meaningless.
It is, but I guess
everything falls under the umbrella of hate speech. It's no longer an applicable term, I would think. I mean,
hate speech might be a problem in terms of like the political definitions. I just meant if you're like actively going after people, like I just don't think that's a good thing. I mean, and I don't know how it would be reinforced to either stop doing that or to keep going. But I'm just saying, like, for my own boundary, I kind of just feel like I myself wouldn't take part in hate speech. But I wouldn't necessarily like police it because, as we've said, it's kind of arbitrary.
Well, I don't think anyone would. I don't think anyone would willingly participate in hate speech because everyone has a different definition of what hate speech is. I'm not going to engage in speech that I find hateful. Someone of a completely, you know what I'm saying? Like hate speech is relative, and no one's going to.
I would agree, except for the part that I do think words are really powerful, and I think that you can pick up certain nuance on like what's being said, and that's where I don't know, because it is fuzzy, but I would say that there are probably some things that I would allow more than other things. Anyway, sorry, Ben.
I was just gonna say I would very willingly participate in speech that is hateful because my hatred is righteous and just. But the thing with like a lot of this kind of conversation that's going on, because I assume like most of you know about the whole Harper's letter debacle?
Yes, that's what I was going to bring up. Yes,
I actually don't know about it, but
J.K. Rowling.
Yeah.
Who else?
then.
And one thing that's been annoying is, and because Anthony Fantano sent this on Twitter, like the idea the whole cancel culture dialogue. I think it's too overly censored on people who, on like celebrities and people who have power. And if a Twitter cancellation is not going to do shit for them, the problem is like ordinary people who, for some reason get caught up in it and they lose their job, they get kicked out of college or whatever. Those are the people that should be worried about. And, I do think that like the conversation around cancel culture is not really the root of that. I think we need to change the laws around. We need stronger unions so that people just can't be like fired at will, which I think that's a perfectly, logical way to take this. But certain like supposed leftist Twitter types, that they just don't fucking like that idea. They have this weird idea that if we strengthen employment protections so people just can't be fired because they made a offensive tweet 10 years ago, that we're going to have like a bunch of workers just going around screaming the N-word at people, which is ridiculous.
Well, why can't people just like be responsible with their words and like acknowledge that they do actually have an impact? Why does it have to become this weird dichotomy of like, well, if you are for free speech, then like you're for hate speech or something dumb like that?
Well, why can't people in this fucking hotel room, hotel pool, stay 6 feet away from me? Because people are dumb. I just went swimming with a mask on because people and their stupid kids, and this is going to be my hate speech for the day. I'm pretty sure that everyone under the age of, I say 20, should just be killed and we start over.
I support this.
None of them can count to 6. None of them believe in free speech. They've all been indoctrinated to the gills by.
Well, what is so harmful about free speech? Because to me, to attack that sounds like you want to actually control other people.
Well, yeah,
that's exactly what they want.
Yep.
I mean, it is like people like point to, what about people on Twitter who like do pile-ons of like nobodies? It's just like that is what people fucking talk about when they talk about cancel culture. And yes, it's fucking cancer, and it needs to stop. I mean, you can't like force masses of people to just stop doing that. But
right.
Yes, I agree that this is one of the things that pisses me off when you try to talk to like left-leaning people about the whole cancel culture thing. It affects poor and marginalized people, but you insist on taking part in it. Mark Fisher talked about this shit. I never shut up about this essay, but Mark Fisher talked about it in Exiting the Vampire Castle. This has been a problem for a long time.
Don't get me started on how far behind the left has left the working class. But
no, I actually agree with that. It seems like the left has largely been taken over by managerial types, like people who like I saw this comic that it was a joke comic, but it was basically this this guy like saying to a guy who was a communist that you only believe in communism because when you went to college and you believe that you would be making 6 figures and making fun of poor people. And I think there's like a grain of truth to that. A lot of the left has been taken over by types who are basically just like, I have a college education. Why should I be working at a grocery store? Well, maybe you should try, getting out of that perspective and considering people who probably never had a fucking chance in life of doing anything but working at a grocery store.
Yeah, no shit. And the other ironic thing is I've been thinking about lately, this whole cancel culture mobbing on people thing. It has a lot of the same psychological roots as the racism it's decrying. People don't like, I hate to dip right straight into Jung, but people don't like their shadow personalities, especially these days when, all the fiction you see is very flattering and it has a perfect burnished hero or heroine. Nobody can stand to think of the fact that they're partly evil. So everyone's got to project the evil someplace else. And 40, 50 years ago, you projected it onto a different race if you were white. Now you project it onto racists, but it's the same impulse. You're trying to externalize evil and put it onto a scapegoat and burn the scapegoat and chase them out of the village. And now we're all good people. We're perfect.
I remember the
absolutely.
Byronic hero, with the flawed hero, if you're talking about in fiction, right? Are you?
Yep. I'm
mean,
talking about people's role models and what sort of mentality. But go on.
The Byronic hero used to be, what was up, even in fiction and, in real life. Flawed heroes, people who have flaws, but they work through them and whatnot. But now everything, Mary Sue's, as they call them, these overpowered, always making the right choice, always getting everybody out of a jam,
it's really
right.
weird
It kind of feels like people want almost like Randian heroes. It's just like heroes that are just like practically perfect. They're fucking good looking by their standards. Like they fuck well. They they don't say anything or do anything that could be considered wrong. And it's just like it's like that. What is that?
You're onto something there. It's like the left has patterned their mythology on Atlas Shrugged. But instead of being an architect, Howard Rourke is a girl who's showing the boys that she can do everything they can do with maturity.
Right.
And
it's like what the fuck was her name? What was the name of the girl in Atlas Shrugged? But she was a girl boss. Is just like she's hashtag leaning in. Was that what they called it?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a fucking girl boss. She was a feminist hero, but blah 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 blah.
Have you guys?
Even right down to the fact that her Tumblr was a bunch of really fucked up, degrading porn.
You guys have all heard of gang stalking, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it ironic that now we know that gang stalking is in fact real, but most of the people who claim to be victims of it are just fucking nuts.
Yeah.
The real
they're schizophrenic.
The real gang stalking is people, getting together in these big, groups and calling people's employers, doxing their address and phone number over the internet, hacking them, cucking them, humiliating them, alienating them from everyone. This is gang stalking, not, oh my God, they're, they broke
people following me in bright red cars.
Yeah. My mailbox was not black yesterday or something.
Going up to the mailman with your fucking camera phone is stop gang stalking me. Why are you coming to my house every single day?
That poor mailman. Gang stalking is in fact real. It's just the people who are in this cancel culture gig,
I really think there's always an antecedent to this aspect of human nature. Like, I mean, an easy example is like the witch hunts, right? Like, we've always had this kind of behavior where we just, as you were saying earlier, Jeremy, we scapegoat people and we exclude them, and that can have real effects.
Well,
yeah, I feel like it's something that we've always had. It just always comes out in a different way depending on the era.
Yeah, it's nothing new. Like that like people act like this is like some new thing that modern liberals, leftists invented. It's absolutely not. You can go back to, witch hunts. You can go back to like countries all over the world that decided to have like, expel the foreigners kind of campaigns. You can look at the White Citizens Council, I think they were called, back during the Civil Rights era, who, if someone was part of the Civil Rights movement, they would like call their bosses, try to get them fired and shit like that.
I've never seen it this bad in my lifetime. I've never seen this kind of upheaval before.
I think part of that is like social media. It used to be like, if you wanted to take part in this shit, you had to put effort into it. You had to,
because social media provides anonymity, so you can say and do whatever you want and not feel the repercussions.
The internet has ruined not just publishing, but scapegoating. I mean,
the internet ruined everything. Why the fuck do we use it?
Any incompetent fuck can scapegoat now.
So I do actually have a question about that, about a notion of tolerance. Why do you think so many people are so intolerant to certain ideas? Like it's one, because I've noticed this in just when I have conversations with people, it's like, you may not like the idea, but why are you intolerant to it? Like, do you not realize your own reasons for hating this idea? Is that fair?
I mean, it depends. If you're
Okay.
black, you obviously have every right to be intolerant of someone who's a racist asshole.
I'm talking about, I was talking more about abstract ideas, not necessarily like politically charged.
Yeah, that's kind of, that was like,
an example.
I mean, that was an extreme example, but
yeah,
I guess it really
no, because I would agree with you there. I totally think that, yeah, there's no reason why you should be tolerant to hateful ideas. I'm just saying, like, I feel like the flip side is we end up shutting down good ideas. That's been my experience throughout my life, honestly, with just like trying to see like how certain ideas get shut down. And I've always wondered, like, why? What is it about the ideas that, because the theory that I have is that people do like having a kind of boundary. And the reason why I'm so fascinated by reading like 20 books or 100 books at a time is like this like loosening of boundaries. But the thing is, like, people don't like that. So the idea of like, well, my boundary or my boundlessness is I like free speech. I'm amazed at how many people are very quick to be like, no, I hate free speech. Free speech sucks. It's the devil. Like, right?
Are there really?
Yeah, I mean, there are very few people who actually like come out and say like, I don't like free speech. I mean, maybe you'll have certain like fascists or tankies who will just come right out and say that. But for the most part, people will say, you know, oh, I like free speech, but, you know, and then we'll, you know,
but I define free speech as being speech that I like.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because I think that's why I'm confused. Like, you may not like, you know, the philosophy of Foucault, but it's one thing to be like intolerant to it, and it's another thing to be like, I just don't like the ideas. Because it's not like when a lot of people are like really thinking about things and writing treatises, it's not like they haven't thought about the issues. I mean, you still get people who do kind of have very strong views, and that can be toxic depending on the context. But I don't feel like that happens the majority of times. You know, like a good example is like someone told me that literature is militant. And I thought that was interesting because I always saw it as being more neutral. But he's right. You get people like Zola, it's not neutral. Like there are specific things. But it's also like, can we not look at the ideas for what they are? Like we have to look at them for the things that we don't like. And I guess I'm just confused at that, because I do think there's a difference between not liking an idea and kind of like just finding better ones versus just like hating on ideas that make you uncomfortable.
I think people
it kind of comes back to the whole boundary thing. Like I think people like to have boundaries that they don't go outside of, but that also limits them in thinking about the world in different ways.
Well, was Zola really literature, or was he 19th century reality television? Just throwing that out there. Go on. Zola very well could have been just documenting what was going on. I just always thought that based off a lot of the descriptions of his books that he had a specific bias, which was that of communism. So he was instrumental in the Dreyfus affair. So he was also anti-Semitism, which was much more useful than being pro-communism, as history showed.
Yeah.
Go on.
Don't people like often point to Zola as like the creator of like the modern novel?
Yeah. So Zola liked the avant-garde. And the avant-garde, so around the 1850s, it hadn't quite bloomed yet until like probably the early 1900s, but it was starting to really take effect. And so Zola, he would be someone who was really capturing and pioneering a certain technique for the novel and for fiction and various things. And I think that was way influential, because I don't think since someone like Zola, the novel was the same. I think more and more people were thinking that you could push more and more the boundaries of art. That art was about, in fact, when you get to the postmodernists, they were actually uncomfortable with modernism because they felt that it was too chaotic and unstable, that it was almost like, because it used such unfamiliar forms, it was ironically not structured or stable. And so it was leading to some kind of breakdown in society, if you want to take it that far. But I
don't know if the postmodernists thought that, but I do know there definitely were parts of modernism that had a streak of elitism to it.
Totally,
it was this idea that art is for the smart and enlightened, and for the people who can understand it, and the masses who are too dumb to understand it, they can go to hell. There's definitely that streak in it. In some ways, like postmodernism, like unintentionally continued that. because like the idea of when we think of like postmodernism in fiction, we generally think of like characters who are like aware of the medium they are in and they comment on the medium they are in, which I do think is useful, and that can be done in a way that people understand. Like I would point to something like The Truman Show as a good example of that. But like when people think of postmodernist novels, they think of things like Pynchon and David Foster Wallace and these like huge, difficult to understand tomes.
Yeah, the only thing that I would say is, so I read Infinite Jest, and on the one hand, it is an extraordinarily difficult novel. But on the other hand, because of the mode that he's tapping into, if you can go in with a certain mindset of like, I'm going to engage with these ideas, I think it's actually more accessible than, I mean, I don't want to say that fully because it was 1,000 pages and it was very dense and the footnotes were incredibly long. So it's not like it was easy, but it also wasn't like, I do feel like David Foster Wallace was writing differently from someone like even Pynchon, because Pynchon with Gravity's Rainbow was totally like, let's just make this as hard as it can be. Let's make this harder than Joyce.
Yeah, I don't know if he did that intentionally.
He didn't do that intentionally?
Well, I don't think he did it intentionally, because he actually said he was on a lot of drugs when he made it, and he doesn't even remember writing huge chunks of it.
David Pynchon? Or I mean, Thomas Pynchon?
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting.
Because a lot of his other books are a lot easier to understand. Like Vineland is a pretty easy to understand book. V can be pretty difficult at times, but it's pretty straightforward.
So then what was Pynchon's goal then with using certain kinds of forms? Like, do you know? Because I always wondered, because he wasn't trying to replicate Joyce.
Yeah, I think with Gravity's Rainbow, like I said, with Gravity's Rainbow, he was just on a lot of drugs when he did that. But you know, a lot of his books, like Inherent Vice, which got a movie adaptation, that's basically just that's just like a very long noir novel with a hippie as the private detective. Like Vineland is it's a straight up comedy about you know, how the CIA you know, fucked with the revolutionary movements of the 60s. You know, V is basically just about a group of soldiers, of Navy guys coming home after war to try to lounge around and getting caught up in weird conspiracies. So the thing is, like, with Pynchon, he does like lapse into language that can be difficult for the average person to understand, but you can like kind of get that he's trying to do these like these books that are fun and goofy to read. Like even Gravity's Rainbow had a lot of goofy parts, like the main character whose name is like Tyrone Slothrop, if I remember right. Like a scene where he loses his harmonica down a toilet and is like trying to fish for it and ends up like getting splashed with a bunch of shit that comes up through it.
So what motivated you to read Pynchon? Because it sounds like you read most of his books.
I can't remember what motivated it to read it. I think someone just kind of pointed them out. Like I'd always had an interest in like unusual fiction. Like I actually discovered Carlton Mellick back in high school. The problem is at the time I couldn't afford to buy any of his books, and none of them were in libraries. But things like William S. Burroughs, James Joyce, Thomas Pynchon, those were in the libraries, so it was easy to get them and read them.
I just find that interesting that Pynchon is often seen as like one of the ultimate postmodernists, but to think that he's actually pretty interesting outside of that kind of classification.
Yeah, he definitely is postmodernist in the sense that he does fuck around with things like time and space and the you know, he gives his characters weird names like Dr. Hilarious or the main character of The Crying of Lot 49. Her name is Oedipa, and things like that. But you know, but he is. It's basically he is postmodern, definitely postmodernist in the sense of he's combining like the high, quote unquote, high literary aspirations with a lot of quote unquote low culture like jazz and rock and a lot of like slapstick comedy and things like that.
Jazz would be considered low culture?
To a lot of, well, when he was came out, it was considered like low culture. Yes, it was things
when I think of low culture, I think of
hipsters.
When I think of low culture, I think of like 7-Eleven.
Yeah, like nowadays, like jazz is considered like high culture. Yeah. It is funny to consider that that's considered high culture now. When like in the 1920s, it was basically pop music.
Yeah. Well, the thing that I find interesting about jazz as being high or low culture is kind of the inherent complexity of jazz. I mean, jazz is hard to play. It's hard to understand the principles. And it seems as if it's one of the harder musical mediums. But because that makes me think in terms of thinking about Pynchon as well, and kind of the way in which we've evolved our understanding of his writing, this idea that the way that we interpret art as either being like super highbrow or super like maybe even accessible, like changes through time in weird ways.
Yeah, that's definitely the case, and of course, like jazz has evolved. Like I said about it being pop music.
Yeah.
Like in the like 1920s, it would have been difficult for the average person to play, but you know, it was still something that people could pick up and learn. And like in the same way, like a person, if they dedicated their mind to it, could like, you know, pick up and learn. I don't know, like a Don't Stop Believin' on the guitar, but obviously that's different from learning like complex math rock in the same way that learning like a Ornette Coleman or, you know, those a weird like free jazz stuff is much different from you know, I suppose it's like comparing prog rock to punk music.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I hate to cut it short, but we're getting close to the guest tonight, so I want to familiarize you guys with him a little bit. I don't know how this is going to go. This could go either way because this guy is a fireball of energy, and he is, you know, extremely fiercely protective of his convictions, and I think that he gets a lot of undeserved flack from. Oh, I don't know, the Globers, for instance. No, but
fucking globe heads.
This guy, he's Rightthehand. He's in the chat. I assume he's still there, and we're about to bring him in. I'm going to play a video that he uploaded either today or yesterday, and Ann, you may have differences with this take of his. I happen to agree with it, but let's check it out here. And we'll elaborate on our thoughts here, I guess. Let's see. Old Diaper Face. I believe that's what he called his assailant.
This will be the third time I've watched this video today.
Guy is passionate. There's no question about that. Okay. Hang on. Okay.
He came up to me screaming. We got to keep this recording just so we know, you know, we don't want anybody doing anything stupid. I already had that guy, if you can kind of see him, he was screaming. He came up to me screaming, bro. He was coming in hot. Put the fucking mask on. You got to put the fucking mask on. I was like, yo, bro, you got to calm down, man. You got to tell. I'm not your son. You're going to tell me what to do. You know, what do you walk around the street telling people to put their seatbelts on? And plus, the seatbelt's a law. It's not an ordinance. You don't have to fucking follow ordinances. You have to follow the law. What? What are you shaking your head at? What are you shaking your head at? Look at this. This is one of the. You're going on YouTube. I got a pretty big YouTube channel. Look at this mask. You don't even know who she is because she got a face diaper on. This woman put this on voluntarily. It's not a law. They just said, "Hey, put a face diaper on," and she's like, "Okay." And then she told me that I was dangerous to her because of the breath. She probably doesn't. She probably stays 6 feet from her own grandchildren. She probably doesn't even hug. You do. You don't even hug your own Look. Tell everybody how you don't hug your own grandchildren.
Doesn't even hug her own grandchildren over fear.
You're a horrible mother. Yeah, I know. I would hug my grandchildren. Yeah, human physical contact. Physical contact. People, they say they don't hug their own grandchildren, and they're proud of it. This woman is proud. prideful how she doesn't hug or touch her grandchildren. Could you imagine what's going through your head that you go, you know what? I'm going to touch my grandkids. This is crazy, the world we're living in.
I agree.
Now she's going to come back over to me because she's got to have the last word. What do you let you don't go non-touch your children? All right?
Go non-touch.
Don't. You're giving me more attention than you're giving your grandchildren. Look at her. She's giving me the attention she should be giving her grandchildren. You give your grandchildren some of this attention. Speechless. You don't. I know. What am I going to do? I'm going to kill my grandmother? Right, yeah. This lady thinks the government has convinced this woman that if she hangs out with her grandchildren, she's going to kill them. This is what she just told. She just told me this. She says, if you hang out with your grandmother, you're going to kill her. Are you retarded? You must be retarded if you think you're going to kill your grandmother because you're hanging out with her. Come on, people. Come on. You know, I call the cops on all of you. I was discriminated against by that African-American lady. This African-American lady right here discriminated against me because I was white, because I'm wearing white. She is a racist. I was the only person in the store she came up to. Is it a coincidence that I'm white and she's black? I don't think so. Racism. They're trying to break the classes up. Okay, I don't care about race. She does. This woman cares about race. I didn't come up to any black people that were in the store and say, hey, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. But she felt it on her to come up to a white person and tell me how I should live my life. That's strange, isn't it? That's real strange, man. I wonder what she would say if I came up to her black son or black daughter and told him that he should do something with his life. She'd probably have a real problem with that. I bet she would.
What did
right there? You don't even know she's not even a real person. They're faceless, maskless people talking about how they're going to kill their grandmothers if they hang out with them. This is the world we live in, huh? This is the world you want to live in? Where you can't touch your grandma because you're going to kill her? You can't hug your grandchildren because you're going to kill her? You got to cover your face? Bank robbers cover their face, right? We're waiting on the cops. Exactly. The only person that has his face uncovered. They talk about how things should be.
And I know that you have a somewhat different take on this, so let's just try to soldier through. I'm sure we can get through this civilly, but
this video is reminding me of one of the major problems I have with everyone's rhetoric in the United States right now, and that is everyone likes to make exaggerations for comic and rhetorical effect, and we all do it, and we all expect everyone else to give us the benefit of the doubt and realize that we're doing that. But everyone wants to do it, but nobody wants to acknowledge that other people might be doing it.
Oh, here he comes.
He's exaggerating for comic effect in this video, and so is the person he's arguing with. Rhetoric in the United States, right? Why am I echoing back at myself?
I don't know.
Because Jeremy is, all of us are incompetent at running a fucking podcast. That's why.
Well, yeah, I can't even show up on time, but I've had an excuse. I'm fleeing from the plague.
Okay, Ann, are you ready to? Well, maybe I should finish the video first, and then I'll go ahead and let him in. Let's finish the video. It's almost over, and hey, thanks for joining us. Right?
Hey, what up? Thanks for having me. Man.
Yeah, we got 2 minutes left. Let's see what else.
Come on, people. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? This is insanity. This is insane. People have lost their marbles. They've lost their marbles, bro. They're going around covering the holes that they get breath and air in and then screaming at me because I'm not. And it's not even a law. And look at them. Look at them think they're heroes. We're protecting the innocent. We're like fucking Batman. Look at them.
Dude, they're shopping.
What was that, Ann?
I said, dude, they're shopping.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, I have to agree. This is like, dude, calm down. I know the one chick being a Karen about it is annoying, but you don't have to like scream about everyone in the store who's got a mask.
They're like looking at it and they're like, "What?"
Okay, let's let our man here respond, because I happen to agree. I don't like being told what to do, what to wear at 30. I don't know, 7 or 8, whatever age I am. I don't like being told.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
Wear pants when you go out.
I do. And he actually makes that point too in a later video, but he does it much more eloquently.
Hey, so, Jeremy, hey, dude, don't eat feces. I'm telling you, do not eat feces.
Oh, that's the best advice you're going to get, man. Don't eat CC's the pizza. Oh, that's,
I forbid you.
that is bad stuff, man.
So right,
pieces.
I don't know whether to call you Right or RTH or if you want.
Yeah, Right. My name is Chris. My real name's Chris. If you want to call me that.
I like that.
Okay,
yeah.
Man.
So go ahead. You have the floor. Did this happen today?
It's like 2 days ago.
Okay, and have you had any other encounters like this since then?
No, the funniest thing is I was in that Goodwill shop 2 days before that or 3 days before that without the mask, and nobody made a big deal about it. So that's why I went back. My girlfriend doesn't really like the whole mask thing, the whole me confronting. So she's just like, look, if you want to do that, I don't want to be there. So when we went in, I didn't have the mask, right? And they didn't say anything. So then we went back because we already had the okay. And then that's when the whole now,
did she have a mask?
Thing started. Yeah, she did.
She's not as explosive about this as you are, right?
Yeah, no. Well, because for her in her life, it's just a mask, right? For a lot of people, it's just a piece of cloth, right? For me, it's more than that, right? It's I got to give up a piece of me, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to give up something for that piece of cloth.
Why do you consider it that?
Because it's first, I don't believe in this. So picture that I've never seen this virus, okay? Now, I believe in God, okay? Now, if I told you should cover your face because you should be afraid of God, you would look at me like, bro, I'm not covering my face because I'm afraid of something that you believe in that I can't see. And I would be like, that sounds familiar.
I'm sorry, we can look through a microscope and see the virus.
You don't believe that COVID-19 is real?
You actually
I don't believe in. I've never. Well, the thing is, with a microscope, that's bacteria. Bacteria, fungus, those are the type of things you can see through a microscope, which I have seen. Now, the virus, they will tell you, lives inside of a living cell, right? So, virus is not a standalone organism, even by their own admission. So now it gets into what is this living cell? So again, when you go to the doctor,
are you saying that you don't believe in germ theory or just COVID-19?
I don't. Man, well, you guys are. So basically, HIV, I think, was a hoax to push drugs into Africa, because if you look what AIDS is advanced immune deficiency syndrome, which is a side effect of malnutrition. So how are you going to say? And they never test for virus. They test for blood levels.
Why did it disproportionately affect drug users and homosexuals?
Because the vast majority of drug users are not eating properly. Right? You'd think a meth head is going to go have a Caesar salad and a hard-boiled egg after binge drinking some, whatever they do. No, man.
That's true, but I don't think there are there's any evidence of people suffering from malnutrition, their immune system completely shutting down before HIV was discovered.
Well, the point is that for me anyway, it's like you see symptoms, right? So a lot of, and if you look into a placebo effect, man, I'm reading stories that they'll do open heart surgery where they don't even operate. They just put you a scar and it works the same. So we're getting into this, I heard a great quote where the only thing you can expect from medicine is that it can be unexpected. You can give one person Tylenol and it works and the next person it doesn't. You know what I mean? It's just across the board. They cannot get consistency when medical and medicine comes to, showing proof of stuff. So, if you want to tell me that all these...
Well, there's never 100% consistency with anything because, people are very vastly different. But if something works for the most part on the aggregate, it seems smart to adopt it.
Yeah, I agree. But also remember that just because something works, it doesn't mean you got to the cause, right? So people take aspirin for headaches, where aspirin is a blood thinner, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory. It's not like you were aspirin deficient. You were probably dehydrated. Maybe you were stressed. Stress is another non-considered, factor in people's health. Stress-induced heart attacks are a real thing.
No, doctors consider stress all the time.
Yeah, well, there's no prescription pill for stress, right? It's only rest and relaxation. And you can't make money off of that. And then you get into the money aspect. But, and this is why, here's the thing.
I've gone to doctors who tell me, eat better and sleep better all the time.
Yeah, well,
and that's just that's anecdotal, but, that's not uncommon for doctors to tell people.
they'll never write you a prescription for that, which is what they should
obviously
do. Like,
you don't need to go to a pharmacy to get it.
Yeah, well, but also, maybe that should be like, hey, look, like, I need you, like, I implore you, right? Like, as much as somebody who's going to take this pill, they're like, you know what, I'm going to sleep at 8 o'clock tonight. Like, I'm not going to watch the reruns of this and that. I'm going to put the phone down. Very hard, man. I find myself fighting this screen addiction, all the time. It's part of the, it's where a lot of people get their information from, their entertainment, their connections. I doubt you have like sit down talks like this in real life, especially with the separation. So there's a big aspect to all of this.
I'm definitely with you there. But just two asides. First of all, I hate to jump straight to 4D chess, but why are Americans arguing with each other over fucking masks when we should be paying attention to what the Chinese Communist Party is doing now after unleashing this shit on the world? And B, if you believe in God, I presume you've read the Bible, which means there were plagues in the Bible. So do you not believe in those plagues?
No dress code for America. That's my take on it. I don't want anybody telling me what to do.
Okay,
go ahead.
Like you were saying in the video, is this the world we live in? Yeah. And it kind of is the world we live in, not because like crazy people have decided to wear masks, but because the Chinese Communist Party, like all communist parties, had to pathologically lie until this fucking disease got out of control and infected the whole world. So why are we having this? Okay, I don't want to wear a mask. I also don't want to catch this deadly plague because somebody snot-nosed little fucking kid coughed on me.
I'm unafraid of it. I do not get sick.
Hey, Jeremy, tell us the story again.
I should, get one of those like.
If I'm
you
should get one of those like don't tread on me flags, except replace it with don't coof on me.
Yeah. I mean, you guys are talking to somebody who barely survived the typhus plague that just went through LA.
You haven't got anything on Jeremy. Tell her about the dang flesh-eating disease.
Okay. No. First off, if I'm going to tell that story, you guys, I would appreciate if you didn't make light of it because it's 100% true. What the fuck was that, Zach?
Go on with the tale. I'm not making light of your story. Go on with it.
We're not making fun. We're not making fun of the person who died from a flesh-eating disease. That's obviously horrible. It's just where two of us have been drinking, and we're just we're trying to keep things jovial.
Hey, you can make fun of me for almost dying of typhus. I was in a coma for like 9 days. I was delirious. I was so delirious that when I got to the ER, I told them that my employer was Bob Barker. So they threw me in the mental ward instead of giving me medical treatment because they thought I was schizophrenic because I was just seeing shit. I thought I was president of the United States for a while, and I'm trapped in the mental ward. It's like 106-degree fever, and nobody would let me see a doctor. It was
when my grandma suffered a brain aneurysm. Like one of the first things she did when she woke up and my grandpa was there is like she said, "I'm tired of having to do all this paperwork for Urkel." and grandpa was like, "What paperwork?" And she just points to an empty table and it is just like, "All that paperwork. I have to do that paperwork for Steve Urkel." And grandpa just said, "Well, you don't have to do it if you don't want to." And she said, "Oh, okay."
Now, Jeremy, what I'm doing, I'm laughing at how you tell the story, not the story.
No. You don't understand. This was the most important person in my life, and they woke up from a routine surgery with a flesh-eating disease due to hospital malfeasance. And so I stayed by their side as they for months as they died. I slept in the chair beside their bed. And I never, I would sanitize my hands and even put it on my, neck and face, to be extra careful. But I never, got that disease or I never caught any kind of symptoms, flesh-eating symptoms or anything. And the reason that I keep bringing that up in relation to COVID is because Rightthehand said something very, important in that video with old diaper face there. In actual human physical contact. We cannot forget that. We cannot lose our humanity and say, oh no, I'm staying 6 feet away from you. You may be a fucking carrier. Get away from me, you plague fiend. You cannot do that. That's anti-human.
I agree with that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with like hugging and kissing someone who doesn't have the virus.
But I can.
But you can't know. That's the thing. It's right. Like one of my favorite memes is one of the symptoms is showing no symptoms. Right? They've eliminated the healthy person. There's no healthy people. Everybody's just asymptomatic. It's a sleight of hand, man.
I mean,
where are the healthy people?
That's the thing with COVID-19 is it's a relative. I think the evidence that it's real is overwhelming, but it is a new disease. So, exactly like, the extent of it that you can go with, without, showing symptoms and things like that. Like, for some people, it's just like a cold. For others, it's much more serious. There's definitely the jury is out on a lot of things. Like there was a case where a article came out as just that said like you can't be an asymptomatic carrier, and then they came out again saying, "Oh no, wait, you can be." So yeah, there's a lot of confusion around it. So, I on one hand, I understand people's paranoia, but on the other hand, some of it might be overblown. I just don't know.
The death rate,
it's all fine.
Lower, they'll take it out of the pandemic class and put it into something else. Is that true? Like it's right on the brink of not being a pandemic due to the low death rate?
I've actually read that the deaths have started to spike up again. That it is still in the pandemic territory.
So everything I've read has been the exact opposite. That it's been going down, but I think that just kind of adds to it.
That's what the article that I read.
I think it's going down around the world except for America, and they're going to try and say, "Oh, it's because of the Americans. They're not doing the mask." You know what I mean? And this is why I'm like, look, when you got to look at what is the chorus, right? It's not about the mask. The mask it's just a piece of cloth. It's about the complacency of the societal, right? The masses, like getting them to just do the whims of the people through just a just so story. Now, there's plenty of verification for this just so story, but at the end of the day, look, I don't believe in it, and you can try and convince me all you want, but I'll never believe in it. But why should I be afraid then? Why should I have to live in your world of belief? That's not fair. I don't push any of my beliefs onto you. I don't say you need to be afraid of God just because you know, I know he's real. You'll tell me COVID is real. Just like, okay, I know God is real. If you can't show me COVID, you know what I mean?
Will you believe in it if you or someone close to you gets diagnosed with it?
No, because the diagnosis is, one, it's based for antigen levels. Two, there's an 80% false positive. There's like a 60% false negative. So it's ridiculous, And then they're only getting symptoms. You're never going to show me a virus. You'll only show me symptoms.
I think part of the problem
I think it is possible to actually show you the virus itself. I mean, I don't know if you can.
You'll see. I don't know if you can. I'll show you a picture of God. I'll show you a picture of Jesus.
Well, no, I mean, I don't know if you would meet any doctors who would do this, but supposedly you can. I'm only saying supposedly because I haven't done this myself, but you can look in a microscope to see the virus itself.
What if you looked in one of the electron microscopes and there was just the word God flashing and you were like, oh shit. And the scientist looked at you and said, don't tell anyone. He said, don't tell anyone. What would you do? Right? You see how much is on faith? Do you see how much you have on faith? Science is not an empirical fact. It's just a new religion. You see how they did this? They got you to believe in things you don't see.
I agree on that. The only thing I would caution that.
I mean, that kind of starts going into solipsism. If I don't see it, it's not real. No, that's basically what it is.
No, it's not. Because here's the thing. I can see a rock. So I'm not saying the rock ain't real. I'm saying the virus that's on the rock, the atoms that are making the rock up isn't real. Because those are your beliefs. You believe a rock is made of these little balls, right? You can't prove that to me. You'll never demonstrate a rock is made of atoms. That's a belief. That is complete belief. Just like the virus is a belief.
if someone used like a I don't know what they call them, but one of those
electron microscope. Yeah. And maybe, well, like I said, what if you looked in there and instead of seeing those things, you saw the words God flashing, and then the scientist looked over and like, shh, don't tell anyone.
I mean, I would be freaked out, but if that happened, like, I mean, I don't know what I would think.
Okay, so how you? Well, there you go. So your
on.
what if story, your what if story for proof of something is just as good as my what if story for proof of God. You had a what if I look in this electron microscope, and I was like, well, what if you look in that electron microscope, buddy, and you see God, and you'd be like, wow, man, that'd be something. I'm like, well, yeah, it would. So you have the exact same faith that I do.
I mean, that is kind of the reason why I say it's it kind of starts to lapse into solipsism, because
no, it's just because you don't want your religion to be a religion. You want to turn it empirical.
No.
So
what I'm trying to say is, I guess, like, if you don't have that level of being able to, like, if you're saying like you can't see it for yourself, it's not real, and if obviously that you should, I do believe you should maintain a certain amount of healthy skepticism with things you haven't seen. But if you're saying that, people who have been studying something their whole lives, that if I should not believe them on principle, that seems rather solipsistic to me.
Well, people have been studying the Bible their whole lives. Okay? So why don't you take their word for it? Here's the thing. You're saying solipsism. Let me just say this. You're saying solipsism, right? You're saying everything's fake. No. I'm saying what we can't prove is fake. Whether it's my God or whether it's your atoms or your virus. Sorry, buddy. Same category. And you're going, no, that's not the same category, because you can't accept the fact that some of the things you believe are as out there as God, because you can't put your hands on it. And if I said believe in God, you'd be like, no, because I can't put my hands on him. And then you go and you just totally deny that standard and then apply it to something you want to believe in, because you're in a religion. You just don't want to admit it.
I mean, it's not just I can't put my hands on him. It's that there seems to be more reasonable explanations based on my own experiences.
So it's more reasonable to think that everything came from nothing than an intelligent design creator who made a system in which we operate in. That's I got to disagree with you on that one.
I wouldn't say.
But hey, if that's what you want to believe, that's cool.
I mean, I wouldn't say from nothing. I believe that quote unquote the universe, as in everything that existed, always existed in one way or another.
So infinity. You believe in infinity, a mathematical impossibility, a conceptual impossibility. What's half of infinity? Infinity. Come on. That's logical? You're telling me I believe in what's logical. You don't. You believe it's logical because you have to, because your religion.
But you're saying that, but you are saying infinity exists. You're just saying that infinity is this thing called God.
Yeah, I'm putting well, because when your concept of time, right? Time has changed, right? What if nothing changed? What if there was no motion? Everything was perfectly still. Could you tell time? No, you wouldn't be able to tell time. So time is a concept. It's a construct. Okay, time is not an actual thing. It's not a river that's flowing. There's change that happens. You experience change. God has created your consciousness to be able to experience some of that change. Okay, now you're getting wrapped up in a lot of the fleshly changes. Okay, and I've moved past a lot of that stuff. That's why this mask is more than a piece of cloth over a piece of flesh, right? It's a symbolic bowing to a God that's not the one that I believe in. It's the God on the dollar bill. It's the God that you put into office, that you put your faith and your trust in. The one that's going into these rockets that's going to go above the heavens.
Now, I would say this, because I'm a Christian too. I would say that I definitely agree with your theory as it applies to things like the Big Bang and evolution, because I mean, there's so much, definitely faith in those things, like the fact, nothing that they can't prove that one species changes into another species, and that the Big Bang has a lot of assumptions. Like we can't obviously, I don't need to go into how the Big Bang is just a theory, because I think everyone kind of agrees on that point now, even though a lot of people still take that leap of faith and believe in the Big Bang. The only thing that I would kind of be a little cautionary on is things like, I guess, viruses and whatnot, because I do believe that can be proven, but I don't believe that is in the same category. Like for me, if COVID is real, which I do believe it is real, it doesn't really affect my faith any. It doesn't affect my like worldview on like that level. So
yeah, I don't understand why people can't simultaneously believe in God and believe in what we can observe with a microscope. I mean, dude, I can get you a microscope that will magnify things up to 1,000 times for like $40. Do you want me to buy you a microscope and send it to you? I will.
Bruh, I have one of those, and I've looked through them. You're not going to see a virus through one of those. To research a virus, it's like 450 nanometers. You're never going to see a virus through one of those. What's it called?
Okay, I can't afford to send you the $7,000 microscope.
I mean,
you're not going to see that through that either. You need an electron microscope, which are like hundreds of thousands, maybe millions.
Well, I don't know. You could probably like email a professor at a university and ask them, and they might.
Well, but now we get right back into that. What if you see God?
Viruses don't exist because I don't have $100,000. Like,
and again, what if you see God? What if you see the flashing words of God?
If I see the flashing word God, I'll say, wow, there's a God. That's awesome. That means there is a heaven. It's great. I would love to believe in God. It's just I don't think he exists. And nobody
but you haven't seen this virus either. So when you see the virus, then you could go, okay, I'm afraid. Let me put the mask on. Why does it work different? Why is it a two-way street with God and the virus?
I mean, do you believe this? Sorry if I'm interrupting. Do you believe that disease in general doesn't exist?
Like I said,
I believe
or is it saying that you don't know what causes it?
I think most of what we call quote unquote diseases come from like unsanitary conditions. Like if you took a lot of waste product and it was where you were cooking food and where you were living and you didn't clean and disinfect, like with the chemicals and stuff, like maybe bleach, then you would start getting into what
do you think what do you think the mechanism for causing that is?
I would believe it would be bacteria, and then the bacteria would breed with bacteria that it shouldn't come in contact with. And then you will get like mutations, right? And then a lot of it will go airborne, like lung. You can ingest like lung problems. You know what I mean?
So wait, I'm not understanding this. You're saying you believe in bacteria, but you don't believe in viruses?
Well, bacteria are observable. You can culture a bacteria on a piece of agar. Swab your doorknob with a Q-tip. You can't culture a virus. A virus is what they tell you must live within a living cell.
But viruses are observable.
Yeah,
well, I thought
you think that
weren't like alive. Like I thought they were just considered.
They aren't
biological mechanisms that like mimic life.
I think.
I mean, that's the thing with viruses. They technically don't fit all of the definition for being alive, especially the fact that they can't reproduce by themselves. But they're like in this weird place of being alive and not alive.
I think that's why they disturb us so much. They're kind of like mushrooms. Fungus isn't exactly a plant. It's not exactly an animal. It's definitely alive, but it's still creepy. Viruses are even creepier because they're not alive, but they're alive-ish, and they reproduce themselves within living things. I mean, that's why they refer to ideas as viruses. That's why they refer to...
because they're concepts. That's why. Because the idea
everything that within the human mind is a concept.
Yeah.
Think about this. So like with the bacteria, you have the physical bacteria, right? Now the virus works in the same way as a computer virus works, in my opinion. You have the underlying foundation, right? The Windows 10, and then you just put a piece of code that makes it makes everything else do something different. So it's not like you have a bacteria and your body's reacting to the bacteria. You're getting a signal from some outside source, whether it's through an injection or whether it's, most likely injected, that tells your body to do something. You get what I'm saying? So that's why it's not like this standalone thing. It's your body reacting.
Yeah, you're basically perfectly describing what RNA does to reproduce itself within a living cell. I mean, so you do believe viruses exist. You just don't believe that they're transmitted the way that the medical community is telling us right now that COVID-19 is being transmitted.
Whatever a virus is, I don't believe it can leave your body. It is unique to you, right? So like if somebody has the common cold, right, they can't give you what they have. Right, the best way maybe they could do is if, in my mind anyway, like how I'm picturing this, if you ring a bell and it has a vibration and you kind of stand near it, you can feel it. So if somebody is sick and they're having this bad vibe, it can kind of resonate onto you if your vibe is not strong enough, right? Like your immune system or whatever you want to call it, the underlying mechanisms. I don't want to, I believe in a God. Like, so for me, the underlying mechanism would be like your health, your proper nutrition. You can have a strong immune system. If you're active, you get sunlight, you get fresh air. You know, whereas other people, they'd be like, oh, I can inject you with this thing and make you healthy. And I'm like, you can't get health through a needle or a pill. Health must be achieved.
This is really...
That doesn't seem very, because people with vastly different lifestyles get the same kinds of virus.
Yeah, I mean, really...
Same kind of symptoms, you know? So, and some symptoms are very common.
But if people are getting the same kind of symptoms and having similar effects, could you not say that they probably have the same root cause?
Oh, you could say that it's their body, right? Each individual's own body, not something that links them all together, right? So it would be like a picture like depression, or like picture a sad movie, right? I showed this sad movie, and now all the people are crying, right? But there's one person that's not crying, okay? Now, did he just not catch no, these people had a reaction within themselves to this movie, and this other guy didn't. The other guy, whatever, not so a second. You get what I'm saying? So that's how I see a virus. If anything, it would be something that is you've seen or taken in yourself. Not taken in, because then it seems like it's the thing, but it's just more. It would be stress induced or some other form of thing you've done to your body to run it down to the point where it's too weak to hold up against this.
What I'm really interested
in,
I'm not really in an argument. Like, I'm pretty much with you on everything you've said, except for what I said earlier. But like, what is it really that like makes you not want to believe in the virus? Can you elaborate on that more? Because like for me, like it doesn't really affect my faith or anything. Not that I believe faith can like really be affected in that type of sense, because then you get in all kinds of questions on will and stuff. But what basically what is it that makes you hesitant to believe in a virus? Maybe it's something I'm missing.
Yeah, well, it comes down to my my worldview, right? So, and part of it is that I don't know if you guys believe in the ball Earth model, but this was a big blow to like everything I kind of considered. You know, if the ball is fake, look at how easy it could be to fake something that everybody swears is real. So from that standpoint, like I've never seen this ball Earth. I've only seen this flat plane. So if I'm going to believe in something like something outrageous, I'm going to need the proof. You fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
You must have been in an airplane at some point in your life, no?
Yeah, it's flat, man. There's no curved water. There's no planes upside down. There's no people upside down. These are crazy concepts, right? Just crazy ideas that I'm just not going to, I can't entertain that there's upside down people.
But it seems like the number of people who would have to be involved with, being in a position to not see that the Earth is flat and not stating and keeping it a secret, that seems unbelievable to me. More unbelievable than
and this is where it comes down to and this is why I said it will always, unless you can put your hands on it, however sure in your head it is, it ain't, man. And this is why, because I believed everything, the ball, I believed it all, just as strong as you did, right? Until one day I didn't. So how can and it's not like it's a rock. It's not like I stopped believing in blue skies.
If you believed it before, why does it seem so outrageous to you now to think that we're living on a globe?
Okay, where do I start? The suspended in nothing, the spinning with water on it. You never carry water with a ball. The upside down people, the tree that's moving at 70,000. Here, this is my favorite. This is the one. We're all standing in a field, right? We're staring at this tree. None of us are moving, right? Einstein's going to come over here and say, guys, that tree's moving 70,000 miles an hour, and walk away. Do we laugh or take him serious?
Okay, dude, right now I want you to...
I mean, if that's all they say, but if they elaborate on...
I want you to tie a string to a bucket, put water in the bucket, and start swinging the bucket around in a circle real fast, and you will notice that the water stays in the bucket.
Yeah, do that with a ball. Tie a string to a ball, pour water on it, and spin it around. Tell me how much is left at the end. So you're saying we live in a bucket, right? So you're a bucket.
Gravity?
This is
gravity's a word, bro. Gravity's a word. I could say God. I could say God. You say gravity. Yeah, it is. Show me gravity. Show me gravity outside. Show me this water.
I mean, gravity just describes the fact that if I don't have any, if I when I take this pen and do that, it goes back to the desk. That's all it
and
describes.
And it doesn't go back to the desk because we're living in a column of air. It goes back to the desk because the desk is closer to the center of the earth than your hand when it drops the object. We don't stay we don't stay on the earth for random arbitrary reasons. We stay on the earth because the earth has a huge mass, not compared to the sun, but compared to us, and we're attracted to the center of this mass of gravity.
Wait, the one thing that really
you don't think I heard that before? You don't think I can tell? Hold on, real quick. You don't think I can tell you more in depth about how your ball works than you can? Do you know why Einstein said gravity is not a force? Here, real quick. Einstein theorized that gravity can't be a force because a force would require a fuel, and he couldn't foresee any type of eternal fuel source that would be powering gravity. So instead of applying a force of attraction between two masses, which is actually just the quantification of the amount of matter in those objects, he theorized a conceptual medium called space-time, where he took the fabric of time and space and fused them into one and created a distortion towards the center of mass.
Didn't they detect gravity waves?
Yeah, a wave is water a wave?
Well, no. What I get really confused.
Well, water itself is not a wave.
Okay. So why wouldn't you say water is a wave if you'll say gravity or light is a wave? You see how they use words to fool? Water's not a wave.
No. Okay. Water can make waves, but it's not
right.
In and
Exactly.
of a wave.
So how does light make waves? How does gravity make waves? In what?
I'm not a physicist, so
you're not. You're just a religious believer. You see? Well, you believe in waves that you can't quantify, my man.
Well, I wouldn't even say that I believe in it. I just don't even think about it.
I know, I do, and that's your problem. Like this wasn't fair, bro. I've been in this argument for 3 years, bro. Like when it comes to destroying people's beliefs in the ball, I am one of the best. Like one of the best.
I'm sure your dick is way more bigger than mine.
No, I don't care, bro. I don't care about that. I don't care about. I'm just.
Obviously, you do.
No. Yeah, well, I do. I care about your soul, bro. And if I can get you to see that you believe in men and what they tell you, then maybe I can make a difference in your life. You know what I mean? Like my life changed the day that I found out I was being used by the system like a piece of meat that they're ready to discard when I can't produce for them anymore. And I was like, you know what? I'm done giving my time and my energy. I'm just saying, bro, it changed the way I live, you know, because I was not afraid of the system. They want you to be afraid of death because they're going to use it against you.
You threw it on the ground.
I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of things that we believe in, you know. So you can believe that the earth is pulling this pen down through some force field, right? How is it doing it? Is it a physical connection? You have no idea, right?
Hey, can you do me a favor? Grab something that won't break or you're not worried about breaking, throw it on the ground and scream, "I threw it on the ground." Can you do that?
Okay, what if I took a piece of wood and pushed it to the bottom of a pool? What'll happen then? Is gravity going to pull it down?
That's not what I'm talking about. I just want you to throw. No, I'm not asking you. All I'm asking you to do is throw something on the ground and scream, "I threw it on the ground."
Right. Here for you, I'll give you what's his name? Andy. I threw it on the ground. There it goes.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I want that.
No, just because physicists aren't sure what gravity is yet, and they're still working toward an answer, doesn't mean that there's a giant conspiracy to convince us all that we're living on a ball for God knows what reason.
It's very simple. But it's to get you to think that this life has no meaning and all your actions are you're a cosmic accident. So whatever you do ends when you die. That's what they want.
I agree with that.
I do believe Ben is a cosmic accident.
Yeah, well, I do believe that too, and I take the view of either, A, get over it, or B, go to church and commit philosophical suicide.
I'm a cosmic
or just commit literal suicide.
I'm a cosmic.
Yeah, church is not where you should be.
Wait. Okay, church is not where you should be. The Bible's all about church.
No, yeah. In the Bible, you're the church, right? The church is not a building.
So you're kind of a radical Protestant.
Gathered in my name, I will be present.
I just want to say one thing.
This is why
This is why I got this guy on, because he attacks all of our sacred cows one after another, and that's why he's really entertaining. He gets on this show with Jose J.G. Gonzalez, who like every single day hosts this giant like a world war situation between gloaters and flat earthers. Always the same faces and personalities. I almost feel like they need each other in a way that they don't realize or don't want.
They oh my God, that's why I left. It was like it was a dance, you know, It was a tango they did every day, and I'm like, yo, aren't you supposed to be enemies? And next thing you know, they're cheek to cheek, you know, going down the dance floor.
I think that
crazy.
Yeah, it's
flat earthers.
It's like a National Brotherhood Week, the National Brotherhood Week song.
Every day they come to a summit and they exchange ideas, and they get vicious and hostile about it. From Nathan Thompson all the way over to what's his name?
How much money too? Money, man. Oh my God, the money.
And Blue. All these guys. You know, they ought to be friends by now, even if they vehemently disagree. I don't know.
They hang out at Flat Earth conferences. They are friends.
They come to Flat Earth
conferences
to say, I'm going to spread the truth to you. I'm going to enlighten you. Don't listen to this gobbledygook. Why would you spend the money and time to go down there and tell people at a Flat Earth convention that they're wrong? I mean, you're not getting it comped. Why would you?
Yeah, well, it's like you said, they created each other. Like the best comparison I heard, I don't know if you ever heard the story. It was the Temptation of Paris or something like that. It was a Greek mythology where they didn't invite Ares, the goddess of discord, to a party. So to ruin the party, she took a golden apple and threw it in with the note that said, "For the prettiest girl at the party," right? And guess what happened? There was a fight over who the prettiest girl was. Ares didn't even have to, and this is what they're doing to us. They give us the Flat Earth. They give us these things, right? You know, where Bob came out. They give us these things so that we can fight over them. Right? At the end of the day, like you said, ball or flat doesn't matter. If you can come to the conclusion that, like, yo, we're being herded into some kind of like system right now, it doesn't matter. Like, you got to see that. But yeah, it's division, divide and conquer.
You made an.
Okay,
go ahead, Ben.
I was just gonna say, are you familiar with Discordianism?
I know.
Because whenever I think of like the apple of discord, I think of the Discordianists. Their central sort of parable that kind of defines them, that was in the Principia Discordia. It's a man went to a wise man and asked him how he can find enlightenment, and the wise man told the man to go into an abandoned house and meditate for days on end. And so the wise man, so the man went into the abandoned house and he sat for days and days and days. But then the floor above broke and a piece of animal dung fell through the ceiling and dropped on his head. And then the wise man came back days later with another man and pointed to him and said, "Some say that this man is a wise man. Others say that he's just a shithead."
You know, it's at this time I'm reminded of the quote down there that Noah Cicero, whatever, once said to me when I interviewed him. Of course, he's the author of Human Behavior, I think, and a few other things. Most humans just want to ask other humans, "Why are you not me?" I thought that
is a good quote.
That's a good point. That's a good example of what it kind of goes on here, and on Jose's show over there, right, Chris?
Yeah, no, they're all just like, you know, they're arguing over, and this is where I kind of always bring up the beliefs thing. You know, they get to arguing their beliefs, and again, like you said, that's what identifies you as a person. So yeah, they are. They're just they're arguing. Why aren't you me? You should be me. Why aren't you me? And I'm just like, look, man, this is crazy. And then the higher ups, right, like the Nathan Oakleys, the Jose's, people start wanting to become like them. You know, they start saying the phrases they say, right? Brainwashing through repetition. That's why you see, you know, he's got those whatever fucking housekeeping questions. No, it's just the same questions. Then you hear people repeating verbatim exactly what he said. So it's yeah, they are becoming these other people. And I have this thought all the time. They say, what is the shortest sentence? If I think, therefore I am, right? Well, if you don't think, therefore you are not. You're not even a person when you don't think. You're an autonomous being.
Yeah.
I'll admit that I've had a bit of a grudge against Noah Cicero for a while. I think I've mentioned this before, but there was a time where I gave a positive review of one of his books, and he said on Twitter, "I think you need a new hobby" or something like that, and it just really pissed me off.
And then you found me. You really moved up in the world, man. But getting back to this whole mask controversy, like I say, I firmly believe in no dress code for America. I don't make fun of people who do wear the mask, and you take that pretty seriously, the mask thing, right?
Well, yeah, because I understand how for a lot of people it's like a symbol of being told what to do.
Right.
The thing is, like, we shouldn't have to be, it's one of those things that you shouldn't have to be told to do, like not eating feces. And I mean, I joke about that to exaggerate and make my point. But, I do believe in viruses. And as I said before, if people in the United States were... Well, it's funny. I was listening to a podcast a few days ago about how people during Victorian times in England knew that bakers were putting plaster of Paris in a lot of bread to water down the flour, but everybody nonchalantly went out and bought bread because they were hoping that they would get the loaf that didn't have the plaster of Paris in it, and they would be okay because that kind of shit happens to other people, and that's a real human thing that happens. I mean, all kinds of people have all kinds of reasons for thinking that COVID's not going to affect me, because at first there was kind of an Afrocentric rumor going around that black people were immune to it, so it was just the thing that white people had to worry about. And then like all kinds of black people started dying of it because they weren't wearing masks and weren't taking precautions because they thought that their genetic superiority was protecting them from the virus. And then young people thought that they weren't going to die from it because, their youthfulness is protecting them from the virus. And now all these people are dying. And, there's that psychological thing that makes us think, I want to be free. I don't think my chances of getting it are that high. So I don't want to wear a mask because, it's probably not going to affect me. But like I said, I almost died of typhus, which no one took seriously because local politicians could only blame it on themselves. They didn't have China to blame. Now we have a communist bunch of liars on the other side of the globe that we can blame. We don't even have to blame people. We just have to blame the ideology. You'd think that would neutralize things enough that people could just rationally go, okay, I might not 100% believe in this, and I don't even 100% believe that I'm susceptible to it because I was really sick in February. I might have already had it. I don't 100% believe I'm vulnerable, but actually it's kind of the same Pascal's wager that people use to talk themselves into believing in God. Like if I'm not going to die of it, I don't really lose anything by wearing a piece of cloth over my face. In fact, I get to mouth obscenities at assholes in public right in front of them, and they can't see what I'm doing. I'm actually starting to enjoy it. I might become a Muslim.
Yeah, but you're right out there in the California sun all day wearing that mask. How do you even breathe?
You live in Los Angeles. I would think you'd just be able to scream obscenities at people and no one would give a shit because that's just common.
Let's be fair,
That's a good point, because a lot of people, some people have to work in like warehouses, man. And I read this comment about some dude. He's like, yo, I work in a warehouse. It's 100 degrees. I work 9 hours a day. I got to put this mask on. It's difficult. I'm sweating. The sweat touches the mask and then it's like in there. And he's like, this. So like, look, there's a difference between putting it on for 3 minutes, 4 minutes, going into a store, to protect you and all the people, making somebody work, and to me, I'm like, yo, that's inhumane, man. If I had somebody working on my property outside, I'd be like, oh, you got to cover. I'd be like, take that damn thing off your face, man. You're going to pass out. Here's some water, bro. Take a break. Calm down.
Well, yeah, if you're nowhere near anybody else and you're out in the hot sun, they found out that sunlight actually kills the virus. So if you're out in the hot sun and you're at least 6 feet away from people, you don't have to wear a mask. You shouldn't have to wear a mask. The reason I wear a mask is because basically Americans are so fucking stupid, especially their kids, they can't count to 6. If I could trust everybody to stay 6 feet away from me, I wouldn't need to wear a mask. No one would need, and this has been my position from the start. If Americans weren't so fucking dumb and unself-aware, we would have never had to shut anything down, and we wouldn't need to wear masks because people would have the brain power to stay 6 feet away from each other. And we wouldn't have to worry about any of this shit. The reason that we have to tell people what to do is because clearly people are too fucking stupid to just take basic precautions. It's not that big of a deal to take these basic precautions. But what I was saying before is, I also think it's very stupid that Americans have backed each other into these corners where we're having these passionate arguments over whether or not we should wear a mask. Like, you're killing me by not wearing a mask. You're taking away my freedom by asking me to wear a mask. Meanwhile, over in the corner, the CCP not only allowed this to happen, but I just found out, and I'm not sure that this is 100% true, but you know the Paycheck Protection Program? Where we doled out trillions of dollars of U.S. taxpayer money now and in the future to keep U.S. workers employed. Yeah. A bunch of that money went to companies that are connected to the Confucius Institute, which is the Chinese Communist Party's propaganda wing abroad. So we've been funneling some of that money into the CCP. Recently, also, a Chinese scientist was arrested for funneling U.S. scientific grants into research for the Chinese Communist Party. Meanwhile, China is cracking down on their population. There's a viral video of a Chinese woman in a mall having a nervous breakdown because she just found out on her phone that she tested positive for the virus. So now she's probably going to be welded inside of her apartment because they've taken draconian measures. And while we're arguing about fucking masks and hate speech and Black Lives Matter, all this crazy shit that we've been ignoring way too long, that this ideologically, rampagingly disgusting faction is doing to their own population, to the rest of the world, whatever they've got planned for America, we're just ignoring that shit and having a long-winded, passionate argument about people wearing masks in the grocery store. So,
to me, it feels like a muzzle. I don't like it at all.
Look, I wear a mask for one reason and one reason only. When I go into a store, go up to the cashier, point my gun in their face, and tell me to give me all their fucking money. I don't want them to be able to identify me.
I hate wearing a mask as much as you do. I'm claustrophobic.
No, I don't wear it though. But here's the thing: where I live, it's not an issue like it is most likely where you are, Ann, in a big city. I'm in the Smoky Mountains.
Where's she at? Because in New York, I moved from
LA.
New York, and so New York and LA, yeah. You're like, she brings up a good point about China. They're taking people's temperatures in the street in China, man. Like, that's what's coming here. Like, so you want to see what's coming here? Go look at China.
Yeah, you honestly could say that the mask stuff is like a soft core version of that. Like, getting
looks like we just lost Rightthehand.
He'll be back. He would say goodbye. I know he would.
If he was like over here, we're gonna fight about the mask. The mask thing over there. Obviously they can't fight about it. I think it's kind of a good thing that we can, even though it is kind of infantile. And I totally get your point. I'm kind of glad that we can have that discussion. Whereas over there, as you said, they're just going to be welded inside the house.
Yeah, if you can find that video, this poor woman, she's walking through a mall in China. She looks ethnically Chinese. She's not even a Uyghur who's being, oppressed for those reasons. She's just...
Or an African.
Yeah, or an African. She's just a generic, basic bitch Chinese woman in China. And she just breaks down because she knows she's going to be quarantined. She might die. She might be disappeared. There are all kinds of people being disappeared in China right now for the same shit that used to happen in East Germany in the Soviet Union. We really took, I feel personally embarrassed that I didn't look more closely into the actual economic system in China, because the line for the past 20 years has been, they're slowly coming out of communism, they're softening up, they're having a free market. But actually, if you look at,
they're basically a fashion state.
Yeah, I mean,
with a coat of red paint on it.
Yeah, they're basically doing what Marxists planned to do if they made it past the disaster that the USSR turned into. At first you can't have capitalism, but then you slowly become a state-run capitalist government, and it sounds exactly like fascism. And that's what they've been doing. And we think there's a smiley face on it because they have a profit motive there now. But they're actually combining the worst parts of capitalism with the worst parts of communism, with the worst parts of fascism. And now they've got generations of Chinese people who have been, kind of separated from traditional Chinese culture and indoctrinated, the way our universities are now times 10,
Right. They're kind of weird with the traditional Chinese culture thing because the things like people like push as traditional Chinese medicine was actually dead for a while because, they kind of recognized that was, oogie boogie bullshit. But it was actually revived, I think, sometime in like the not too long after they started transitioning from the Maoism into the modern Chinese state, because they did want to instill Chinese nationalism in people.
So they had to like retroactively resurrect it like Hebrew?
Yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah, now, Chris, there's a question I want to ask you, because I've now noticed it with you. I've noticed it with a couple other kind of more right-wing conspiracy Christian accounts. Like the only one that comes to mind now is The Scariest Movie Ever. And I don't want to make this too much of like a Bible hour type thing, but I can't think of a single thing in the Bible, especially not the New Testament, and well, obviously, especially not the Old Testament either, even more so, that says we should be atomized Christians and that there shouldn't be a church institution. Because, I mean, there are multiple scriptures about how churches should be ran. I mean, Corinthians is a good example. And especially if you look at Revelations, I mean, I'm not saying I believe we're at the end times or anything, but I mean, it's definitely not a good idea to be an atomized Christian then, because you need to have this kind of, actual cognizant congregation of Christians who are like kind of banding together, amping up the baptisms, et cetera, et cetera. I don't mean like go gather that a lot of people have towards church. I really don't get that. Now,
I wasn't like promoting no gatherings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when I say the numbers is to get people together. Yeah, that's important, but you don't need a building. You don't need a structure. Okay. That's not what makes the church. Like the church is the words that the people agree upon and come together around. Like, so if I never had any materials, I would still run a church. We would meet in a field. And then we would talk, and we would, hey, what do you guys need? Is everybody in the congregation have for what they need? Anybody have too much they want to give up? That would be the church. It wouldn't be, because once you start getting into, they businessize it. You know what I mean? And
then definitely, I mean, I don't think there's any question. Now, of course, I mean, I'm Lutheran, so like I'm very heavy into the sacraments and into like the church kind of being like a cognizant whole, but also being a Lutheran, I'm aware that things with the Catholic Church, and also being kind of more of a conspiratorially minded person, there are some, definite wrongs with the Catholic Church.
Oh man, don't get me started on the Catholic Church, bro.
Yeah, so I understand that, like looking at the organization, like it can turn.
Well, forget pedophilia.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know what I mean? Like they were praying to Mary. What's the first commandment?
Yeah, it's not there. I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay, so and there's the prayers. Like there's only one prayer off the top of my head that's like was spoken in the Bible, and it's the Lord's Prayer. The Hail Mary's not in there.
Yeah,
so these are just like subtle perversions of the. There's the old saying: when you take over a religion or a society, you want to incorporate a lot of the things that were in society to make the transition easier. And that's a lot of the things that, a lot of the same tactics going on now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm definitely a sola scriptura, like, Bible alone type of guy. So, I mean, I do see that there are these perversions that can come out. Not that they're all part of some kind of, what?
I said, hey, now I was raised Catholic. It's not a perversion.
Yes, I was raised Catholic. I was baptized as a child, and
I was a
baptism is
Protestant who
choice.
went to a Catholic school, so
Damn.
uniquely, I hate fucking Catholics.
Well, I'm not saying I hate Catholics or anything. But I'm saying that there are some definitely red flags, but not all Catholics. I mean, I'm not saying like, oh my gosh,
the majority of people are good. I would say 95% of people in the world are good, honest people. Maybe even more than that.
But it's like specific examples you can point to. Like the one argument that I've always heard, or that I kind of think destroys the notion that church tradition is equal to the Bible, is that if that were true, there wouldn't be a single church tradition that was like objectively wrong. And we can all agree that like the whole thing started the Reformation with what was the word? Indulgences. Yeah, that was wrong. That was a church tradition. So we can say that, yeah, this type of thing can get off course. Now, I'm not saying Catholics, I mean, it's like we all said, like, I'm not saying like they're all bad or anything, but I'm saying like the tradition can at times go against the religion.
Yeah, I agree.
Chris, you said you said that you called the police on someone in the Goodwill, and you actually have a video where you talk to the policeman, and he kind of explains where the force is at with this whole thing, and he explained the law. Or the difference between you were expounding on the difference between an ordinance and a law, and he was establishing that a private business can't ask you to leave, and that is their right. But go into that discussion a little bit more. What happened there? What conclusions did you reach?
I did like that video before you started. Like, at first I didn't really understand what you were getting at, but at the end of it, like, I do kind of see now how like we should be hesitant of these like random laws, or I don't even want to use the word law because it gets confusing, but like these things that do kind of come out of nowhere, and like it becomes like it makes a little more sense. Like, I mean, I'll of course let you explain it, but it's like if we take that step to where we say, okay, I will mandate that you must wear a mask, obviously something worse can come, but at that initial point, even if it is like an innocent thing to help people, we're throwing away the concept of what was it? I'll let you get into it. I've been drinking too much scotch.
No, you're good. Well, no. So basically what had happened was, the situation was escalating. I saw that somebody had their phone out, the Goodwill lady, she had the 911. So I was like, I was wondering maybe I'll get arrested. So I was like, look, I'll preemptively call. We'll get it this way. And I'll also get to talk to him because I was really curious about this whole law and ordinance thing, right? So and that was the first question. I was like, is this a law? Like, am I breaking a law right now? Right? And he's like, he was a little slick, but he was like, it's an ordinance, you're not breaking any, and that's where it came down to. Basically, he was like, look, if the business tells you to leave, you have to leave. And I'm like, yeah, and I understand. That's why I did leave without any problems. But also you can't say, like, there are discrimination, right? So now we can get into this kind of hazy area of, am I being discriminated against because I'm not following, because if it's not a law, right? Like, so if I walked in there with no pants on, they could call the cops. This man has no pants. He broke section 44297 that says he has to wear pants. Okay, bam, done, legal. Now, if I don't wear a mask, they can't call the cops on me for not wearing a mask. They can only say, sir, you're not wearing a mask, so we have to ask you to leave. And I'm saying, but I'm not breaking any law, so why are you asking me to leave? And I think that's discrimination.
Wait, does
well, I mean, like, to make an analogy with that, if you were to walk into, I don't know, like a Mason lodge or something that required you to have like a membership, I mean, that's technically not illegal, but they can still ask you to leave.
But if it's
they can also sacrifice you.
So it's not a business that's publicly open. Like, when you open up your doors, you have a business license, right? Now, like a gym has a gym license with membership fees, which is a little different. So I think once you get into that whole, we're operating in a business that follows these laws, you can't kick gays out. You can't just kick the homos out. That's not what you're allowed to do. You got to follow the law.
I think Anne had a question that she was trying to get in there too.
Yeah, sorry if I interrupted you.
I'm not a lawyer, but isn't a local ordinance a kind of law? I mean, just because
No, an ordinance, it stems from, it's an executive order. So the executive order is not passed through any of the legislation, right? So it's not House of Rep, none of that. And what happens is it just gets passed along to government agencies. Executive orders do apply to government agencies. So if they want to close like the FBI building, they can do that with an ordinance. The governor has the power. He can't apply that to a citizen. Right now, if I wanted to go into the FBI building and they closed it, I'm not allowed in there. They closed it. That will affect me in that regard. But they can't do anything they can't touch any of my stuff with an executive order. It is not legally. They're being sovereign citizens. They are working outside of the law.
Well,
yeah, I don't see how there's a way to argue that. That seems exactly correct.
A local ordinance is a local law. It just applies to a smaller geographic area than a state or federal law. So are we talking about, if it's passed by the city council, then it is a law. It's a town law.
City councils will get trumped by the Constitution and the Supreme Court of the United States. Okay, so
maybe this is just maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but it's sort of like similar to the no shoes, no shirt, no service kind of thing.
Those are laws. That's why I bring up the pants. That's a written down law. You must have pants when walking into a building.
Well, no, I'm talking about like I'm relatively sure that it's not a law that you have to walk around with your shirt, but if the McDonald's refuses to serve you because you don't have a shirt, they can do that.
They won't. I know from a fact.
I mean,
well, you walk into McDonald's without a shirt on?
No, I saw a guy in there without a shirt, and they just kind of looked at him funny and served him. So.
Man, I'm in Florida, bro. People go in everywhere without shirts. Like, especially, well, maybe not so much now anymore, but when I first moved down here, you'd see people in fast food restaurants with no shirts all the time, with a surfboard under their arm. I mean, when you're a foot from the beach.
The mayor.
I mean, I assume that would be true with in somewhere like Florida, especially a place that's like right next to the beach. But I live in Iowa, where we don't have the closest we have to a fucking beach is a lake.
Everyone in Iowa's fat.
Fuck you! I'm not that fat. I mean, it's quarantine weight. I'm trying to lose it, bitch.
The mayor of Sullivan County.
Don't make me sit on you.
The mayor of Sullivan County here passed this, I don't know, edict, whatever, over the weekend that the masks would be publicly mandated. I called 4 businesses today and asked them if they would enforce it. If they would turn me away if I showed up without a mask, and each one of them said they were not going to enforce it. So there you go.
Yeah, I walk past the signs. My feed and seed, they have a mask. They have the mask sign. The employees aren't wearing masks. So. It's. I think it's up to the business. It's giving them a reason. Is basically what it is. They now have a reason.
We're still talking about the mask and not about the Chinese Communist Party. I've just proved my point.
What do you want us to do about the Chinese communists?
Definitely. Like, if China was not retarded and nipped this in the bud, we wouldn't be dealing with this. But they didn't, so we're just kind of dealing with the fallout from that.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why it's kind of stupid that we're all at each other's throats over it.
I mean, never forget that China lied and people died, and we should never ever, like, anyone who sees China as good should be looked on with skepticism and made fun of and thrown and have rotten fruit thrown at them.
Well, no, I'm not saying China. I'm saying the Chinese Communist Party. I like China. I just don't like communists.
They're just like us, man. Like, they're just, good people.
Yeah, the Chinese in general. I mean, the Chinese government.
Their government's on another. So my girlfriend's Chinese.
Governments suck, but communist governments do extra credit suckage.
She told me stories about what was going on in China, like during they were giving families a card, right? And when you went outside, you got your card stamped. And you can only go outside once, right? And only one person from your household was able to go outside at a time. Like, you can only go outside during certain times of the day, right? It was crazy stuff. Like, if they, we're like she said, we're arguing with the mask. If they pulled any of that shit here, people would be like, what? So yeah, it's the slow, and again, this is kind of why I bring them, it's not about the mask. It's about because whatever it is next, whether it's the temperature, whether it's the RFID, whatever it is, where my liberties have to stop and start at my body.
I definitely don't deny that the American empire is probably taking advantage of this in ways that should be seen as very suspicious. But at the same time, I do believe that saying COVID-19 doesn't exist is a little silly.
Well, that's what I've been trying to. That's the thought I've been mulling over all week. The government has told a lot of lies about and around COVID, and so is the press. I mean, case in point, the idea that anti-mask and anti-lockdown demonstrations will spread COVID, but Black Lives Matter demonstrations, even when they're not wearing masks and standing shoulder to shoulder, will not spread COVID. And even when there's a spike,
that's stupid. I supported the protest, but even I think that it's stupid to say that they weren't a spreader of COVID-19. That's obvious politicized bullshit.
And the fact that they that they with political motivation said that those protests somehow weren't going to spread COVID, made those protesters more careless, especially the ones who are so stupid that they think being right makes you magically protected from viruses, and B, they made everyone else more skeptical about everything the government says about COVID. So, the more lies that the government and the media tell around and about COVID, the easier it is for people to throw the entire baby out with the bathwater and go, oh, well, the government is lying about everything about COVID. So I'm not going to wear a mask, and I'm not going to social distance, and I'm not going to take basic precautions that do make sense, because they've said so much shit that doesn't make sense that now I doubt everything that comes out of their mouths. So
that's basically where I'm at. I've been lied to in my world so many times by this person. I'm like, look, man, you've cried wolf. I'm just gonna risk it. I can't at this point. You know what I mean? So
right.
So I gotta go, guys. I gotta start some stuff. But hey, it was a good talk, man. I like you guys. Are very cool. I'm more than happy to come back on if you'll have me again.
Yeah, this was a pretty good conversation, and we'd be happy to have you back on.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute, Chris. Yeah, I sorry, I just got back from feeding the animals. So you had to cut it short, or you got your?
Yeah, no, I gotta head out and start cooking dinner and kind of
I appreciate you coming by, and I appreciate your enthusiasm. You put on a good show. I appreciate it.
Is there anything you want to plug before you go?
Oh, I guess just my I would say just my channel and the creator, man. He made this world for us. Learn about the world, I do a lot of gardening, I do a lot of woodworking, and I think a lot of people are kind of getting caught up in skills that are hard to apply, in a general and broad sense. Cooking, it's a very broad skill, great one to have, so kind of where I'm kind of going.
I don't disagree with that. Your channel is just Rightthehand, one word.
Yeah, Rightthehand. There might be a space in the hand, but after the. But yeah, I might even, I've always wanted to kind of get away from the whole, the debate, move more toward a food gardening channel, ice cream truck kind of thing. So, hey, we'll see.
Okay, so Rightthehand on YouTube. Chris, thanks a lot for coming on.
Hey, thanks a lot, man. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right.
You were nice to this flat earther, Ben. Which I mean, he was a flat earther, but it's with Nathan Thompson, you were adamantly evil to him.
Well, like I said, with that, I had a whole bottle of fucking rum. With this, I've only had a bottle of champagne, so I'm not fucked up enough to just get hair trigger angry.
Yeah. Now, that was a good conversation, Jeremy. It's good you can get that guy. The next guy, and you need to try again, is to get Buddy Webb on.
I know. I've been trying. I think that he's been ridiculed by some people he's given an interview to, and he said he's very careful about that nowadays. But man, what a story he's got! All these tunnels, these underground tunnels that connect under his house and his neighbors' houses, and there's video proof of a shootout or something in there.
Like the movie Us.
I haven't seen Us, but I don't know. This was before.
Us was pretty weak compared to Get Out.
You suck. No.
Yes.
Ben, like
yes. Get Out was way better than Us.
You are off your rocker. You need to. No.
Look, Us had some good imagery and some good ideas, but overall, it was just a fucking home invasion movie.
Ben. Okay, what was Get Out? Well, it was just a movie. Yeah, it was just a kind of like, in a way, a kind of like just a typical horror movie with this sort of like.
Yes, it was like a extended Twilight Zone episode, and that was good.
No,
Us was confused about what it wanted to be.
Yeah, but it was more interesting. Get Out was just this very simple storyline that had this kind of like racial angle. And then everyone said, "Oh my God, this is the most important horror movie ever." No, it's not, it was not an important.
No, I don't agree that with the people that said that it was like an important, the most important horror movie ever made. To me, it was like an extended Twilight Zone episode that had some social satire about American race relations. But Us was completely confused about what it wanted to be. It had some interesting ideas, but it had a twist.
And it had like, I mean, and the visual stuff in it, I thought was freaking awesome. I mean, I went into it.
No, I don't disagree with that. But a movie is more than its visuals. Unless it's like a movie piece, like a Terrence Malick movie, it is more than its visuals. It had a confused story.
Bland, like it was bland.
Us. It had like, one thing that would have made like Us a billion times better is if it didn't have that scene that like expounded about like where the duplicates came from.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I didn't like it when the woman started talking. I mean, I could not laugh during that, even though it was supposed to be serious. Like it was just
like, I'm not saying that Us is like the worst thing ever. I'm just saying it's not as good as Get Out was.
And I still think you're on your rock or off your rocker to like even get to like, okay, Get Out was so bland, and you could see everything coming, and there wasn't anything interesting about it. Now, could it be an entertaining movie? Yeah, but as far as like, I mean,
I don't agree. I think the twist with Us was even more predictable. The one thing I will say that with Get Out, it would have been better with the original ending rather than the theatrical ending.
No, I've not looked into that any. Maybe
yeah. Look up what the original ending was. I think that was a way better ending.
Yeah, have I told the dang story about my freaking college horror movie class where Get Out was filmed or showed, and like me and this one girl were both like, this movie was not that important. Like, I mean, it wasn't that like special because everyone.
No, I actually.
Oh wait, no, but here's what happened.
That's the one thing I say. That's the one thing I agree with. Get Out was not. No, I just want to say, like, Get Out was not like this great, important statement on race relations. To me, it was a good horror movie that had some social satire about race relations, but it was not like this uber important
bland horror movie that had some really like shoved in there race relations type thing, and with a horrible freaking ending with that guy, like that little comic relief. I hated that. But that aside. What happened was that everyone had hyped this movie up, and I think it was actually around the time it was out, if I remember correctly. And I mean, it was being hyped up by the super liberal professor. It was being, et cetera, et cetera. And me and this one girl, like when the movie was over, we're like, that was it? Like that wasn't that, spectacular. And then this really freaking gigantic, obese white dude is like, with all seriousness, and thinks he's the freaking, saving the world, says, you all just didn't care about it because you're white.
No, I think that's retarded.
Lost it. I was so,
the thing with like, the thing is like
my last humanities class before I transitioned to business. I'm like, screw these freaking people.
Yeah, the thing with Us is I feel like I should like the message more than I should because I feel like it's making a message about the underclass. The problem is the message is so completely confused that I just can't get on board with it.
Is it alternate universe stuff?
No, but
What do you
like,
mean?
it didn't have to.
I mean,
all
like
tie
all movies
together.
are alternate universe.
For me, it was just a fun thing. Like, I'm not saying it was a deep movie or anything, but I mean, it was just like fun, and it wasn't really pretentious. Whereas Get Out was uber pretentious. I mean, maybe not in like
The thing is, like, to me, Us was on the verge of being better than Get Out, but then it just kind of failed.
No, it went so far above it. Like, I mean, I was on the edge of my seat with Get Out. I mean, with Us. Whereas Get Out, I'm just like, the whole time. I mean, the movie was, it was bland. And then I think you said something about the ending.
I also think that the comedic parts of Get Out worked a lot better than the comedic parts of Us.
No,
I think the comedic parts of Us confused the tone.
No,
whereas Get Out remained consistent with its tone. It was not entirely serious, but when it did get serious, it worked.
The theatrical ending of Get Out, which I mean, I remember now. You said that, and I'd say I didn't know what you were talking about before. I remember now. You think that didn't confuse the tone to like freaking? I mean, it destroyed the tone. Like the theatrical ending.
I don't think it destroyed the tone to the extent that the comedic moments of Us did, because the thing is, like, Us is a movie when it started to get surreal. It should have stayed like a surreal. But it tried to ground it in ways that did not work at all.
Yeah, but I mean, for me, like the whole thing was surreal, and the fact that it like the grounding didn't work kind of made it more surreal, or just kept like the original amount of surrealness. Like I didn't care that like it was sort of wishy-washy, and I agree it did try to get a little too concrete, but I thought it worked. I thought Get Out was just really freaking bland. Now, the one thing about Get Out, and this is the thing that everyone says about it now, I'm being a normie, is I do like how the political message was way different than what, like, say, that freaking dude in my film genre class said about it. Like, they're trying to make it important.
Oh shit, there are two Jeremys.
It's making what the
just
hell?
like it's my
Oh shit, the Us version of Jeremy is here.
Yes. But anyway,
Wait,
it's like,
can I kick myself? Let's see what happens. Well, who dropped off?
You dropped off.
No, the real version of Jeremy dropped off, and now we're stuck with the Us version of Jeremy.
Yeah, but I mean, I love how it's making fun of the people who are like,
I am the arm, and I sound like.
And we just lost Ann Sterzinger too.
They got
we lost the dang Get Out discussion because of Jeremy's antics.
They got Ann.
Now, Jeremy,
I'm sure she'll be back.
Have you seen Get Out?
No.
Okay,
It's
so
good.
he doesn't
Watch it.
know how it's technically making fun of like SJWs.
No, I agree with that. That's what I like about it.
I did like that about it. I have to say, I thought that was super freaking awesome and clever. And I just hope that that kid in that class realized that, and he's ashamed of himself.
That's the thing. White liberals seem to not see how that movie is making fun of them, and how they've been more harmful to blacks in America than they've been helpful. Way more harmful.
Ann, have you seen either of these movies? You know what the fuck they're talking about?
I saw the first one, but not the second one, so I'm keeping mum. Also, I'm taking advantage of the break in my knowledge of knowing what the hell you're talking about to
as far as like
switch.
Yeah, as far as Us, it's okay if you did like watching Get Out. It's worth watching, but I don't think it's nearly as good.
I liked Get Out. Why can't I hear you all?
I'm here. You should be able to hear me.
Okay,
Which of us can't you hear?
I can hear.
All right.
I can hear you now. I liked Get Out. It's just I've been really disorganized about seeing new movies lately.
And like since COVID-19 started, what fucking new movies are there?
King Kong versus Godzilla got pushed back to next year. Damn it!
So did Halloween Kills, and I'm really mad about that.
Yeah. Kong's totally going to own that fight. By the way,
what? Oh, Kong.
King Kong versus Godzilla.
Kong's going to own him. Yeah.
I
can't
I've
wait
seen
to see the
both. I
tree
bet
in
on
the
King
mouth.
Kong. I bet on Godzilla.
No, I can't wait to see the tree in the mouth in like actual good special effects and not two guys in suits. I can't wait to see him pick up a tree and shove it into Godzilla's mouth like he did in the original. Only like, it with actually good special effects.
Did you like that last King Kong with John C. Reilly and Samuel L. Jackson?
Yes. Oh my God, that's the best King Kong movie I've ever seen. Yes.
I enjoyed it quite a bit.
The Guillermo del Toro one?
The skull walkers and the giant walking sticks. I loved it, man. The ecosystem was amazing. That's like world building. What'd somebody ask?
Well, I was gonna ask, is that the Guillermo del Toro one? That's the one who directed that one, right?
Did he? I don't know who directed that.
No, I don't think it was him.
Or am I thinking of what was the name of the guy who directed Lord of the Rings trilogy?
Peter Jackson. No, Peter Jackson.
Was that his?
A remake.
No, Peter Jackson.
Oh, that was a remake, yeah.
Peter Jackson did the one in like 2006 with Naomi Watts. That's not connected to this one. This is a reboot.
I actually didn't know there were that many King Kong movies. Like with Godzilla, I know there's they've been making a million of them over in Japan, but I thought there were only 2 King Kong movies.
Now, that Godzilla movie that came out in, I believe, 2010, the one that had the really red cover, I mean, all the posters and stuff were red. I think it was 2010. Now, that one was bad. I think we can all agree that was probably one of the worst movies I've ever seen, not to mention one of the worst Godzilla movies ever. I mean,
what, the new one with Mothra?
No, this one was one, I believe it was 2010, and it was just a straight up just Godzilla alone. There was some other monster in it.
You think that's bad? You should see the Godzilla from 1998 with Matthew Broderick. That's
the American Godzilla.
It was the worst one ever.
No, this other one.
The one directed by Rahm Emanuel.
Yeah, this one's worse.
No, I didn't like that one either, but I mean, this other one is 2 hours long and just the most boring thing imaginable. And I'm how can a Godzilla movie be that boring?
Was that American made or Japanese made?
I'm pretty sure it was. Wasn't it both? I mean, it was mainly American, of course, but it was like an American one, but they used I think it was the first American one where they used the old Godzilla look.
Lesson learned: Americans should never make Godzilla movies.
Right. Oh, Ken Amy. Hey, buddy.
I mean, technically, we made the first one, so.
What the nuclear bomb dropping on Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. I should have seen that one coming.
Yeah.
So, Ann, you
kind of walked into that one.
How's the editing on the full Elektra's Revenge going?
Yeah, how much money are you making off getting it edited?
You can buy and help me proofread a copy of the pre-cover version now. This is my plug. Just I guess we can provide a link, but it got accepted by Amazon last night because the first half of the book seems like it's going to be socialist or something. At least that's what David Rowland said. He was like, "Wow, that's for you. This is surprising."
Jeremy, can you put the link to it in the live chat?
I'm looking. Where is it?
Put the link to Indie Rock Cabin in the live chat too. I need money.
Is it?
I haven't.
Do what?
I haven't checked to see how much money I've made yet. It's kind of a low price because I don't have quite the cojones to ask people for $10 to proofread my book for me. For those who aren't up on all the weird shit that comes out of my head, I was about to release this book I've been writing for I had the idea some 18 years ago, but I've really been writing it for about 8 years while doing a bunch of other projects in the middle. But I was about to release it, but my cover designer had some technical difficulties. So I found a new cover designer, but everyone was really impatient to read the book, and I was impatient to get it out. So I put out a pre-publication of it on Kindle, and it's only like $4 or something. It's some 200,000 words long. It's almost 250,000 words, which is why I'm letting other people proofread it, because trying to proofread 250,000 of your own words will drive you insane, even if you are a professional proofreader. where was I going with this? I'm so fucking tired. Sorry.
Mm.
Anyway, you can pay $4 to get not only 200,000 words worth of high quality science fiction black pill sitcom entertainment, but you also get a link to a special blog page where you can tell me about all my typos and feel very smart telling a proofreader about how you found their proofreading errors.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Oh, I crossed the 10,000 word threshold on my work, Esper, that I've been working on. Yeah, I'm on fire. I haven't written this much in years. I'll let you go back to yours. Go ahead.
Awesome. Well, I was just saying. Yesterday, I put it up on Amazon, and it was accepted for publication almost immediately, and passed the censors. I'm impressed with myself. You know, the hardcore misanthropy doesn't come in till the end, really. So I guess they didn't read that far. It's how to describe it. I've been trying to come up with promo copy for it forever. I can write anything. I've worked for various newspapers. I can write things from a left-wing point of view. I can write things from a right-wing point of view. I can write cultural criticism, hard news, soft news, puff pieces, interviews. The one thing I cannot seem to write is shit bragging about my own shit, and I'm trying to get better at it. But
you're probably better than me. When I got Soothing the Savage Swamp Beast published through Journal Stone, the dang I don't know if you would call her an editor or just something like in charge of like getting like the books promoted or something. She had me go through my back cover synopsis literally 11 times because I screwed it up so bad like each time.
Yeah, I mean it's there's a reason that publishing houses used to pay a separate person to read your book and brag about it for you instead of making you do it yourself. I mean, only genuine assholes find this instinctively doable, and you know, genuine assholes are usually not the best writers. This is one of the many, many mechanisms that are pushing the worst writers to the top of the heap these days, which is a really long ass rant I am too tired to go on. But you know, if you're fairly good at writing, then that's just a self-serving myth I'm making up in my head right now. Never mind, I'm a fiction writer. Listen to her babble. I'm actually really sleep deprived because, as I've said, I've been escaping from LA and now I'm in Palm Springs, but at least I have my cats. Look at that.
And you're in a hotel? You're in a hotel and they let you keep the
cat?
Oh, to have the cats.
Yes. You're muted. You're muted. I can't unmute you. You muted yourself. Okay. Who's doing that?
No, I must have done it with my. No, I must have muted myself with my finger. I just switched to my phone because I realized I usually show our listeners all the wacky places I'm at, and I have been only showing them the inside of a hotel room so far. So
how did you get
show them the desert now?
How'd you get to keep the cats in the hotel? That's what I don't understand.
Well, I searched every hotel in town and finally found one that allows cats. Unfortunately, it's the trashiest hotel in town. It's the trashiest hotel that still has mineral springs. I could have stayed in a Motel 6 and they allow cats. But the thing about this town, the draw of it, besides the perfect desert climate, is the fact that it has all these hot mineral springs that will help all the stuff that ails your aching body. And in my case, that is, I think I talked about this last week where I got sexually assaulted and they gave me the giant shot of antibiotics and they told me my arm was too skinny, so they just jammed it into a ligament. And now that arm is all fucked. And it's been fucked for almost 2 years now. And, I wanted a hotel that had mineral springs, but the only one that will allow cats is the absolute trashy one. So the minute I checked in here, I went out, I sat down in one of the mineral springs. There's a party out there. Everybody's having fun. It's 3:30 in the morning. This is part of why I'm so exhausted. I kind of am bad at moving, especially multiple times in 1 year. But as soon as I got settled, parties going on, everybody's having fun. I see this really pregnant, really angry, really fat black lady stalk across the deck of the pool, headed out toward the party. And within like 30 seconds of her entering the party, it turned into a brawl. And they kicked everybody out. And now you can't use the mineral pools between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. They said it was the health department, but everybody knows it was the brawls. So
Speaking
now I
about-
have to use the mineral pools when all the fucking kids are in there. Go
That's
ahead.
a drag. That actually sounds refreshing. Speaking of other like alternative therapies like that, have you ever heard of what is it? Where the fish pedicures?
Oh yeah, don't people get like herpes or not herpes, hepatitis from that?
Yeah, is it
Why the
still
heck
legal?
are you looking into pedicures, Jeremy?
No, I've heard of. I mean, I've heard about this from Living Life. What are you talking about? Fish pedicures. It's weird. I look up weird stuff. I mean, I don't know what you're
Yeah,
talking.
they have like flesh-eating
you get
fish that
pedicures.
eat your feet, but if they eat the feet of somebody who has hepatitis, then the next customer will get hepatitis too.
Here,
Gross.
I'll prove it, numbnuts. Here.
We weren't saying you were wrong. We were saying you were gay for looking it up.
I came into this information from Living My Life. Sorry, I didn't go to one myself. I'm not saying I wouldn't. I might. Maybe I would. I mean, it sounds kind of rad. I don't know.
Anyway, that's probably the
Unmute
longest
it.
answer
They
you
vibrate
ever
it.
got to how to.
Unmute.
What? Oh,
It looks awesome.
no.
This reminds me of that scene in Conspirators of Pleasure where that woman is doing a newscast with her feet in a bowl with a bunch of fish where the fish are sucking her toes.
Foot fetish people are going nuts over
just
this.
Oh, they are jerking their
Oh,
dicks
yeah.
raw right now.
The foot fetish people are growing in number. Have you noticed?
They've
That
always
grosses
been
me out so
numerous.
much. I hate feet.
Do what, Ann? What'd you say?
It's like
I said I try not to be judgy. I try not to be judgy about other people's sexual preferences, but I really hate feet. They're the grossest thing on earth.
it's like Avatar: The Last Airbender. The boobs, foot, and thighs people used to live in harmony until the Feet Nation attacked.
Holy shit! I gotta go buy a toothbrush, you guys.
Okay.
Well,
You coming back?
oh yeah, I'm gonna bring you with me.
Oh, okay.
Hey, while
that's
you're
the
out
whole
back.
of
tonight.
troll people, do like
Can you get one from like the front desk?
Not here. They don't even have a little coffee thing in here. I mean, check this out. This hotel is so trashy. You know, I've made a mess of the room, but one of the sinks in the room is full of standing water and bugs.
Ooh.
But this is the only Mineral Springs hotel in town that will allow cats. It's like cats are associated with trash.
You get enough of them, yeah.
How could
That's
that
true.
face be trash?
Right. How many do
could
you
that
have?
face be trash?
How many do you have?
Two.
Oh, okay.
Just
Why?
I've got
Yeah,
about
so
15.
I'm not. I've only got 2 cats, and I can get laid, so I'm not like an official cat lady yet.
I'm a cat lady. I got 15. Oh God.
Dogs are better.
Well,
That's all
dogs are dogs
Oh.
are different. It's just you need a lot more time and resources and space to have dogs.
That is true.
And dogs are awesome.
I'm a
But-
bird. I'm a bird guy, which means I'm going to die alone.
Yeah.
That means you're
Yeah.
going to commit suicide.
I already had plans for that for years now.
Oh dear.
I'm glad we got
Are
to
you
have
at-
Chris on though, because
What,
I
you
have been
didn't?
waiting to ask one of those kind of like right-wing Christian conspiracy theorists why they're so anti-church. That's one thing I have never understood, and you see it pop up a lot. It's like, for me, it's one of those things like with the Nephilim guys. It's like this blatantly kind of like thing that it doesn't take like that much or that smart of a person to realize, yeah, that's not what the Bible says. But he kind of explained it in a way that I see where he's coming from. I still don't know if a lot of the other ones are coming from that point of view, because so many of them, like, it's just a weird thing. I'm glad
because the church in the past has been a political weapon.
That's true, but that doesn't, like, the Bible does not say like X out church. I mean, atomized Christianity, it's not really a thing. Now,
I don't know what you mean by atomized. I don't go to church because I don't like to go to church.
So you're saying you don't like other Christians?
No, I just don't like the environment. I can't relate.
He just doesn't like people.
I can't relate to the other Christians. Yeah, I can't relate to church-going Christians. Okay, I live
it's basically
in my
like
mind, and that's it.
As soon as this pandemic is over, please remain 6 feet away from me at all times.
I live it in my own mind, and I don't feel the need to go to church to express it or celebrate it. You know, I prefer to be alone with my thoughts on it.
So you don't partake in the sacraments, though?
Sacraments? I'm not Catholic. What are you talking about?
You don't have to be Catholic to do that.
If my way of practicing is not good enough, then it is what it is. I don't know what to tell you. I do what I can do. You know,
we can drop the subject.
No, we don't have to. I mean, but I do what I can do, and that's it. You know, I mean, I try to live a good life where occasionally I let down my harsh exterior and try to be empathetic. But I mean, I am who I am, and you know, that's deeply a part of the spiritual experience to me, and just the way it is.
So, Ann, when you go out in public, do you troll people?
Huh?
Can I troll people?
Yeah. Do you have a?
I mean,
do you have an air horn?
Trolling.
Do you have an air horn?
I kind of feel. No, but I have a pepper spray.
Here's what you should do. You should go up to people and ask them what their favorite racist joke is, and if they don't reply right away, pepper spray them.
No. We don't want to do that. Okay, you saw what happened with Andy Worski.
I endorse what Andy Worski did.
You know, I'm not going to pepper spray
taking out guns and pointing them at random people.
Wait, let her talk. What?
I said I'm not going to pepper spray a motherfucker just for having stage fright. I mean, come on.
But we know what happened to Andy Worski, where somebody
stay back. We will defend ourselves.
Yeah. He told his bodyguard or whatever, who was like smaller than him. He had a taser and a gun, and at one point he told his bodyguard to aim at the guy or something,
and they walked toward them. What the fuck?
Yeah. These guys kind of started the fight. They should have just gone on when they heard whatever someone was voice texting a racist joke to him or something, and this drunk guy got involved with him and said, you know, that's bullshit. We don't want that around here. And he said, fuck you, bro, and all this shit. And I think he shoved him at one point, and the bodyguard aimed his taser at him. But then they walked off. It broke up, and then they came back, tracked Andy Worski down, you know, because I guess they got wind of them talking trash on their live stream. And then it devolves into, all right, aim the gun at him or something. You know, he said, stay back. His voice is
stay back. We will defend ourselves.
The cop was not sympathetic to Andy Worski, obviously.
Oh no, that was one of the funniest parts. Is like when they were showing them the video of what happened, and when the cop sees him pull the gun out, and he's just like, "What the fuck? Put that guy in handcuffs. Give me that gun." He was just pissed.
Well, Andy Worski is such an annoying dude. I can't imagine anyone being sympathetic to him, even if he's being like raped to death. The cops would be like, I don't know. He probably deserved it. Carry on. Well,
the one time is like he was such an idiot. He let himself get cucked by JF Garrity. So yeah, he deserves to be mocked in every way possible.
Is that guy a creep or what?
JF Garrity, yeah.
I do have a lot more YouTube than I do, because I don't know any of these people, and I thought I was like. speed on this stuff. Maybe I just watch the really weird, obscure people.
Yes.
JF Garapy, like he literally fucks retards.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He's been to court for it.
Yeah, that jogged my memory.
I do have his book though. I haven't read it, but
Garapy has a book.
Yes. Let's see if we can make any sense of it actually while we got this up, and then we'll go back to talking about life, Lecter's Revenge. But
what the fuck?
The revolutionary I'll read it in J.
Why did he publish this?
JF's voice. The revolutionary phenotype. He talks like the guy in.
Yeah,
he's a French froggy fuck Quebecian.
A science book that brings us 4 billion years into the past when the first living molecule showed up on planet Earth. That's pretty ambitious.
When did he publish this?
2018.
Was it? So this was. He published this himself. This wasn't like his dissertation or anything.
Right. Create space. Yeah. So
I'm sure he goes into. He tracks the time from when the first technically alive cell came to be towards why black people have a crime bone in their brain and why bitches need to stay in the kitchen.
A crime bone?
Crime bone?
It's just wait.
Wait,
not
crime
literally
caused by bone?
Not literally. I'm just talking about how his.
Sometimes crime is caused by a boner, but
no, I'm just like talking about his pseudoscience about like race realism and shit like that.
Race realism, yeah.
It's just I mean that kind of shit is basically just it's like Leonardo DiCaprio's character from Django Unchained. It's just bullshit about like the shape of the skull of their brain means they're the inferior race.
Man, I love people who this is just like COVID-19 skepticism. A little bit of science knowledge is a very dangerous but often unintentionally funny thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like when people can string together a bunch of sciencey sounding words and they think it's an argument, sometimes you just got to let them go and see what they come up with.
Pretty much. Like if science says that that we need to genocide the blacks in America.
Oh, really? Was science in a bad mood that day? I gotta catch science when he gets up on the right side of the bed one of these days.
Yeah, science when he develops antibacteria and shit. Not the times when he's saying that runaway slaves have drapetomania.
Have what?
You never heard of that? There was like this. There were a couple quote unquote psychologists who used to say that slaves who ran away had a mental disorder called drapetomania. which is why we should which is one of the reasons like I have like a sort of Dasean Foucaultian skepticism about mental illness. Like too often it's used as just a means of people who don't fit the typical mold. They need medication, they need to be put in asylums, that kind of bullshit.
Yeah, fucking neurotypicals. Just like a neurotypical to say something like that. But what was the root of drapetomania?
It's basically it was the idea of like taking psychology and applying it to runaway slaves. Is like, oh, but since blacks are obviously the inferior race, someone's gonna clip me and tell me that I literally mean that. But since blacks are obviously the inferior slave race who should be, slaves, obviously if they want to run away, they have a mental illness that causes them to want to run away, that causes them to not be sufficiently subservient to blacks, and causes them to have sores and scars that flare up on their back.
Wow.
That was a real thing. And so was the idea of hysteria.
I think
Hysteria was a
illness thinking get out was better than that.
I'm just trying to figure out etymologically what trap is doing in the word trapatomania.
No, drap with a D. It's basically like something of mania for running away or something like that.
God, this guy has a positive mania for not working for free. I mean, you can say that interns these days have the same problem.
Yeah. Like, that's one of my things is like, and sorry, there's a lot of wind where you are. Can you mute when you're not talking?
Oh, sorry.
But yeah, that's one of the things is just like, I will, like, no matter how hard up I am for employment, I will never, ever, ever take a fucking intern position that doesn't pay. Fuck you, pay me. If I'm working for you, you better fucking pay me.
That is audacious. The whole well, kid, you're learning the ropes. This is valuable experience. I came up.
Fuck you, pay me.
I came up the same way. I came up from the bottom, the school of hard knocks. Bullshit.
Fuck you, pay me.
Well, yeah.
Well, the problem with that, and I mean the Baffler. I don't know if you've ever heard of that publication. It's kind of old, but the Baffler was complaining about this back in the 90s. Aside from being an affront to the dignity of people who are being asked to work for free, the whole system of internship leading to, careers in journalism and the movies and pretty much all of the media, all of the things that people really want to do, they can get kids to do for free to get their foot in the door in the business, which means that the only people who wind up in those businesses,
like as an adjunct. Like, I mean, of course, adjuncts get paid, but it's like they're doing a freaking professor job and getting paid.
Right, but the point I was trying to get to is that if a whole business relies on you getting your foot in the door through unpaid internships, then in a generation, that entire business is going to be dominated by people who have really wealthy parents who can afford to work for free for a couple of years, even after college. And
exactly
that's why,
the same thing with college. I mean, that's one of the main reasons I actually got out of the humanities is because, like,
this is why Lena Dunham has a career.
Yeah, it's like you can't freaking get a dang job as a professor because there's so many freaking adjuncts that they don't want to pay.
Yeah, I mean that warps.
What?
I think she entered a dead zone. But yeah, that's why Lena. Oh, are you there?
Yeah, I was just saying, like, between the fact that around the time I turned 30, they decided that all journalists should be 22 years old, and the fact that everything is based on getting into industries through internships, people are complaining now that the media and entertainment have completely warped points of view. And I'm like, well, everyone saw this coming. Everyone who knew what was going on saw this coming. When everything is based on, we need you to work for free for a couple of years to get into the business, and then all of a sudden journalism, most places weren't hiring anyone who was even as old as 30 starting about 10 years ago. You're going to get some really fucking warped points of view, and that's going to reverberate through all of society till, oh, look, we've got a plague, and that's the time we decided to have riots. Great.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is why, like, the media is and Hollywood and shit are now filled with rich assholes who got in based on nepotism, who have rich families. It's just like, it's why, like, so many writers are rich idiots who have never had real experience in their life, because they're people who, they had a support network. They grew up in a rich family, and they didn't have to, they didn't have to, like, hustle to fucking get their positions. They didn't have to work shit jobs while they were working on their first novel.
Or their sixth novel, as in my case.
Yeah.
And then you wind up with a.
Yeah, every novelist, every writer who I've read who's worth a shit nowadays, they either A, had to hustle they either had to hustle their fucking ass off to be able to make a living writing off of novels, or B, they still have to maintain a day job to be able to work.
Yeah, and still no. As I was saying a couple of weeks ago, the novel is one of the smallest media there is. Yet that are more widespread, like the movies. You have to have financial backing. I mean, there are a lot of Hollywood movies I kind of enjoy, but they could be a hell of a lot better if they were being made by people who had any connection to the real world.
Yeah, that's another problem. Like, the mid-list in Hollywood is like gone. It's dead. Like, everything now is either like a big budget movie that costs like $100 million to make, or it's like an independent project that ends up on Netflix or Hulu or whatever. Or like even below that, like if you're just like a nobody, is just like the best you can hope for is like throwing your movie up on YouTube and hope someone sees it.
Yeah. Sorry. I feel like it is too windy in my vicinity to even participate in this discussion, which is kind of disappointing. I was hoping. Yeah.
That wind is big.
Yeah, you're gonna have to like, in order for us to hear you, you're gonna have to like put your phone like right up to your mouth.
Why don't you guys just discuss things while I get my tooth?
Was she mad? Did we make
No,
her
she
mad?
wasn't mad. It's just the wind was too bad for us to be able to hear her.
Okay. I don't know. I thought I detected an edge in her voice.
No, I think she was just irritated that we couldn't with all the noise.
Okay. I don't know.
But why don't we go into what have we been reading this week? Jeremy?
Yeah.
Jeremy, what have you been reading?
Let's see. Okay, we've all heard of this guy, right? He was pushed pretty hard by the editors on Bizarro Central for a year or two. Zoltan Komor, which is a pretty awesome name.
Did he write that freaking The Mummy one? That one looked bad.
Bird Mummy, yeah, but this was actually good. Is she back? Okay.
Too much in? Yeah, I do have that book.
Pretty.
Yeah, sorry. And the wind is really bad. Can you mute yourself until you talk?
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm sure we'll get to a good place. But
yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
Tumor Gin. The stories in here are pretty wild. There's one where this kid has porn stars that have kind of like taken up space in his bedroom, like through a crack in the wall, just like rats. And I think he hides them or squashes them at some point, so as not to alert his mother. It's just some really weird stuff. Have either of you guys read this?
No,
I do have it on my Kindle, but I haven't read it yet.
He has this weird way of like compressing spaces between people. Like there's multiple stories in here where like people who would normally be life-sized adult humans, they're like tiny and they're popping out of furniture or some shit. I don't know, but basically the guy is a really good. He's got a really good imaginative. He can really paint a good picture with his words of all this weird shit happening. Like he wrote that book, that collection previously before this, Flamingos in the Ashtray, really vivid imagery, Then we got the Witch Hunt, which is it was the next in the Pitchfork County series. This guy, it calls himself the Night Marshal, okay? And basically he is a policeman of the supernatural in this little town. And he reports to someone called I think it's the Tall Man or the Forever Man or something. But basically his whole family, they each have this dark gift that they battle the supernatural evil. It kind of reminds me of that old TV show American Gothic, kind of. But you got the Night Marshal. And then you've got his son, who is like basically a werewolf. He can lose an entire night just running around with other his pack. He's a werewolf that hangs out with wolves, as I understand. Then you've got the wife, and her mother was a swamp witch, and she learned all her gifts from her. The Night Marshal and the Swamp Witch's powers are diametrically opposed, which is why they have to avoid each other, so that lest they attract even more evil than they already have to battle. So I know that, yeah, that's kind of a lot to grasp, but it was good. I'm gonna continue reading this series. At least it's not Terry Goodkind. Lord Rawl goes to Mars and liberates it or some shit. Then we got Do Not Disturbed by John Athan. John Athan, as I've said before, is a real extreme horror type, torture porn. He's one of those guys who sometimes has the need to. Do I still have a quorum? Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Evil Clowns. He's the type. John Athan is the type who often has to subtitle his books with an extreme horror novel, like Matt Shaw or one of those type of authors. But Do Not Disturb is your basic bitch evil clowns with axes and guns, and there's even one that reminds one of Harley Quinn with the explosives and the seductive evil sadistic shit. It was okay, but it wasn't as good as Dr. Sadist, which was by John Athan. Sharing the Mountain with Bigfoot. I'm not going to discount the woman's alleged experiences, but the punctuation and grammar and everything needs work. She changes tenses a lot within the same sentence and paragraph. She's made like a little series out of this, the second year, third year, Sharing the Mountain with Bigfoot. I don't think it does the movement any favors when people spot these cryptids and they're not able to fully elaborate. However, it would make one suspect, if Bigfoot were only approaching people with bachelor arts degrees, So that's where I'm kind of it's all up in the air for me. I don't know. And I don't really care if her experiences are real or conjured or she's just crazy or exaggerating. I don't need to know if it's real. I just need to know that the story is out there, basically, and that's all I need to know. I'm not a super skeptic with that stuff. I think that it belongs in our everyday lives just as much as real documented cases. Tall tales and yarns are still important. Then this one I'm still digesting. It's all these different tribes and whatnot, like Hyksos and the Egyptians and the Hittites, and I'm still trying to piece it all together. It was fascinating, the tapestry that this guy wove with 1177 BC, the year civilization collapsed. And by the way, that's not what the year that civilization collapsed. It's just that his publisher chose that to be dramatic or whatever, But these people, they reverted to a legitimate previous age due to getting their asses flat out, destroyed by Egyptians. Several civilizations were absorbed or just flat out, deleted, basically. I'm not even going to talk about this one because the grammar's even worse in this one than it was over here in Jada Roberts' book. Dogman, you all may have heard about the old story, and the person had the black and white film of the Dogman back in the 70s or 60s or something.
Wait, you mean the one that was the Gila suit or Gili suit? I can't pronounce.
I think so. Yeah. Once again, we have an author who has made multiple books based around encounters with a certain cryptid. Bigfoot is more believable than Dogman at this point. The people sharing their experiences in this book, they're just not, they're not natural born writers. This one here was actually a full, well-rounded story about the Wendigo legend and tree people and whatnot. And this guy who's a transplant, basically from the Bronx, after getting stabbed during while his house was being robbed, and him and his wife pack up and move to a more rural area, and he's still recovering from that PTSD and whatnot. And he's a therapist, so he's trying to learn how to compartmentalize his traumatic experience, all while dealing with these monsters in the woods who are taking children and leaving dead animals on doorsteps and whatnot. It was actually a well-told story, but very brief. And so that's what I've read this week. Basically a bunch of trash, except for the history book. But no complaints. I can learn just as much from a bad book as I can from a great book. And just like Tarantino said with films, you have the best life lessons from watching bad movies, what they got wrong, So that's my take on it. So that's all I read this week. Who's next?
I'll go next. I've still been reading Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail 72. It's definitely a fascinating book. Like, to give you an idea of how wild this election was, like to modern perceptions, I'm not at the point where McGovern has been chosen as the candidate yet, but of the candidates in the Democratic Party at the time, Nixon was the incumbent for the Republicans, so a big part of it was deciding who the Democratic nominee would be. Like a big part of how wild this election was to modernize was this was an election where Shirley Chisholm, the first black woman to run for president, is running in the same party as George Wallace, who is a virulent racist, virulent segregationist. And during this election, this was actually the part that I read when I left off on it last time, was George Wallace actually got shot and ended up being paralyzed below the below the waist. So this was a crazy election, and Hunter S. Thompson, who of course wrote it, he's he describes some of his own experiences, like when he discovers that Ed Muskin, one of the Democrat nominees, was a drug abuser himself, and I don't know what type of drug it was. I can't pronounce it, but he ended up, being fat by the end of the campaign. He was so fucking, stressed out by it. One of the funniest anecdotes that Hunter S. Thompson tells about it is during the Democratic convention, he ends up so disgusted and so bored by everything that's happening. He just goes outside and he gives his press pass to a random homeless guy who goes in and just yep, there's George Wallace getting shot. No fucking sympathy from me, but
paralyzed from the waist down.
Yep. As Hunter S. Thompson points out, it made him A, less of a monster, and B, more of a fucking threat of being the fucking nominee. Because, people had fucking sympathy for this asshole. But he talks about how at one point he was Hunter S. Thompson talks about how he was so during the Democratic National Convention, he was so like fucking disgusted and bored at one point that he just went outside and gave his press pass to a random homeless guy who just went inside and at one point ended up attacking someone, which he got in trouble for. This is probably like one of the best books I've read on the American political process at one point. And if you still think like the American political process is, in any way a good thing, you should read this book.
Speaking of political, I read All the King's Men by Robert Penn Warren.
I haven't read that one, no.
You need to read that one.
What is it?
Yeah. And you're coming through with a lot of wind again.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I accidentally unmuted myself. Sorry. Like I said, I'm just letting you guys discuss while I provide the visual track because this thing is unmanageable.
Yeah, I've also been reading Empire of the Sun by J.G. Ballard. This is a semi-autobiographical novel where Ballard talks about his childhood in Shanghai, China, during World War II when the Japanese invaded. And he talks about how, like, during, at first, there were Japanese soldiers occupying Shanghai before, like, the attack on Pearl Harbor happened. But after the attack on Pearl Harbor happened, the Japanese, went full force and started, sinking European ships, Chinese ships, and they took over the whole of Shanghai. And the point I'm at, Ballard had he was separated from his parents and ended up in a hospital. And basically, what he's doing now at the point that I'm in the story is he's having to run around like Shanghai and survive off of what he can find in the Shanghai mansions that used to belong to various Europeans who were living there, and off of the generosity of some Japanese soldiers. So it's almost like a boy's adventure novel about him like being separated from his parents during the World War II in Shanghai, and he's basically trying to track them down. And it's really great so far. Ballard to me is like one of the best writers of the 20th century, and this is no different. This is a really great novel about his life trying to survive in Shanghai during World War II. And
I need to read that because I hated Crash, but I know that he's done a lot of stuff different than Crash.
You're wrong. Crash is a good book.
You freak no. Crash is a horrible novel.
You know what?
Crash is awesome.
Crash is horrible.
I jerked off to it.
I have the least popular opinion because I actually liked the Atrocity Exhibition movie. Huh?
That's a movie?
There is a movie of Atrocity Exhibition, and I might be able to, arrange that it finds its way to both of you guys. Yeah, if you're,
I refuse to see the Crash movie. I refuse.
This isn't the Crash.
I've actually that's one thing I will agree with you. I've watched the Crash movie because I love the novel. I love David Cronenberg as a director, but Crash as a movie, it just doesn't work, and I can't really pinpoint why. It's a good book, and you are fucking wrong for saying it's not.
No. Okay. Do you have any more books or no?
Those are my two. Zachary, go ahead.
Wait. Let's see if the movie is on YouTube.
No.
But Crash? Yeah, it's on YouTube.
No.
That's how I watched it.
The Atrocity Exhibition. It doesn't look like it is, but I've got it. I mean...
Yeah, I wonder if... what was it? Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan is part of that.
Yeah, I think so. I think that one of them has Ronald Reagan's... a paper with Ronald Reagan's face on it, like taped to their head or something. It's really dumb looking, but yeah, it's there. So, okay,
I'll get on with my books now.
Go on.
If you didn't, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, what were you going to say?
Now, I was just gonna say, if you didn't like Crash, you probably would like Empire of the Sun.
Yeah, because I know that he has more, like, he has books that are actual, like, stories and not just big. I mean, okay, Camus could do it in The Stranger, and it works. In Crash, it didn't work. Now, I know that Ballard was going for the same thing Camus was doing based on interviews I've read with him. I think on some science fiction forum type thing, no magazine. But anyway, it works in The Stranger, but like by that time, like it doesn't work in Crash. Played out over that length, and the same thing being repeated the whole novel. Anyway, yeah, I don't want to remember.
That's one thing I disagree with. I think Crash is a prime example of pornographic writing being elevated to art.
Nah, pornography isn't art.
Crash would disagree with you.
I disagree with Crash. But anyway, I've been reading a ton of books. I've not finished that many, but a lot of the ones I'm reading are super long. The one I did finish was Chop Shop by, I believe her name was Kathy Braidhill. It's a true crime book about this like a funeral home, but they've been like not like properly doing with the bodies what they should. Like they'll do like multiple cremations and stuff, and they've been selling body parts and that type of thing. But there was one very hotly debated murder or possible murder that happened, and that's kind of why it's considered a true crime book. Because I mean, I didn't really think it was interesting reading about kind of crooked business people like selling body parts. Like it wasn't that intriguing, but there is like a possible murder, and I think the book itself is a very good example of like documentary type writing or nonfiction writing, really painting the I guess the accused in a very bad light. I mean, this is almost like the anti-West Memphis 3, where this book is just completely dogging this family. Not that they shouldn't be dogged; they're very like immoral, crooked people. But I still like came away from it not really convinced that a murder was committed. But I give the book 4 stars on the basis that it was entertaining throughout, and the cover is like the thing of legends, which is actually the reason I got it, because like a cover like that, you just can't really pass it up. Can you pull it up, Jeremy?
Yeah, which cover is it?
It's a Chop Shop by Kathy Braidhill, but I don't believe you can find it on Goodreads. Like, I mean, it's on Goodreads, but it's one of those weird, like, someone took a picture of the book and that's the cover instead of the actual cover.
That's not the one you want, right?
Yeah, because you can't really see it. Like the actual cover, it might be on like Google Images or something, but it's like straight out of a House of 1,000 Corpses. Like the picture of the autopsy dude or mortician, like really looks like I believe it was Dr. Satan from House of 1,000 Corpses. It's just a very cool cover. But aside from that book, I've probably read 4 novels worth of material on Joe Hill's Nosferatu, which is like a big 700-page novel that I wasn't really into for the most part, but now that it's getting towards the end and things are amping up and it's becoming way more fantastical and out there, I'm actually super into Nosferatu. But I've got this problem with Joe Hill, and it's more on my part than on his part, because he is a good writer. I mean, he's a great writer. But, yeah, look at that. It's just freaking awesome, isn't it?
What's going on up here in the right-hand corner?
That's just a picture of them coming out of the trial. The main one there, I mean, just that's freaking eerie. Not really showing up as good as it looks like in person, but it's pretty awesome.
I've never heard of this case. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It was actually the first, it was the first case of not crooked funeral home directors, but oleander being used as a poison, like the first criminal case for it. Now, he didn't get found guilty, and I'm of the opinion he wasn't guilty.
He's still a horrible person,
Mm.
but I don't believe he poisoned the guy. That book aside, Nosferatu by Joe Hill it's shaping up to be pretty good. It lagged in the freaking first 500 pages because I mean it's way too freaking long for the story that's there. But the problem I have with Joe Hill, and it's more on my part, like I can't I'm not comparing him to his father, but it's like I get this feeling that he grew up a famous writer's son, and it's problematic that this book has so many Stephen King tropes in it, which I mean I guess that's a natural thing, but it's like he's not really telling a story for the most part. He's just kind of like making a product that will appeal to Stephen King fans. And I have a lot of problems with like the way the main character is presented because it's one of these things like goes like the first part of it is her as a kid, and then like it follows her through her whole life. But each like section of her life is just kind of like a different stereotype. Like I don't feel like the main character we're supposed to invest so much time in is a character. She's just a collection of all these really generic tropes. And so like each section, it's like a different main character. It's really, I just can't really follow it. But now that we're like in like the main part of the novel where we're not jumping around timelines and things are stable, I'm digging the like super fantastical stuff that's going on. But you all are probably familiar with Nosferatu because like they made it into the TV show and stuff, so you probably know what I'm talking about. But
I've never read any Joe Hill yet.
The thing about his writing, and it's so strange, he can write multiple, like hundreds of thousands of words, and you feel like you've not read that much. And I don't mean that as a good thing. Like it's like he's just writing and nothing is happening, yet there are so many words on the page. It's really weird. And I get the feeling that he was almost coached by his dad or maybe by the environment he grew up in to like
What's wrong with that?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but it's like he's producing these door stoppers and you get through it and you don't feel like you've read something of that length. It's like, okay, I always go back to this because it's one of my favorite novels of all time, Moby Dick. Yeah, you read that, it's a freaking long novel, but you feel it. And there's so much stuff going on. This, it's a long novel, but I don't feel like anything's happening. It's kind of annoying. But here at the end, it's really shaping up to the point where I might actually say it's like, for me, a 4-star book based on how it's going towards the end. I'm really, really enjoying it. Now, I've also been reading a bunch of, I've been going back and I'm very close to finishing my first read through of the Bible, whereas I've already read the New Testament and I started the Old Testament and then went and read the New Testament, and now I picked up where I left off, and I don't have that much further to go on the Old Testament, so that's been taking up a lot of time. But I've been doing it as an audiobook before I go to bed, so it's I actually enjoy reading the Bible that way. Not that I wouldn't enjoy it the other way, but it's like there is something about it being like read to you that I like, because it's not like it doesn't read the same way like I guess fiction would read. Then I've also been reading a bunch of other like theological things, but I've not really gotten into them far enough to talk about them. So I'll just save that for when I finish them, which will probably be next week. And those books are Exo Vaticana, I can't pronounce that right, by I believe Chris Putnam and Thomas Horn, and it's really freaking annoying with all their dang Nephilim hybrid nonsense.
Now, Thomas Horn is the one that's leading the charge against transhumanism, though. So
his dang documentary on transhumanism, it's like a little less than an hour, but it's on YouTube. I highly, highly recommend that documentary. It's a couple years old, but I mean, man, it's full of so much awesome stuff. Not awesome stuff, scary freaking stuff. But I mean, if you want to be convinced we're leading to freaking like something horrible happening to humanity related to transhumanism, watch it. I mean, it's freaking horrifying. He goes into like how all these laws are like secretly being developed to be able to like differentiate what writes a person who is not fully a person, the person who has either like technological parts of them that make them less than 100% human, or like actual genetic manipulation where they're part animal, part human. Like these are real laws being like created. It's
imagine if you succumb to this transhumanist thing, if it is indeed, a fully realized and organized thing, like Thomas Horn suggests, and I do believe it is to some degree.
Yeah, I do too.
What if the people who provide, like, I don't know, are we talking about like cybernetic parts, or like, is it Google glasses? Is it nanites, nano?
I think it will just keep increasing. I mean, heck, you could say we're there already with.
Okay, couldn't the company who supplied the equipment or the hardware or whatever, couldn't they, repossess for some reason? If
like Repo Man.
Yeah.
I like that movie.
Like,
which is
like Repo the Genetic Opera,
I love
which
that
is
movie.
why for trans.
Yeah, Max Contract puts her in a mighty fine predicament. A mighty fine predicament? Yeah.
It's
a
so
mighty
awesome
fine
that
predicament.
I love that.
Which is why for transhumanism to be able to work or have any meaning, hierarchy and class distinctions need to be abolished.
Wait a second. What?
I told you he was radicalized.
I don't know about that. But the other book I've been reading is what the heck is the name of it? It's by Siegbert Becker, who is at this point probably my favorite theologian. Now, I mean, I've not read widely in theology as of this point, but from what I have read, Siegbert Becker is just like freaking blows it out of the park and goes places that like just blow your mind. I was able to get my hands on a copy of his Revelations commentary, which typically goes for like $400 on Amazon. But my Lutheran pastor, since he's with Wells, had a copy of it, so I've been reading it. No, it's Siegbert. It's Siegbert Becker, and Siegbert W. Becker. Now, Foolishness of God is Wizards of P2. Yeah, then there's the Revelation one, the Distant Triumph song. Yeah, but after I read that, I think I'll have all of his books read except for one. But the other two that I have read, Foolishness of God and Wizards of P, are
What is it about him? What is it about him that you like?
He's just honestly, I could just say everything about his stuff that I like is what I like about Lutheranism, because you have it seems like in mainline Christianity, you have a lot of these extremes, and in my opinion, Lutheranism is like the most biblically accurate and at the same time obvious take on all these really hard, super philosophical questions that people who over rationalize can kind of mess up. And the Lutheran view is very simple, but at the same time, it's like that simplicity is so profound where they're not going off these really weird deep ends. Like, I mean, there are some things in Presbyterianism and Calvinism, not that I dislike those people, but some of the things they said, you'd straight up be like labeled a heretic in the Middle Ages and burned alive for, like saying that God wills people to go to hell. I mean, that's obvious.
That's right. I could not live with myself if I believed in Calvinism. And the doctrine of the what is it? The doctrine of the few, or the doctrine?
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I forgot the name of it.
Can't do Calvinism. No. I would have no will to live if I believed that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a scary mindset. Now, I'm not saying like I'm not just dogging on them. I disagree with them. But the other thing about Lutherans is that they're not so radical. Like there's some branches of Christianity that like straight up say, if you're not with our branch, you're not a Christian are going to hell. Lutherans are not like that at all. They're very big on like the faith alone part, and that like, yeah, like your salvation is not based on having the perfect theology, and that's, I mean, to me that's awesome. But anyway, I've been reading that, and what else have I been reading? I haven't read that much on it because I can't freaking remember the title, but yeah, I'll just leave it for there for now. Like once I get finished with Nosferatu, which is way longer than it should be, I'll get those books read up or finished and be able to talk more about them.
Okay. And
yeah,
you get a chance to do any reading?
Well, I was just going to remark, Calvinism does scare me too, because I don't like to think of God grading on a curve. Like only 6 of you can have A's, the rest are going to hell.
Yeah, it's some really weird stuff. And like I read one of my favorite books I read this year was a collection of these medieval, I guess they would call them priests in that time, basically medieval theology. And there were a lot of discussions about these people that would like go around spouting out what is essentially modern day Calvinism. But it's like they would kind of go against the grain and be like, I guess, bad boy pastors or something. And everyone else is looking at them like, what the heck are you doing? You're going completely off deep end and taking what are very, pretty tough things, but you're going at it in such a really weird way. It's like you're intentionally filling the role of like someone who's going in to like create division. It's like everyone else is doing the normal thing, and you're going over here saying, "Oh yeah, God creates people to go to hell and burn forever." Like what? And those, I mean, there were like serious trials that resulted from this, and and like modern day, since we're past the Reformation, it's kind of like an everything goes mentality, and that's why I lean way more towards Lutheranism, because it's very similar to, I mean, obviously it's not Catholicism because like keyword Luther, but they're not into like every freaking church should be doing their own thing. Like they're very much into like I don't want to say central governing body, but like an actual conglomeration where people are on the same page, as opposed to a lot of Protestants. And I'm not saying anything bad about them, but it's like they take that we're fiercely independent thing way too far. And I really think it's hurt Christianity, because for me, like the other dude that we had on here, the horror author, he said that, when he grew up, all he was exposed to were kind of like the snake handling Pentecostals, and that was the same with me. And so
I don't remember who you're talking about, but
he was the Death's Head Press dude who was a Catholic.
Death's Head Press.
Yeah, he
Chris
was
Miller.
Yeah, Chris Miller.
Oh, yeah.
And that's so true, because there's so many of these branches of Christianity that aren't online with like what has been historical Christianity throughout its history, and they had so much influence and push people away, including at the beginning me before I converted. And it's like the things they're saying have already been taken care of in the Middle Ages, or not medieval times. And in that way, I think like Protestantism in America has kind of hurt Christianity. Not that it's a bad thing. Like I don't believe that like there has to be this kind of like, I mean, obviously I don't believe in having to have a pope or anything, but it's like you have all these branches that kind of give it a bad name. And
well, yeah, anybody can set up a storefront and start telling people to drink Kool-Aid.
Yeah, it's basically where we've came to. It's really weird.
Yeah, but what I've been reading lately, I'm still reading my 10-cent French version of Armistead Maupin. Yes. Funny, he's got a French name, but he's an American writer. Chronicles of San Francisco. I just really started getting going on it last night, because as you know, I've been reading reams of my own words over and over and over again, and I'm a little tired of them. Really kind of Tired of the sound of my own fictional voice at this point, which is, yeah, I've rewritten the same thing about a dozen times. But I actually, last night, once everything was said and done, the book was published, I put out a couple of things. I haven't made the trailer yet because I've had a lot of shit to do today. But I did sit back and decide to watch a movie last night. And I couldn't figure out what kind of movie to watch. So I thought, hey, since it's in the news, I'm going to watch that movie where Johnny Depp met Amber Heard because they were starring in it together. See what that was like. And not only was it very portentous, like the first thing his character says about her character was, I was doing so well till she came along. Like, I guess life reflected fiction there in a way. A dude never expected in a million years. But also, it turns out it was about Hunter S. Thompson. It was a autobiographical book. It was made from one of Hunter S. Thompson's more autobiographical work. So it's funny that Ben should bring up Hunter S. Thompson. Also, as I was watching the movie, I was like, Jesus, this is pretty much a movie about the look, feel, sweatiness, and sort of uncentered, on the road, fleeing from the plague feeling of my own life. So not that I'm comparing myself to Hunter S. Thompson. I can't hold my liquor nearly that well. But, I just expected to do a little bit of misery gawking at poor old Johnny Depp, but instead I did some misery gawking unexpectedly at myself last night.
He is, from all I've heard, he's got a way better case than of defense than she does at this point. I think Believe All Women is a huge.
Anyone who any rational look at that would see that that's fucking stupid.
Right.
It's like there was a editorial out. I can't remember where it came out, but it was basically saying like, oh, no one ever said like believe all women, and anyone who said that is gaslighting. Is like, motherfucker, you are lying.
Yeah.
You are fucking lying, and you're lying to defend Joe Biden of all people.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeremy, you
Fuck
would get
you.
super mad.
Huh?
I'm going to send you a link.
But
I don't want you to like read the whole article because I don't want myself to have to go through this again. But I was sent this by a friend.
Is that article that you sent me?
What I'm going to do.
Now what?
Okay.
Is this a troll or is this?
No, it's not a troll.
But-
It's just like you're going to be in awe at how freaking horrible this is. Okay, there it is.
But yeah, he put it in the private chat. But while we're waiting for Jeremy to read that, I did watch Derek Jarman's Blue this week, and if you think that a film that consists not nothing, but almost entirely of 90 minutes of a blue screen can't be beautiful, you are wrong, because this film is amazing. Like I say, it consists almost entirely of like 90 minutes of a blue screen, but audio wise, like the reason Derek Jarman made this film is because it was made in 1994. At the time, he was dying of AIDS, and because of complication from AIDS, his retinas were detaching, and practically all he could see were shades of blue. So he made a film which, like I said, it's like 90 minutes of a blue screen, but narration-wise, it consists of things like Derek Jarman talking about his experiences going to the hospital, the things he had to do to keep himself alive. It had a bunch of songs. It had multiple like digressions of him talking about like fictional, surreal things about things like the color blue being a character, and the character blue getting in fights with other colors. the character Blue having to call in other shades of blue to defend him, what the color blue means in culture, the idea, philosophical discussions about, what imagery means in society. It's like, this is just an amazing film, and it's way more amazing than what you'd think just 90 minutes of The Color Blue would be. I very highly recommend it. I very highly recommend this movie.
I don't understand what you just explained. Like, huh?
You have to. You can find it on YouTube. Go on YouTube, look up Derek Jarman's Blue. Like, turn off all the lights in your home and just sit and watch it. It is amazing.
Is it better than Get Out?
It is better than Get Out. I will give it that.
Get Out.
Derek Jarman was a master.
The film consists of a single shot of saturated blue color.
Yes.
That's really all.
No, it's not all. There's narration, and the narration is like some of the most beautiful shit you will ever hear.
Is this a short film or?
It's no, it's 90 minutes, so it's a full film.
It was the guy's last film. He died of AIDS, and he was blind before.
Yes, he was going blind, and at the time he made the film, the only thing he could see were like shades of blue. It's amazing. Like, one of the things that I most remember from it is one of the autobiographical segments where he's talking about, the people he sees in the hospital waiting room. Like, there's a part where he says purgatory is a waiting room. He talks about, the people he sees there, sort of like a fleeting connection he makes with them. Like, one of the last things that Derek Jarman himself, as a narrator, says is he talks about passing by a shoe store, seeing a pair of shoes that he wants to buy. What?
You said a shoe store. You mean
yes.
A sushi store?
No, just a shoe store. And he talks about how he sees a pair of shoes he wants to buy, but he decides that the pair of shoes he's wearing are going to be good enough to walk him out of life. A big part of the film is him talking about, how he's aware he's going to die soon, how he will not, win the fight with the disease, with the virus. One of the great parts is him talking about, not him, another narrator talking about The Color Blue as a character, where Blue has a battle with Yellow Belly. That's an amazing part. You know what? You just have to watch this film to see how great it is.
So it is narration over one shot of the color blue for 90 minutes.
Yes, and it is amazing. Like, you may think I'm pretentious or that I'm just bullshitting or whatever. No, pull up this film. Turn off all the lights in your house and just sit and watch it. You will be amazed. I guarantee it.
Can I keep a lamp on?
No. Turn off all the lights in your house. Do what I say.
It's on YouTube. See?
You can find it for free on YouTube right now.
Y'all never freaking looked up that YouTube movie I told you all to look up maybe...
What?
5 months ago.
What was it?
It's called Atrapados in Spanish, and that's its original title, but I believe it's on there as Trapped.
I don't remember you ever recommending anything like that.
Yeah, I don't remember that at all. Send it to me, and I'll watch it some night.
Atrapados Pellicula Completa?
No. It's really hard to find. I don't know why. It took me a while. I saw it on a film review site, and it's pretty obscure, and it took me a little while to track it down. I'll get back to it later.
But yeah, I have now written more words in the last 2 weeks than I have in years. So I really genuinely feel like I'm back as, and I'm not ashamed of the title of writer anymore. I don't feel that I still feel like I have to earn it back and actually finish something full length, But I really think that Esper is the one I'm going to finish as long as I don't talk about it too much. I'm just
Don't
glad.
talk about it at all.
No, I got to talk about it some, but
No, you
I crossed the threshold to 10,000 words, and I'm proud of that. It's like it's developing its own ecosystem of characters and circumstances, and I'm really happy with it. The rising action, as Kevin Strange would say in the first act, it's about to go down. So, really
That's good.
excited.
Yeah, I'm excited for you too. I haven't been writing as much as I should be. I don't know. It's just I just haven't felt the motivation.
I've been writing a new novel that I want to have done by sometime in October. I want it to be a little bit longer than Indie Rock Cabin, which came in at about close to 50,000 words, whereas Dinosaurs and Potted Plants was, I believe, right at 40. I want this one to be at a good 60,000 words.
What did you think? I don't admirer's review of Indie Rock Cabin. Sorry, man.
Oh, I have another review of Indie Rock Cabin.
You have a review from Analia, our fake admirer. Yeah.
Let me look it up real quick.
And if by some small margin I am wrong, and this is a real person, I'm gonna feel bad. But I'm 99% sure it's a troll. It has to be. They admitted that the picture is fake. So okay, so you've been.
Now I don't have a review from her on there. I just have one where
you did.
I just have your 5-star rating.
Okay, so they realized the troll failed and they deleted that whole account.
What did they say?
She gave you a 3-star review of Indie Rock Cabin, and she said that it didn't really speak to you, but there was a lot of. It didn't really speak to her, but you had a lot of potential. That's all I remember. But yeah, so they realized the troll failed and they deleted the fake account. So,
who do you think it was?
I don't know. We could get a rogues gallery going, But
yeah, could be some random troll with too much time that came across us on Twitch or whatever.
What the heck is Twitch? I hear people talk about it.
Twitch is what my dick does before I blow my load in your mom.
Okay, but what's the website?
It's for video gamers to live stream them competing with each other or doing long plays or whatever.
That sounds lame.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to talk about that, but you've had some difficulties with what's going on with dinosaurs and potted plants.
Yeah, I have had a lot of difficulties with it. I don't really want to get too much into it right now because
I did not bring it up. Okay.
Yeah, I know. So
now, if you don't want to talk about it, we'll just table that for later.
Yeah, well, I'll leave it at this. One way or the other, Dinosaurs and Potted Plants will be out this year. I'm not really sure when, and I'm not really sure by whom. Although at this point, it's still looking like it's going to be Nihilism Revised. But there's been a lot of people, I think on my last little, I believe, very good questions about the last horror fiction community drama concerning old Brian Keene, who shames 30 people every day.
Yeah.
Which I don't want to get back into that. We covered that the last episode, and I have a whole blog post about it.
All these people that he does this to look up to him. That's what amazes me is how, and the sheer volume of people he shames now. How are people not seeing through this fucking phony?
Yeah, and that's the thing. I believe he's done it so much, and I believe at this point
he's a caricature now.
Well, no, I believe he slipped up. I believe he had something to do with it or knew something else that we don't know, and he slipped up by getting hyper defensive right off the bat, and I simply pointed that out and people don't like that. Now, I could be completely wrong. I think I had that out there, and I definitely said it. It's all speculation, but you speculate about their freaking false savior, Brian Keene, who is absolutely nothing. I mean, yeah, he's a popular mid-list horror writer, but you ask the average freaking person on the street, you ask the average person at a Harley Davidson shop, or you ask the average person who happens to be the governor for whatever freaking state it was, they don't know who Brian Keene is. He doesn't matter, and he's got this freaking inflated ego. All I did was ask questions. I'm not freaking victim blaming or anything like that. I'm simply stating that Brian Keene might have something to do with it. And people took a ton of offense to that, way more offense than anything I've done in the past, because, I mean, I've trolled quite a bit in the past, and it's not, I haven't really had this much, I'll put it in quotations, pushback, because the people doing this aren't really pushing me back, and they probably know I'm basically cancel proof. I just don't care what they say about me, but they're throwing a freaking eunuch hissy fit, going to like SC Bergen. Oh, I'm gonna pull my book and blah blah blah. Who gives a fucking shit? I don't, and I don't know if SC Burt does. He might, but the one thing will stand that unless SC Burke is publishing like the literal Antichrist, I'm not going to say, oh no, unless you pull that book, I'm going to pull my book and think that has some kind of leverage. Like, it's so weird. Like, as far as like controversial figures go, I'm pretty low on the totem pole. I may have trolled some people a little bit, and I even hesitate to use the word troll. I throw that word out there. I don't really consider myself a troll. The thing, I mean, sometimes I do fun things just for entertainment, but the Brian Keene thing, that was, although it's kind of funny watching him slip up, I was serious about it, and I continue to be serious about it, and I do think there's something going on behind the scenes. And me pointing that out should not be a cause for all the freaking eunuchs of the world to get up in arms and say, oh my God, we need to freaking cancel him. I mean, it's so weird. It's like there's so many other things going on, and they're going to like use this as a freaking, like the straw that broke the camel's back. Like what? Like, I mean, you all have seen a ton of crazier stuff than like, you know, what I've put out there. And
hey,
I am the least bit offensive or like controversial.
Hey, Ann, can you unmute for a second? If the wind's not
yeah,
bad?
I'll try and block the wind with my body.
Okay.
What's up?
I just want to know. I have a strong suspicion. Well, it's confirmed in some ways, but I have a strong suspicion that in the past, our little gang stalking club, you know, our own cancelers, would-be cancelers or whatever, have discouraged guests from coming on when we announced them ahead of time. And I even suspect that they may have gotten to our previous co-host, Gregor, and either threatened him or persuaded him to leave the show. Are you susceptible to any of these kinds of wiles from these kinds of loser people that have this much free time to obsess over guys like us? I mean, are you?
Well, I was canceled in about 2005. I walked away long before walk away was a thing. I am so far beyond giving a fuck.
Okay, so
hang on, Zach. Hold that thought, Zach. I'm almost done. What I'm saying, Ann, is that if someone tried to persuade you away from appearing on this show, as I suspect they've done with others, so that would not be they would be unsuccessful in that, right?
Yeah, I mean, unless they offered me $1 million,
right?
I'd leave anything for that.
These people do not have $1 million. Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't even, I barely even notice people like that exist.
They really aren't
like
remarkable.
This Brian Keene person. I really don't give a shit. He probably thinks he's famous. No one's gonna remember him in 10 years.
I love the fact
I don't give a shit.
That's the thing. I love that you've never heard of him. It's like that just the world is enormous, and he thinks that he's a household name, but he's really more of a, I don't know, like a.
He's a big fish in a sea.
Horrible horror writers.
Yes, big fish in a small sea. Exactly.
In a scene, SCENE. It's like an exclusive clique that gleefully excludes everyone who doesn't think like them, except they think that everyone wants to be in their clique, which no one does, and they think they're the center of the universe, even though they have deliberately excluded most of the universe from their universe. Not important people, not going to scare me. I mean, I'd like to see them even try to fire. Get the fuck away from me, lady. I'd like to see them even try to firebomb my house because I don't have a house. Ah!
What was that about? Why did they honk at you?
Because she's a dumb fucking California bitch. God, I'm so sick. You know how there's this stereotype of everyone in California being beautiful? Everyone in California is even fatter than everyone else in the United States. They just wear less clothes. It's disgusting. And none of them walk anywhere. I'm so fucking fed up with everyone thinking I'm a streetwalker. Like, all these guys going by, honking at me, offering me money for a blowjob, or do you want to go to the casino? I'm like, no, you know what? Some people actually walk. I realize that's fucking unheard of in California, but some people like to walk to get from point A to point B. And you know what? You live in one of the most beautiful places on earth. You should all be fucking walking. Why are you in your car honking at me? Sorry.
Wow. That was amazing. I'm clipping that.
I'm a little wound up.
I'm clipping that. What are you wound up about? What did somebody say something or?
Well, you know, I've been kind of having to move from place to place for months because while I was trying to get my mental health taken care of, COVID happened, because of which California enabled my subletter to squat in my apartment. So I've been homeless, looking for a place to stay. You know, and Airbnbs are full of people, which are the worst. I'm tired of people. I'm tired of being in one of the most beautiful places on earth that is being ruined every day by people. And right now I'm fed up with this fucking wind.
How many nights you got at that hotel, if you don't mind me asking?
I have a week at the hotel, and meanwhile I'm waiting for somebody to look at my application for an apartment.
Okay.
Because I was going to move to Las Vegas, but the Amtrak will only let you take one cat at a time, and Uber wouldn't go all the way to Vegas. So I'm like, well, Palm Springs is in the desert. I guess it's still got hookers and casinos, but maybe it's a little less international touristy. I mean, the people here suck, obviously, but at least it's hot, and there aren't as many people. Although, you know, the dilemma between living in a big city or a small town in America, there are way too many people in the big cities, but in the small towns, people try to make up for the fact that there aren't enough to annoy you right off the bat by becoming bigger and louder. Listen to that fucking faggot on his motorcycle.
No, wait. Was that in response to your rant just now? Is that why you did that?
No, that was just excellent timing that faggot drove by on his fake dick. I ruined my motorcycle engine so that it can make a fucking annoying noise.
Now,
on top of the wind, on top of all the people shit. Ugh.
Why are you not?
So yeah, I'm a little. What's that?
Remember, why are you not me? Remember, we talked about this earlier.
Exactly. Why isn't everyone me? God damn it!
You should have gone on your falling down rampage across Los Angeles before you left.
I fucking should have. I was too tired though. I just kind of like, ambled out in the middle of the night 2 hours after I'd planned because I was so tired. I was like moving half time trying to get my shit packed up because I was so exhausted from living in a large suburban house that had been converted into an Airbnb. So I'm like fucking living on top of all these people and they're just being people. I'm exhausted from it. So now I'm trying to relax, at these hot springs, but it's windy. And every time I go out to buy food, 10 different guys try to pick me up as a hooker because apparently women still don't walk in any part of California, even if there's no metro. Like you either have to drive a car or you're a hooker. That's just shit. It's wind. I can't walk to my hotel and keep talking because it's just a solid wall of wind. Why is there so much wind in the goddamn desert? There's no place on earth where I'm comfortable. Ah!
Have any of them given you a good enough offer?
Fuck no. It's always really vague. Like I'll take you to the casino. Let's get drunk. Like in LA, at least it's a like concrete offer of $50. Here it's like, oh, free drinks. I'm like, you son of a bitch. The casino's gonna give you free drinks anyway. What do I want to come along for?
Wait, what? The casinos give free drinks in California?
I don't know for sure. I haven't been to one. I have less interest in going to a casino than I have in monster trucks. Like, I do not understand the appeal of casinos. If this motherfucker is going to talk to me, I'm going to kill him. I swear.
Wait, get it on.
Don't worry. We'll make an alibi if you kill him.
Do man on the street. Ask him something like.
Yeah, ask him what his favorite racist joke is.
Let us see, Jeremy. Off that admittedly very
pepper spray.
But I want to see this.
It's just a frozen screen. What are you talking about?
Yeah, our camera's not working. Fucking hiccups.
Oh, sorry. It would be so. It would be so beautiful if my camera were working right now. I mean, it's just a fucking internet hiccup. Yeah. But I mean, it's so beautiful here, but people ruin everything. Like I said, in LA, there are too many people. Out here at first, I'm like, fewer people. But then I realized, like, all the people are even fatter than the people in LA, and they're much louder. It's like humanity is gaseous. Not only is it full of hot air, but it will expand to fill any container. Any container you put it in, either it will breed until that fucker is choked, or it will just get fatter and louder and louder and fatter and drive a bigger truck until you're homicidal. Sorry, I'm really black-pilled today, kids. I've had a rough couple of years actually.
Do you? So you don't know anybody there, do you?
In this town, nope, not a soul.
Are you going to meet people? I mean, how is this going to work?
I mean,
I'm only stuck here till Europe will let me in. Not like I plan to live here.
Where are you going to Europe? Where? Why?
She said before she's going to meet that guy in France. Fucking hiccups. Somebody do something that's scaring me to get rid of these hiccups.
Okay, anybody that's got a hiccup solution, put it in the chat.
Well, Ben already knows the apocalypse is coming, so that's not going to scare him.
Right.
Yeah. I've known the apocalypse. I've noticed coming for a long time. That shit's not going to scare me.
I know. We're going to hire a BBW to sit on your face. How's that? That scare you?
No, it doesn't scare me. It just makes my dick shrivel not because of the BBW. Yeah, fuck it, motherfucker. Not because of the BBW sitting on my face, but because I'm a sadist, and it's not gonna. Motherfucker, because I need to be doing something the opposite to feel anything.
Hey Ben, who do you think's trying to get SC to pull my book? Because I know it's a nihilism revised author. I think
it'd probably there's the fucking vampire castle is expanded in there, and there's a whisper network of people messaging SC Burke to be like motherfucker, to be like Zach is evil, He rapes baby. He rapes babies. He's awful. You need to pull his book. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, the thing
that
is,
kind of
it's
shit.
on the
Motherfucker.
On like the controversial totem pole, I'm so far down that you think I would be a non-issue and not even like recognized by people. But yet
You think, but people are stupid and apparently like they don't have anything better to do. Motherfucker! Then they complain about Zachary Magaha.
Here's how you fix it. Do the truffle shuffle.
Bitch!
Do the truffle shuffle and it'll go away.
Do what?
Do the truffle shuffle and it'll go away.
What
do the what?
Do the fucking truffle shuffle. If I have to repeat one more time.
Ann, can you mute yourself, please?
Cha-cha slide.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was muted.
Did the guy talk to you? Okay. So anyway, do the truffle shuffle and it'll go.
No, do the cha-cha slide.
I already did the 5-knuckle shuffle earlier today.
Truffle shuffle.
I did the 5-knuckle shuffle 3 times today.
Cha-cha slide.
Here, let me try drinking this water from the wrong side.
Raise your left arm while you're drinking. And ripple your belly like one of those belly dancers that paints their faces on their bellies and puts a hat over their head and arms, and they go in the parades,
No.
Son of a bitch! I drank the water from the wrong side, and that didn't work either.
You got to try that though. You got to try to do it like the belly dancers.
I've been holding my. Somebody scare me.
Boo.
Or at least try the belly dance.
Go outside and let the smiley face killer get you.
I'm not in the smiley face killer demographic. You are.
They could be desperate.
I'm not. You're the one who's in the smiley face motherfucker demographic. They're the ones that are gonna get you because you're the most twink looking.
No, I'm the most attractive. They could be desperate though.
Yeah, nah, they're not gonna be desperate when there's enough boy pussy like you around to murder. Bitch.
Who are the belly dancers? That's what I'm trying to find out.
The lesbian zombie, not the werewolf, shark, octopus, hooker with laser.
That sounds stupid.
That sounds awesome.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does sound awesome.
It's trying to appeal to your freaking B-movie sensibilities.
And it does. Bitch.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. Lighten up.
Lame.
Lighten up. Stop trying to be edgy by disliking everything.
And do you think that's cool, or do you think that's lame?
Ann got dropped. Something happened. The signal or something. She'll be back on hopefully, but
yeah, the universe decided it hated her.
All right, our sole purpose now is to get rid of this hiccup. Let's try exercising it.
Motherfucker! I just spilled a bunch of water down my front, trying to drink from the wrong side of the glass.
Ben, turn your camera on.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not combing my hair for this fucking show.
I wouldn't either.
You turn your camera on, bitch.
I don't have
one. The lighting where I'm at's bad.
Well, that'll make you scarier.
I'm not a scary individual.
Apparently you are, because you deserve your book drop from Nihilism Revised.
Aw.
Motherfucker. I'm gonna curse every time I hiccup. That's gonna be the thing for the remainder of the show.
Ah, heck! Now we're getting back to the dang porn.
Fuck.
Porn. It's a wrestler. Jesus.
I mean, I jerk off to it.
Stuck up,
bitch. I mean, I jerk off to that. Wouldn't you?
Yes, I have.
Tits.
I have. Mickey James. I'm going to get a cameo from Mickey James next. I'm going to get a cameo from Mickey James. Not Ricky James, Mickey James.
Shit! But
how do we?
Oh, are they trying to sell? Cunt, motherfucker. But bitch. Oh yeah, we were gonna talk about fuck Ghislaine Maxwell.
Were we?
Shit.
I thought that was just. I think that was just a joke. What do we? I mean, we know that
cunt.
She's most likely gonna fall under some bad suspicious circumstances. I mean, what else do we need to know about?
How close are you to the point of throwing up?
Cunt. But
you didn't answer my question.
What you asking me?
Yeah.
Shit.
It's like all of a sudden you're just going to be sitting there and you're going to feel it and you're going to be like, no, I don't want to. And then it'll freaking happen.
What was the question?
How close you are to that point where you're going to like eventually throw it?
Shit. I don't feel like I'm going to throw up at all. I'm just fucking annoyed by this. Fuck. Hiccup.
I want to go back to the multiverse.
Bitch.
Multiverse.
What do we need to really do that? Shit. And one night, twice in one night.
Yes.
No,
but
likes everything. Just not.
Do we really need? But Ghislaine Maxwell. Like, do we want to do like shit? Do a betting pool on when she's going to die.
Put it in. Either it will
fuck
until that fucker is choked, or it will just get fatter and louder and louder and fatter. I have a bigger truck.
Cut. What are we going back to the multiverse again?
Really black-pilled today, kid. I've had a rough couple of months.
Oh heck, we are.
So you don't know anybody there, do you?
In this town, nope, not a soul.
Cut.
Are you going to meet people? I mean, how is this going to work? I mean,
I'm only stuck here till you're full.
Shouldn't it be? Where are you going? Shouldn't it be multiversing by now?
Cut. Going to meet that guy in France. Fucking hiccups. Somebody do something that's scary me to get ready.
Why
bitch?
Okay, anybody that's got a hiccup, chat. Yeah, I don't.
On when she's gonna.
There we go. Now there we go.
Fuck.
We got to switch the feel bad bin with the feel good bin from another universe.
Bitch.
Why does that music appear every time we do this? It was not in the original version.
I don't hear anything. Do you hear it right now?
We've got to bring back the feel good bin. That was not there before. I know it was.
Good. Why bitch?
Are they gone yet? There we go. Now there we go. Yeah. Who is that? With the feel bad bin, with the feel good bin from another universe. Yes, exactly.
Bitch.
Are they? Why does that music appear every time we do this?
I don't hear it.
Not there before. He fought his way off mute again. Son of a bitch. Okay, so you happy? We multiversed again.
Oh wait, it's not over yet, is it?
God,
Jenny, who you think is trying to get my
boredom or Melt Banana or whoever it is that you're playing just the fuck with me. I don't like noise music. Fuck noise rock. No, I'm gonna. You're staying muted.
Hey, Jeremy, can you hear me?
There, now I can hear me. Yeah.
He fought his way off mute again. Son of a bitch. You happy from multiverse again?
Yeah, are you happy?
It's not over yet.
You didn't answer my question. You didn't answer my question.
Stop playing noise rock.
Hey, it's the freaking boredom.
Playing noise rock guy. Hi, Ann. We were just
Hi, that's kind of how I feel.
we were just on our way through the multiverse there. And okay. So anyway, where in Europe? What is your destination in Europe?
Sorry.
There, Zach.
What the hell is that noise?
If you can't behave yourself, Zach, then I got to take them.
That was Ben. That whole time, that was Ben.
That was Zach
over there. It's not him. It's you. Ben's dying over there.
Yeah,
you guys need
I'm dying from the hiccups.
We need what?
You guys need an intervention. Just kidding.
Fuck.
Yeah, I realized that I hadn't actually gotten what I set out to get, which was a toothbrush. Yeah. I'll put in my number.
Fuck. You said you were going to France once all this bullshit passes. Fucking hiccups.
Yeah. I don't see the United States getting any. What? Why does my fucking Citibank card suddenly not work?
Stop playing that music.
Okay, I'm gonna have an Asperger meltdown any minute now.
What is that playing in the background? Between that and the noise rock, yeah, I am too. Anyway,
hey, don't you call the boredom's noise rock?
I don't.
That was Mike Patton.
Oh,
not that I was the one playing it.
It was Tomahawk or Phantomos, wasn't it?
No, I think that was one of those. Ben actually showed me the album earlier that he had done on John Zorn's Zadok label. It's just him making a bunch of freaking noise and saying it's music.
Yeah. Damn it.
We lost Ann. Motherfucking these fucking hiccups.
There should be an album of you like having this kind of drunk hiccup / Tourette's moment.
What you've got to do is you've got to break up those bubbles in your intestine or whatever. I don't know how it works, but basically do some jumping jacks real fast and see if the bubbles like disperse and break up. Okay. If not, flop your belly up and down, like Kamala the Ugandan giant a few times. Are you doing either of those things? If you can't take this seriously, then I can't help you. Do some jumping jacks. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Making an experimental noise album.
Yeah.
Try gargling. Gargle.
I was holding my breath.
Gargle something. This is
the only thing I have to gargle is whiskey.
Okay, we'll do it then.
I'm not gonna gargle whiskey.
Sing us a song.
J.G. Ballard would.
Well, what? Sing a song?
Yeah.
Gargle whiskey.
Okay. Okay, let's see.
I want to hear it.
Okay, who's that ride? On the Revelator, well, who's that ride? On the Revelator, well, who's that ride? John the Revelator wrote the book of the Seven Seals. There.
Now sing the Jaws song. We don't care about William S. Burroughs.
That's not William S. Burroughs.
It was.
That was.
It's Seven Seals.
That was Sunhouse.
This fucking guy.
Sunhouse.
No, Sunhouse.
That was like
gone.
I think they're gone now. They're gone. It's a miracle.
You may get one every once in a while. I'll bet you did the Kamala belly flop, didn't you? That's what did it.
No, I just sang John the Revelator.
Okay.
Oh.
Well. So. What is that?
You know, God walked down in the cool of the day, calling by his name. And he refused to answer because he's naked.
I'm sorry, what, Ann?
I said it is so fucking windy. I can't even hang on to my new toothbrush and my groceries. And this guy's still. Did you see him? He's pulling up behind me, like pulling his window down. I'm like, leave me the fuck alone. There's a fucking cyclone.
I actually didn't see it.
Offer to stick the toothbrush up his ass.
That won't.
He'd probably be into that, knowing. I mean, fuck. It's degenerate central here, and I don't mean that in a good way.
Are you almost back
I
to
don't
the
know if I
hotel?
can live here.
Even live streaming, you're not safe, huh?
No, Jesus. I pointed my phone at him like, I'm recording this shit.
Huh.
It's my luck. My shitty phone camera is stuck. Okay, I'm going to mute up again and try and make another run for the hotel. Theoretically, there's a bus along here, but I haven't seen any place to buy passes, so I'm just going to have to keep staggering through these gale force winds. Okay.
I've noticed something. Your phone has an amazing battery.
Thank you.
If you do get on a bus, show us all the odd characters aboard, you know?
Okay, I'll try and... it looks like my phone is my camera's functioning now, so I'll point it around. But I'm gonna mute up. You guys just discuss all the odd characters you see.
Yeah.
Back out in the wind, because if I try to talk in the wind, it's just not gonna work.
So
you know, Christ had 12 apostles, and 3 led away. Said, "Come with me, and I'll watch." While I go yonder pray.
Why don't we just do karaoke?
I refuse to sing.
Zach, you're next.
Oh, I won't do it.
No, you're going to sing.
Sing, bitch.
Okay, wait a second.
No, we get to pick. Are you kidding me?
No, let him sing what he wants.
No, that's half the fun is making somebody sing something that is diametrically opposed to their character.
I chose what I got to sing. He gets to choose what he gets to sing.
Oh, yeah, but he's Zach.
What does that mean?
Go ahead.
Okay, here's my song.
What is that, Summer Breeze?
It's Redbone.
Why do you keep playing this? Oh, wait, is that a fire?
Yeah, it's a gas.
Okay, here's my next.
Sing the song from Jaws, dang it.
Here's my next song. Suck on my dick because I'm gay. Let me fuck your asshole.
All right, what am I going to sing?
The song from Jaws, dang it. You know the song that Quint's singing on the boat about the bow-legged women?
No.
You've not seen Jaws?
Of course I've seen Jaws, but I mean, I
Sing Don't Stop Believing.
No, I'm not a what do you call it? A tenor or whatever. I'm not high pitched like that.
Oh wait, no, I know what the song that you need to sing, and I'm going to play it. And it's not that same one.
It's the same thing you're going to play.
No, it's not the same thing. It's not. It's almost better.
Give me something that's actually a good song, not this ween shit. Who is this?
What the fuck even is this show? Oh, sing Pepper by the Butthole Surfers.
I don't know it.
You've never heard Pepper by the Butthole Surfers?
All night long, my body burns.
That's not Pepper. Actually,
that's the only Butthole Surfer song I know.
I'm more familiar with
Who
Jingle.
the hell was in my room last night? Who the hell was in my bed? That's the only Butthole Surfer song I know.
That sucks.
I was searching for my main line, and I was looking for a friend of mine.
You know,
what do they know about love?
I get really irritated when he says, "That sucks. That's boring." Oh God,
you suck and you're boring.
What do they know about love, my friend? What do they know about love?
Well, you're the one that listened to my show before you came on, so who's really the dope here?
The jingle of a dog's collar would be good right here. The jingle of a dog's collar would be fine. I'm done.
Is anyone listening?
What even is this show? What is this show about?
It's tiring me out.
What is the theme here?
The theme is the only person who's not drunk is in a cyclone.
I'm pretty sure Jeremy and Zach aren't drunk.
Hold on now.
I'm the one who gets drunk on here because I don't know, I have ADHD and the only stimulation I get is from drinking.
Well, you're so quiet when you're not drunk, Ben. I mean, I don't want to encourage anyone to destroy themselves the way I have at various points, but you do talk a lot more when you're drinking.
Yeah, but I talk bullshit.
You know, I almost drank
irrelevant shit.
I almost drank candlewax the other day.
How'd you do that?
I was really medicated and falling asleep, and I thought, hey, I'll take a drink, because I'm thirsty, and I didn't realize that was lit. It was lit. Thankfully, I opened my eyes enough to stop myself, because, man, that would have fucked up my mouth.
That picture of you with the pills in your hand is appropriate.
Those are plastic spiders. I went as Rod Serling that year for Halloween, and I read a short story I wrote called "Bitter Pills" at my writers group locally back when it was around. So
now, Jeremy, we went over this. When I say stuff sucks, I don't mean it.
Oh God, but it annoys me so much.
When I say everything sucks, I mean it.
Because it feels like I don't even know how to describe it. Oh God, it strikes a nerve, and it touches the nerve in me like raw.
What?
Zach.
No, go away.
Hey, people walking next to Anne.
Did you see that?
What happened?
No, what happened?
It's like I can't go 5 fucking minutes. I hate resort towns. I don't know if I can live here. Like, do I have a giant neon sign on my head that I can't see that says hooker?
Shoot them.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, you are.
I want to.
You are.
Buy a gun and shoot them.
you are hot, but you deserve to be able to.
Hey Jeremy, you want some of my Jack Daniels because you thirsty as fuck.
I know, yeah. Saying somebody's hot now is thirsty, yeah.
You thirsty, man.
So what? Am I as bad as those dudes for saying that? I mean, seriously?
No, that was a genteel compliment. Thirsty is when you like walk next to someone who's obviously recording their surroundings and start lamely insisting that they go somewhere with you.
What
like if that dude had been white, he would be the next like man Karen.
What street are you on so we know?
I'm on Palm Drive. Ladies, do not walk down Palm Drive in the desert.
90% of this podcast is going to be wind noises. This is practically a Mersbo album.
Mersbo, that's who I was thinking of. And that's who you were playing during the multiverse thing. So, Zach, you have Mersbo. Yeah, you were playing Mersbo. Out of nowhere. You could thank Ben for denying you more multiverse.
Ben, you suck.
The multiverse sucks. This podcast sucks. Everything sucks.
Right.
And see, you let Ben get away with that, but then you spurred out on me.
He follows it up with he punctuates it with a laugh though. So
I mean, I may be laughing, but I fucking mean it.
That's
everything sucks.
That's okay.
This podcast sucks.
I understand.
Don't you condescend to me, bitch. I will come down to Tennessee and stick my boot in your ass.
And you're not in the back. You're not in someone's trunk yet, are you?
Not yet. Hopefully.
I can't unmute her. Okay. She's not in someone's trunk yet. Okay.
You want me to email you?
I just put my camera in my shopping bag for a second so I could try and eat something because I'm feeling kind of faint.
Where are you? You're feeling faint? You're feeling faint?
Yeah, 2 drawbacks to the desert climate. I love, I take the climate and all of its
Oh, man.
She was trying to eat the camera. I think she did it. Maybe I should email her my Jack Daniels bottle so she can break it over people's heads.
What is that song?
Bitch.
So I've got a dilemma with this a main character in my story. I'm trying to decide if they
make her a lesbian.
I'm trying to decide if they make it out of the story alive or not.
Well, don't tell
add more boobs. That's my feedback.
I'm not saying anything about the character other than I'm trying to decide if they live or die at the end of the story. How do you guys decide that?
My feedback is add more titties.
Wait, I'm getting there. There will be
more tits.
There will
That's
be.
my only feedback.
I mean, it's about a heavy metal singer. Of course, there was going to be tits.
That's my only feedback.
Okay,
more tits.
But should the character? How do you guys determine if a character lives or dies in your stories? Have you ever really come up against that yet? I mean,
more tits. That's my answer.
Okay, more tits. Thank you. Okay.
Instinctual.
Do what? I ain't tired. I can keep going still.
Freaking drunk Ben's back. We need to get another dang flat earther on here so we can yell at him.
There are a few others that I could probably reach out to. Yeah.
We need to start the trolling. That's what we need to do.
Who are we gonna troll?
No, we need genuine trolls to actually interact with us. I should have asked Rightthehand when he was here how he gets these people to keep coming back and talking to him, because the ones in our little, our side of this whole equation, they're too chicken shit to do anything. But
they're fiction writers in the small press community, which means they're freaking.
Yeah, they're too chicken shit to have any kind of dialogue. They just want to spurg at us on Facebook and Twitter. They don't have any genuine, except for Christoph. He's the only one who had any, moral.
Well, Chris, moral, I think is Chris. I mean, to his credit, I think has mostly become disconnected from the small writer community and is just doing whatever the fuck he wants.
Mm-hmm. He's the only one to date from that pool of characters that was willing to come on. So they're chicken shits. That's all there is to it.
They hate us because they ain't us.
Yeah.
Rhymes.
I even offered. You didn't hear this on that. You probably didn't listen to that show. I was that Bazong episode I was on. But I even said if they wanted to take a dialogue over to Frank's Bazong show. And to be moderated by or refereed by him or whatever, we could even do that. They still won't do it.
Well, I'm going to be on Bazong next Saturday.
Oh, cool.
Because I'm going to promote my new book, Dr. Sodom and Mrs. Gomorrah, now out on paperback and Kindle. Pick it up on Amazon.
I'm going to be on Bazong. I know we're recording it August the 1st, so I don't know if they'll actually go up August the 1st. But I'll be promoting Indie Rock Cabin, and hopefully by that time, Dinosaurs and Potted Plants, which I would say one way or another, it will be out by then. It's just figuring out how it's going to be out. I'm going to do something that's really annoying having to get all this. Okay, so who do y'all think it is? Who in the NR lineup is that lame? Because most of them seem pretty cool.
What in our lineup to do what? What
to go?
I
see, Bert.
It's probably a bunch of different people.
So there's multiple lame people in the NR lineup.
What to do the fake girl account? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I mean people bitching at SC Burke.
Yeah.
I don't know, but guys, you might want to back off on that because for reasons that we probably shouldn't say on the episode, but for Burke's sake, we should probably ease up a little on that, right?
Yeah, all that burden's on them, though, not me. I'm not the one causing all that, so they have that on their conscience.
Okay. Well, there are the same people who went after Craig Spector while he's in what was it stage 3 cancer? I don't know, but pretty bad. How's Craig Spector doing? Anybody know about his health?
So I'm actually friends with him on. I was friends with him on Facebook, and let's see if he's published any updates.
Did he unfriend?
No. He just hasn't been in my feed. Yeah, looks like he's doing okay.
Well, good.
He didn't accept my friend request.
Yep, he's doing okay. It's just for some reason,
all of these
Facebook is fucking stupid. He hasn't been in my feed for whatever reason.
All these 30, 40, and 50-year-olds, Zach, are so triggered by you. What, a 23 or 4-year-old, right?
Yeah, that's the thing, though. I didn't think any of them were even aware of me, and then it's like all of a sudden I find out they're all triggered by me.
We're talking about some of these people are 50 years old, and they treat you like you're their elder, that you should know better than them or some shit. I mean, it's really trouble.
They're only triggered because they look at him and they want some of that boy pussy.
Nah, it's the opposite. I'm their freaking elder.
You're the one who tops them.
Yep. I mean, to be honest, they are displaying very weak, just kind of feminine behavior. It's weird. It's like
low energy.
Yeah. Super low T, but who knows?
But, we, We were going to talk about. Well, I invited a couple podcasters who talk about the Epstein case to come on here, but neither of them responded to me.
Remember, we shouldn't talk about guests. We shouldn't say guests in advance because of. I think that some have been discouraged or even bought off to not appear. So.
Okay,
well, that's true, but I think that Bryce Belton and Matt Crispin from Chapo Trap House have no idea who we are.
Right.
Does anyone know if that happened to Gregor? Because I mean, I still talk to him; he's cool. But I'm not after. Like, I don't think he would tell me. Like,
right. I think that he was threatened. I think he was threatened, and he kowtowed to them. To protect his job or whatever. I do think that that's at least one of my theories anyway.
My theory is that we suck and he wanted nothing to do with us.
No, but he was having genuine fun every week. He had the big hearty laugh. He was. That's the thing. He was having
hearty
fun.
Laugh and that voice.
He cannot deny that he was having fun. That's the thing that puzzles me. And this came from out of nowhere. I could kind of see it coming for a few weeks, but I thought maybe I was just being paranoid. But I really think that it was some outside influences, that did it. So
I just think something happened in his personal life that he had to pull back from it.
Gregor,
what are you doing?
Gregor, come back. Come back to us.
Gregor is coming back because he's dead.
Come back,
Gregor was killed. What do you?
Crap.
We miss you, goat. And Anne left us too soon as well.
I've been behind on my dang Twin Peaks watching. I'm gonna have to get back to it, but it's all because it's freaking Nosferatu. It's been taking up all my time for the giant.
Dreams are not what they seem.
Let's
The memes are not.
Can you look up this? Look up the video. Earth, Wind, and Ozzy's on YouTube.
Earth, Wind, and Ozzy.
Yes. Look that up on YouTube.
No, wait a minute. That will get us popped for copyright for sure.
No, it won't.
I'm telling you, it will.
Look it up.
You don't deal with the UK record label.
Good, bitch.
No, it's a UK record label. There's
look up Cat Shrek.
Okay.
No Cat Shrek.
Well, look up
Cat Shrek.
No, fuck you. You don't tell me to shut up, bitch. I will come down to Tennessee and rape you. Fuck you. Do not tell me to shut up.
Shut up, Cat Shrek.
No, you do not tell me to shut up. I will come down there and rape you, bitch. Shut up.
Cat Shrek. Shut up, Cat Shrek.
You do not tell me to shut up.
Shut up, Cat Shrek.
You see what happens when you're not here, Gregor? We need you back.
The fuck are you even playing?
That's Twin Peaks.
Oh. I haven't watched Twin Peaks.
The memes are not what they seem.
Because I only got one peak. This dick! The only Twin Peaks I'm interested in is them tits! Okay, look up the Washington song.
The Washington.
I'm gonna have to get the dang link.
Yeah, look up the Washington song.
You suck, Ben.
You can suck my ding-oing.
My mic is.
Oh wait, I've got a really good one. No.
Getting trashed. Okay.
No, this one is what you need to look up.
I don't want to look up anything.
No, you need to look up this.
Look up the Washington song.
No, you need to look up this. It's in the chat. It's in the chat. There you go. Yeah.
Zach always has the worst YouTube picks. Like the big blob in the library and Shrek on some desert island getting trolled by Steven Universe or something.
Jimmy Neutron, dang it. Okay, no, don't do that one. I'll find the really, really freaking good one.
Evanescence, that could get us popped too, possibly.
Let's see. Biology. Sugary. I think it's sugary despair.
What is it? What is your
obsession? No, this one here will not get you pop. Or let me find it.
What is your obsession with Steven Universe?
That's freaking Jimmy Neutron.
There, look up that one. That won't get you any copyright.
Look up the one I just put. It won't get you any copyright.
What, the one at the bottom?
Yeah, bottom.
And then do mine.
Ben has one too. Jeez.
Do the bottom.
Do it.
Bottom then middle.
Sociology elective project.
Yes.
Do it.
It's freaking beautiful. I mean,
just do it.
Of being a college student.
Oh man, look at the time. I'd better get to sociology before I'm late. Cut my life into pieces.
No.
Here's a group of ducks blocking the hallway. I'll have to go another way. Yikes. This time there's a group of freshmen in the way. Over there.
I can't do this.
Wait, no, that was the last one. Go back to finish it.
I can't do this.
Go back to it.
Finish it. Finish it.
Discussions and watch movies. We only sometimes do book work. You are
See, Steven Universe again.
That's Jimmy Neutron.
Like lots. Good luck choosing an elective and have a great year.
Yep.
Okay, do mine now. Do it!
Is Ann coming back? Is she okay?
Washington, 6'8", weighs a fucking ton. Opponents beware, he's coming. Let me lay it on the line, he had two on the vine. I mean 2 sets of testicles, so divine.
On a horse made of crystal, he patrolled the land with the mason women trouser in his perfect hands.
Here comes George, in control. Women dug his snuff and his gallant stroll. And invented cocaine. He's coming. Washington, 6'20", fucking killing for fun. Spread, Delaware. He's coming. Sue me if I go too fast, but the sons of his opponents wish that he was their dad. He'll kick you apart. Ooh, he'll save children, but not the British children. 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 He made love like an eagle falling out of the sky. Killed his sensei in a duel, and he never said why. Washington, 12 stories high, made of radiation. The present beware, the future beware. He's coming.
Did I mention his 4 nuts?
Well, he also had 4 dicks.
You took off his boot, you see the dicks growing off his feet.
I heard that motherfucker had like 30 goddamn dicks.
He once held an opponent's wife's hand in a jar of oil at a party.
Tell me that was not, Try to tell me that was not the best thing ever.
That's all right. Yeah, that's all right.
That was awesome.
That was at least as good as like a good SNL Bill Brasky skit, I guess.
That was better than Hamilton.
What is Hamilton?
I don't shit that faggots like. I don't know.
And what are you looking at so intensely?
Oh, I'm just trying to get my brain to come back online with the.
She was overwhelmed by the Washington song.
Right. How long do you give?
No, I'm sitting here with a shaker of salt, kombucha tea, and a banana. It turns out you lose a lot of sodium in the desert, especially when you're caught in a windstorm.
So how long you give Ghislaine Maxwell?
In prison?
Yes. In custody.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Take to turn off a security camera.
Yeah, I mean, if it happens a second time, I mean, there's got to be some kind of revolt or massive reform, because that's fucking bullshit. I mean, it cannot happen twice, surely, right? But everybody's like in on the joke, well, how long has she got? I mean, she goodbye, she's dead, But surely it cannot happen a second time. She's ready for the name. She's going to sing like a canary, right?
Well, A, don't call me Shirley, and B, personally, what I think is going to happen is she's
you look like a freaking werewolf.
What?
You look like a werewolf.
I am a werewolf. When the moon is full, I go into your house covered in fur and fuck your mom. But I think what's gonna happen is there's probably gonna be like a she's gonna have quote unquote testimony against a bunch of like minor unimportant people in exchange for like nothing happening to her.
Y'all feel like going back to the multiverse?
No, that's enough.
What? Stop!
You kept playing that.
I'll come down to fucking Tennessee and break this bottle over your head. I will do it. Do not test me.
We've gone three times tonight. I mean, seriously.
4 is an even number. 3 is odd.
3 is the Holy Trinity.
I was about to say that. So yeah, 3 is a good number.
Not in the other universe. It isn't.
There's only one universe, don't you?
No, there is not. That's the whole point of a multiverse.
Yes, but the Trinity is above all of the verses.
But not in the other universes. See?
No, it's above it's above the multiverse.
No, it's not.
It doesn't matter. None of this matters.
I'm 10 years old and came for and we're arguing about whether, like, Bigfoot is real or where he is.
Did you just throw that banana peel on the floor?
I threw it at the television.
Oh, look, a banana peel. Whoa!
Okay, there's a legitimate, really, really creepy Bigfoot story real close to where I live that involves a kid who went missing.
Okay, I've got to hear this.
And they found him with his asshole gaping because he was raped by Bigfoot.
No, hang on. I've got to hear this. Tell it like it is.
Okay, I've probably talked about it before, but I probably didn't get into the Bigfoot angle with the Dennis Martin case. Where
I know Dennis. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but the Bigfoot thing comes in. Okay, so when he went missing, and the FBI and Green Berets came in doing all kinds of weird crap, they deliberately covered up these witnesses who were near like a mile away from where he went missing. And they reported it, but they didn't want it to get out on the news media or even let Dennis's family know at the time. It only came out after, but it was reported, like it was documented, so it happened. They said that they heard a boy screaming, and then they looked up, and like on the mountain was like, and the way they described it was a shaggy man with like something slumped over his shoulder. And they at first thought it was a bear, but then they noticed that it was like human looking and have things slumped over its shoulder, which of course everyone thinks would have been Dennis, but that's as much like detail as they gave. And to this day, there's like been no evidence and no one knows what happened to him. And the creepy thing is that his dad was watching Dennis play hide and seek, and he went behind a bush, and his dad kept his eyes on like the bush like the whole time, and then he like walked behind it, and like Dennis had just like disappeared from there, so no one can explain that.
Well, the explanation is obviously that Bigfoot took him into the woods and fucked his ass.
Ben, do we want to look at your search history?
Who, me or Ben?
It's the same. It's the same search history as any other writer. You know,
You're
how
not
to
going to
build.
find anything weird in my search history.
You know, it's the same search history as any other writer. You know, how to build bombs, how to assassinate politicians, how to, kill people and get away with it. It's just the typical shit you see in writer's search history.
That's not what my search history looks like.
Because you're lame.
Because I'm old enough to go on Pornhub.
And the rest of us aren't? The rest of us are like 16?
Well,
what are you doing with us, you fucking groomer?
What's Pornhub?
the website where I found your mom.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to be pretentious. There will be no porn in my search history. I'm telling
you.
Somebody's found incognito mode.
I can't imagine the shit you beat off to.
I'm actually looking through your the new book right now. Actually,
Indie Rock Cabin.
No, the epic.
Indie Rock Cabin's my book. Ben,
the full epic life Alexa's Revenge.
Oh, Anne's book. Okay. So,
I'm trying to find.
What else?
See, because I read volume 1 totally. I'm trying to find where part 2 begins in this 500-page book.
Oh, I didn't divide. I only divided it into part 1 and 2 because, like I said before, it doesn't really divide naturally into 4 parts.
Let's see. If he wants to die,
it's kind of. What's that?
If he wants to die, she thought, isn't vampire more dignified? This is a meathead's death. Is that in the first or second? I think that's in the second, right? That must be in the second.
Yeah.
So you worked on this book 8 years, you say?
No, wait a minute. The flippers of the arcade. This may be still part 1. I don't know.
It's a long ass book. Also, it's been rewritten, so things might have been moved around.
Oh, how much?
Hipparchus, her ex-girlfriend's husband in the first part of the book.
Yeah.
He stopped. I rewrote him because he was too flat of a character. She actually winds up having sort of an abortive actual love affair with him. Just to make him a little less, just oil can Harry. A little more interesting and to give her a little more perspective on human relationships instead of just being a revenge machine. Whoa, I hope I didn't eat too much salt now. I just washed down like a tablespoon.
This character gets fucked over at every turn.
Speaking of salt, I used to date a girl who walked around with a thing of salt in her pocketbook.
Yeah, I'm calling in to request any music that ain't this. Stop playing everything you've been playing because your music sounds like a dumpster rolling down 5 flights of stairs.
I guarantee you this one's going to get copyright from 5 or 6 different. It's a good thing I didn't take your advice and play Black Sabbath because I don't need.
It was Earth, Wind, and Ozzy's, and it's awesome, and you are missing out.
What is that?
I'm being original. You're playing the same shit over and over again.
That's my song.
Carl Weezer singing Redbone.
Yep.
Well,
it's about llamas.
Like the kind you fuck. That you fuck every single day.
Nah. We need to freaking troll someone.
Zach Magaha fucks llamas.
That's your problem, is that you're so obsessed with trolling that and then you get into these jams with these people, and you got to wear it.
One did come out of nowhere.
You got to wear it when you provoke it, man. That's the thing that Strange and I did. When we had to learn to wear it. I mean, when you know.
Wait a second, I do wear it.
Well, but I mean, you're getting pushed back now with this whole dinosaurs.
I mean, I don't really care about the pushback. I'm making.
If I were you, I would pull it from from Nihilism Revised anyway, so that these people can't get like a leg up over you and thumb their nose at you. Ha, we got you canceled. If you pulled it first and just self-published it like you did in Indie Rock Cabin, I mean, you don't need someone else to publish something for you.
No, I don't. It's just it would be funny having it come out and like deliberate, like the canceling didn't work. I would enjoy that. Either way, I can't be canceled. It's gonna come out. So
I'm gonna say this: when SC was on here, he was cool to talk to, but I had a feeling just by the tone of the way he was talking, to you about previous dust ups, that he was kind of getting tired of it, and he probably feels like your personal sitter or something, and that and I kind of could pick up on the idea that he probably would drop you if people pressured him enough, and I don't know, man. You don't need another publisher, someone else to publish you at this point. Everybody.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't. The weird thing is, though, it's just like I'm not really a controversial figure. Like, it's really weird thing that like I actually have triggered all these people, which makes me feel good. Don't get me wrong. I actually like that.
Well, yeah, but you do seek it out a little bit. See, and you don't take time to sit back and take a breath. You go for the next one while the other one's still simmering down. See,
that's because I can't drive 55, Jeremy.
This will burn you out eventually if you keep this up at this rate. I know from experience.
I don't sleep.
You can't fight the world, even a small pressed world, indefinitely over and over. You got to take it in spurts, man.
That's the thing I do, though. I mean, I really don't get into okay, let's say the drama I've been in compared to, say, like Kevin Strange around the Bizarro Gate time. I'm way more probably low key. Like, I'll do things every now and then, but I by no means seek it out every day because I just don't have time for it. And I have to read and write and do various other things. But it is funny watching the scant times that I do it. Like, it does kind of blow up, and it's freaking awesome. But it's like a repetitive thing. It's like so easy because they respond to the same input. It's like they're so easy to get under their skin. Like Scares That Cares, the best example. That guy. Which he was freaking lame, though. They're a dang charity.
If you're running a charity, you have no business calling out anybody.
Yeah, a dang charity doesn't need to drag Duncan Ralston's name through the mud.
You don't need to be calling out anybody if you run a charity and you're a responsible adult. No.
Yeah. Absolutely. And they probably knew I was freaking right about my speculations.
But they did it with Craig Spector, too.
Oh, Scares That Care did?
I'm pretty sure, yeah, but I know King did, and Spectre ended up coming to that Scares That Care anyway, and
we can't have you here. We're better than you.
Nothing happened. Imagine that.
These people the thing is, they're not and this is the cheesiest thing to say, but they're not real normal people. It's like,
no,
us, we're talking like normal humans. I mean, not normal humans, we're weirdos.
Imagine how miserable you would have to be to fixate on the idea of someone or something being racist, systemic, or misogynist, or this phobic or that phobic every moment of your waking day. Imagine how miserable inside you would have to be to believe that shit.
Yeah, that freaking ugliness would like come out of your soul and like get into your body. Before you know it, you'd be bald with mutton chops.
I mean, I would probably choose someone who was legitimately any of those things over them at this point. That's how ugly they are, because chances are, if someone really is what they're accusing them of, then they can be persuaded out of it. You can change their mind, like William Cooper did with that skinhead. These people, it's all they think about. They eat, sleep, and breathe it, and they are not well-rounded people because of it.
Yeah, that's true.
If all your entire day is spent seeing how can I get this person fired, how can I get this family broken up. I mean, these people deserve scorched earth punishment. I mean,
you've got to be at a really low. Because okay, let's take us all for example. With the exception of Ben, we've all done a fair amount of a little bit of trolling. But it's never really consumed. No,
Ben's trolled too. Ben's trolled too. What are you talking about?
Well, in kind of a different way.
Pretty much, yeah. I just come on here and
he said that Ricky Berwick would be the first in line when we. I'm not even going to repeat it. Okay, he trolls too.
Yeah, but it's like we don't. It's hard to explain. I mean, it's easy to say that, we don't dedicate that part of our life. Like, we don't do it that much. It doesn't affect our lives. But, like, I think we look at it in a more, in a funnier, more relaxed way, where they genuinely believe they're on some kind of, mission.
Yeah.
Kind of weird. What's it?
Well...
How much longer y'all want to go? I want to keep going because I'm not tired.
Well, I mean, I'm running out of things to talk about and present in share screen, and I don't know. I had a lot of ideas when we first started, but we always get muddled down, through substance abuse at this point in the show. So I can't.
Here, I'm sending the link to someone.
What? Someone who would actually come on?
Yeah.
Well, your pops.
Ken, you're sending it to Ken.
No, he's probably in bed. Heck, where'd I have that freaking link at?
I was all excited to celebrate releasing my book today, but I'm starting to feel like I caught something from one of those kids in the pool.
Oh.
So I'm
kind of running out of energy.
Anne's got the Rona. Rip. R.I.P.
You've either been sweating. You've either been sweating or you're clammy.
What's that?
Well, just looking at you, there's a sheen over your face. Either
I feel a little bit feverish.
Oh no! Come on, it doesn't spread that fast.
Heck, I don't have his email address. Is the link in the comments?
You sure you're not just being
There's something going on with my stomach, or I'm coming down with something. I'm not sure.
Just grab the link from what's in the URL and give that.
I'm probably just being paranoid.
Oh, okay.
Well, is that true though about the death rate that if it keeps going down, that it won't be a pandemic?
Well, you probably what?
I said I hope I'm just tired. Acclimating to the desert, sweated out too much salt. I have chronic low blood sodium. So if I sweated a lot today, it might have just made me sick from losing salt.
So what happened with the last guy? The last guy that was walking beside you. What happened there? Because
he was trying to get me to go somewhere, do something, and I just told him to fuck off.
Okay, so what's the difference? Like, can you spot a native LA resident versus like a huckster who has moved in from somewhere else trying to like act like he's a native? Like, is that a thing, or is everyone just kind of mixed?
I'm not sure if there is such a thing.
Entertainment I've seen about LA.
There are people who were born here, but honestly, there were still pioneers here in 1910. So, like, LA native is, unless you're talking about Native Americans, it's kind of an oxymoron. You know, pretty much anyone here is a huckster of some sort or another.
I'm gonna try an experiment here. I'm going to actually leave the room for a little bit and see what kind of discussions happen when I am not in the equation. So go ahead and knock yourselves out, all right? I can do this and it will still keep recording. So
let us know when you're gone.
All right, I'm gone.
Okay, so let's start talking about how horrible of a person Jeremy is.
Well, yeah, let's talk about how Jeremy is a pants shitter.
Elaborate on that.
Doodle pants. Yeah, one time I met Jeremy and he just shit his pants. That's the story.
Yeah, one time I met Jeremy and there was like this shower stall in the McDonald's, and it was a really weird McDonald's, but he just went in there and gave birth to like this little alien thing, and it wasn't a fun time.
One time I met Jeremy at the McDonald's, and there was a glory hole in the McDonald's stall, and he was just there sucking dick for hours on end.
One time I
don't even want to know what you were doing in the glory hole watching people suck.
I just went in there to take a piss.
For hours?
No, I was just like, Jeremy, what are you doing here? It's just like, oh, I'm just gonna be in here sucking dick for hours and hours, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, one time I went with Jeremy to the aquarium, and they have this open thing where you could see the sharks. And he's going around with a backpack, and I thought it was really weird. But I mean, I know people walk around with backpacks and stuff, and when no one's looking, he reaches into the backpack and like takes out his illegitimate child that no one knows about and throws it in the tank with the sharks. And
Last time I was at Disney World looking for little kids to molest, there was a new ride there, and I was like, "All right, a new ride." I get in line, and I see him at the top of the ride where there would have been a waterfall, and he's actually pooping turds that are big enough that they're the cars on this ride. People just turds, and they go down this giant waterfall, and the turd like evaporates on the way down, and they swim at the end.
Dracula.
Turds are big enough to ride on, but they can be eroded by water.
Dracula called and he said he was gonna come for Jeremy tonight, and I said okay.
Now that's flash fiction.
No, it's truth. True facts.
True facts.
True facts
about Jeremy.
Okay, so it turns out Jeremy's real identity is Shaggy from Scooby-Doo, but like his metabolism changed.
It's much slower, and now he's basically immobile.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
he's
rip Jeremy.
Species. He's turned species, so he decided to be Scooby now.
He told me he was trans species, and he used that as a reason that it's okay for him to fuck dogs.
You know, before he was embarrassed about his dog fucking habit, but now it's only natural.
Yeah, he's an out and proud dog fucker now. he marches in. He tried to march in a pride parade with like a "I love fucking dog" sign, and they made him leave.
Okay, so that was at a pride parade. What did he do at the BLM rally?
He tried marching down the street with a sign that says I love fucking black dogs, and they made him leave. It's just like he was negotiating with us, like, no, I love black dog pussy, and he was just like, you need to get the fuck up out of here.
Pussy matters. All that fine doggy pink, it doesn't matter what color the fur is.
Hey, Ben, do you remember Ensenada Riviera?
Oh yeah, I remember that. That turned out to be the name that Jeremy went on bestiality forums under.
That's a freaking another layer to that crazy story, isn't it? The logical conclusion of that story is that you and Jeremy are related, though. You realize that, don't you?
Well, I knew I was the son of a bitch, but I didn't think, it went that far.
It does.
Yeah, Jeremy fucked the dog, and I came out.
Wow. Okay, wait, be honest though.
That also explains why I'm retarded.
Talking about there, were you actually believing it, or did you think it was like a freaking? Did you know something was up, or did you think it was a crazy person?
What, the Jeremy fucks dogs?
No, the Ensenada Riviera.
I don't fucking know. All I'm thinking about is Jeremy fucking dogs.
No, the grandma with the baby.
I have no idea. Why? Now I'm just thinking you're talking about a resident story.
No, the picture.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Is it the one where the photographic evidence of Jeremy fucking dogs?
No, it didn't have anything to do with Jeremy.
Jeremy's gonna be like, I was gone for an hour and all you guys did was talk about me humping dogs.
But yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
You got the text with the freaking old woman holding the baby.
Well, when Jeremy was fucking the baby and telling me he wished it was a dog?
No. Never mind. So what did Jeremy do at the bake sale at the elementary school?
He fucked the dog.
Okay, so what about Jeremy's real life connection to the show, that Tiger King show on Netflix?
Yeah, Carol Baskin went on there and was like, what I was walking down.
Well, Jeremy was sleepwalking and he found himself fucking a tiger and he woke up and he was like, this is a dog.
Yeah, that was his cameo appearance on Tiger King.
The tiger's looking all confused, like, no, I'm not a dog. Get out of my smooch.
Okay, what about the time Jeremy enrolled in college for one semester?
He got kicked out for fucking dogs.
Okay, what about the time Jeremy got the job down at the chemical factory?
They said you can't use all the chloroform on dogs, Jeremy.
Okay, we know he works at Hardee's now. What about when he used to work for Arby's?
They were just like, you can't fuck those dogs. We use them for our meat. You're fired.
We need to use. It's a virgin dog burger, not a fuck dog burger, Jeremy, you loser.
Okay, Jeremy and the bear walk into a bar. What happens?
Jeremy is just like, this isn't really going to work out because you're not a dog. I prefer fucking dogs and you're a bear, so I'm going to go now.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, what about Jeremy's connection to the freaking Unabomber?
The Unabomber, it turns out he had nothing to do with the Unabomber because the Unabomber kind of thought that fucking dogs was degenerate.
What about the time Jeremy and what's his name, Jim Goad, co-wrote that book? Like, what came out of that weird collaboration?
They were just like, we can't publish this. We can't publish this book because we caught you double teaming that Saint Bernard. So we're gonna have to ask you to leave, and we aren't publishing this shit.
Okay, what about that time Jeremy auditioned to be in Weezer?
They were just like, no, we are not incorporating the sounds of you fucking dogs into our recordings.
Also, that is a sweater, not a dog. Get off my sweater.
So, did you hear Jeremy is going to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2022?
Well, he was, but then they caught him fucking dogs, and then they said, no, we're not going to do this.
Yep. Sad story.
It's cancel culture.
Yep. Yep. Did you hear about the Revenge of the Nerds remake they were going to make with Jeremy as the director?
Yeah, they told him, like, this is not a porn film. You can't just have the nerds fucking dogs for the entire 90 minutes. We are not going to do this. You're fired.
The nerds. So, what about the new Jeremy-themed roller coaster they're putting in Dollywood?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird one. It's just like they say it's a roller coaster, but the only thing that's on it is like a very scared looking poodle tied to a pole. It's like, this is a ride.
There's a loop too. Don't forget the loop.
Yeah, the loop is it's a female dog, so you can also choose to fuck its ass or its vagina.
That's just wrong. Okay, so what about the new Godzilla movie that's coming out in 2023, of which Jeremy has an unconfirmed role in as an actor?
Yeah, that's just the part where it's just like 5 minutes of him fucking a dog up the asshole, and then Godzilla just steps on them.
Yeah. I figured that's how it would play out. So, what about Jeremy's inclusion in the Marvel Cinematic Universe?
Well, he was going to be included in the Cinematic Marvel Universe, but he told everyone that he would not do a part where he wasn't fucking Crypto the Wonder Dog, and it's like, that's not even Marvel. Go away.
So what about the sequel to the Joker movie? The one the most recent one with Joaquin Phoenix. That Jeremy has an unconfirmed role in the 2024 release, and everyone thinks it's a certain villain that it's angsty enough to stand alongside this version of Joker.
Oh yeah, it was a very obscure kind of Bronze Age village named the Dog Fucker. They he does have a brief cameo scene where Joaquin Phoenix as the Joker walks him on him fucking a dog, and it just laughs a lot and shoots them both.
Yeah. Yeah. Was that you found that out in like a leaked script or something?
Yeah, I'm friends with Joaquin Phoenix, so he told me.
Sweet. Okay, so you know how they had all those screenplays leaked for Friday the 13th projects right before the last one they were going to make got put into that kind of like legal limbo, and Jeremy Maddox was a character in what was going to be the Platinum Dunes prequel / semi-sequel, like an in-between the sequels movie that spanned from the first movie all the way to the fourth movie. And I mean, Jeremy Maddox was basically alongside Jason Voorhees in this story. Have you heard about it?
Yeah, I've heard that part. It's like he was gonna be Jason Voorhees' like sidekick, like slaughtering teens left and right. But then there's a part where he just bends down and starts fucking a dog, and Jason Voorhees is like, "What the fuck?" and just kills him.
Yeah.
You mentioned Marvel. That's actually a superhero.
That's what you took from that.
That's a real superhero named Dog Welder. You ever heard of him?
What, does he fuck dogs like you do?
No, he welds them to people's faces. I'm serious. Look it up.
And then he fucks them.
No. He welds them. I swear. Look it up. Where'd she go now? She
got tired of me making dog fucking jokes. Only they're not jokes. You do fuck dogs.
She probably got lost signal again, right?
Probably.
I think I am starting to get winded. It's starting to feel pretty surreal to be doing this. So.
I think
you're probably thinking, I'm getting tired of this. I need to go fuck a dog right now.
Okay, let's put this thing out of its misery. And thanks for coming. If you don't make it back, I guess I should play so.
No, we should get back to the multiverse.
No, we should say that. Don't do that to me. He's gone now. But we should say buy Dr. Sodom and Mrs. Gamora on Amazon on either paperback Kindle.
And buy
and Jeremy fucking dogs.
And paperback or paperback Kindle.
And you got any pearls of wisdom before we close out?
Sorry. My phone was Jesus. Sorry, I'm all my technical difficulties today. I think I'm going to have
an echo mode.
Recording Anyway. My wisdom would be it's a really cheap way to get cheap entertainment. Just the Kindle version is available now, and you can tell me about all my typos in preparation for print version. And I will appear on your podcast just for shits and giggles because I have an workout. So contact me. My other bit of wisdom is you use a lot of salt in the desert. So have a salt shaker with you when you go in the desert.
And don't look back, you'll turn into a pillar of salt, right? Correct? Can she hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. And don't look back or you'll turn into a pillar of salt. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah. Especially don't look at guys who want you to be a hooker or you'll turn into a pillar.
Yeah, what happened with that last guy? Seriously, wasn't it?
I just told him to fuck off, and I think he finally realized that I was recording everything around me. Like, well, maybe I don't want to be that guy.
I mean, he kind of is now, but.
You down to come back again next week?
Yeah.
Cool.
Hopefully, I will be in a more permanent living situation by then.
Okay.
Or I can do more of these trashy ass hot springs.
Trashy what?
Trashy ass hot springs.
Okay. Well, I hope that this doesn't get popped for any of the 15 copyright violations. That's it.
All right.
Thanks for coming. Okay. Let's put this thing out of its misery.